Hi, everyone. Where's my mic? Can you all hear me? Welcome back to welcome back to Themis and Thought. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking. I'm kidding. Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me. First things first. Let me know if you can hear me. Second things second. Um, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. What are you guys doing for New Year's? What are the New Year's resolution? I mean, that is just juice. There's nothing else but juice in here. Hey, Sober Bobo. Hello, chat. Hello, everyone. Hello. So I have a bunch of New Year's resolution. I'll share one. No, I'm not gonna share it actually. Maddie, you've been a member for 19 months. Thank you. We've received over 20 essays. I don't remember the exact number, so I'm saying over 20. And thank you all. By the 15th, there will be a winner. I'm very excited to go through those essays this weekend. So thank you all for doing that. I'm excited to read. I'm super excited to read. That's the first thing. One of my New Year's resolution is that I will not go to bed with dirty dishes. So as a show of self-control, I've decided that I need to do my dishes within reasons. Like if something happens, then something happens. But I'm gonna try to do my dishes every single night, and not wait for someone else to come in and do them. So that's important to me. I'm also going to be more thoughtful with how I. No, I don't use dishwasher. I do not use the dishwasher. Um, Coming from Jamaica to the US, the dishwasher is for drying dishes, not for not the dishwasher in my house was for drying the dishes, not for washing them. So that's I gotta boo that too. Period. I mean, I'm back in the dating market, so I'm excited about that. Anywho, this is not about me. Drop some things. I'm working on my book. I'm working on 3 books. I'm going to be moving. I have a bunch of content outline. I have a bunch of things. Also, I'm going to go on my channel, Debunking Excellence. I will be uploading there in March after I've moved. But I just have so much. Like December was a time, and I think it's because I had so much time off from work. I just started exploding with like ideas, like my creative whatever. Like I just was creative juices were flowing. I don't like that phrasing. I was pausing because I didn't want to say that phrasing, but I don't like that phrasing. So I'm pretty excited. I'm changing a lot of things about how I do YouTube, how I do business, how I write. Just everything feels, I don't know, I feel reinvigorated. And I hope that stays with me. My New Year's resolution is to speak on the parole board of the the bandit who unalived my big brother in 2006. Wait, this is real. My bad. I thought you were joking. I don't believe in resolution. I don't either fully. What I do though is I have ideas that I want and I've been working on it. I've started all of what I wanted in December, so I'm just continuing it now. Well, I have some mess to get in. I'm also getting over a cold, so when I turn off the camera, it's because I'm coughing, which I'm about to do. I can feel it coming right now. So give me 2 seconds, let me cough. I am getting over a cold, so that's that on that. All right, let's do it. I have something to show y'all.
Trapped in a black person's body.
It's literally since I was born. I've always known it because even when I cried as a baby, I didn't cry loud like an African child. I cried sort of softly and more quiet like a European child.
When did you realize that you were actually a white person trapped in a black person's body?
It's literally since I was born. I've always known it because even when I cried as a baby, I didn't cry loud like an African child. I cried sort of softly and more quiet like a European child.
When
I have no comment. I have zero comments there. I just wanted to show you that because why not?
I'm just saying.
So what can you date, Pastor?
Yeah. Listen, I know the comments gonna kill me for this. But I gotta have an 8 or above.
Oh,
I'm a high value.
So what do you think you are, Pastor?
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. And I had my looks assessed. I went to a consultant, well known before he passed. I went to him and I said, just lay it, tell me, sir, what is it? And he told me, he said, I'm gonna be honest, you probably one of the better looking men that I've seen before.
Okay.
And that's in all honesty. I'm probably about, I always give myself a low 12. There's no way I could date a 5. I'm just saying.
So what can you date, Pastor?
Yeah. Listen, I know the comments gonna kill me for this. But I gotta have an 8 or above.
Oh,
I'm a high value.
So what?
He's not even the high value man. He's just the high value. He's just the high value with that lace part. What you don't call that a lace front, right? Like, what do you call that? That's not even a lace front. Let me stop shouting already. Get your money back, so that hairline ain't even if I feel like y'all just hating on the man. Wait, I have one more. Oh, I love this lady. I didn't remember I put her. My outline got messed up, by the way, so I apologize for being late.
Guys, John, what was the instructions again? Guys, what was...
Contestant 456, please remain silent or you will be disqualified from the competition.
Oh my God, what is this?
Everybody stop. Contestant 456, please make your way to the green room immediately.
Oh my God, why would you eat it? You just lost that
Okay, but
this is going to be a life-changing opportunity for media. Why would you eat it?
Contestant 456, as you have broken the rules, you have been disqualified from the game.
It's not that deep anyways.
That means you are no longer in the running to win $1 million.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Okay, wait, nobody told... This was for $1 million?
Ma'am, do you know what game you're on?
No, listen, here's the thing. Okay, so my partner, if you guys disqualify him because he told me to eat the thing, if you guys disqualify him...
Wait, what? What the hell?
Okay, but like, listen, I was going to share the million with you. I was going to give you 500K just to let...
Oh, someone said they don't understand what's happening. If you didn't watch Squid Game, this made no sense to you. I am so sorry. I'll just move on. I'm not even going to explain it. If you didn't watch Squid Game, her eating the cookie instead of licking it to melt it to carve out the thing in the middle. I forgot the name of the game. If you didn't watch Squid Game, apologies. I don't know why I just assumed everyone watched Squid Game. Thank you, Soy Milk. Hard wig, white life. I have one more thing that I want to show before we get into the show. Thanks to Els. Curry Up and Eat says, this is the year for me to collect the biggest bag. I'm going I'm gonna be a super chat menace. Set my plate up. Period. Period. I need to reward you because you've been here dipping it and doing it. Curry up. So I appreciate that. It's the low 12 for me, negative 12. Period. So Drake's fans are fighting for their lives, and instead of Drake helping them, I don't know what it feels like to be a Drake fan because, girl, what is this?
Roche brought me the hat that I need for the stream right here. This is my alter ego. Anita McSween. Anita McSween. I'm in.
Yeah, at this point, like I would so hate to be a Drake fan. I am sure that is some kind of code. I am sure he's saying something about winning or Max winning, or I am sure it means something outside of a cartoon women on a hat that is his alter ego. I am sure if we look deep enough with our third eye, he's saying something. I don't care nothing about none of that. You getting dragged online for being a weak ain't nothing a viewer, and you come out there talking about your your alter ego is a child cartoon woman girl. Actually, absolutely not, absolutely not. So I feel bad for Drake fans. Just L's, just, just L's everywhere. Pretty Scarp 80 has been a member for 2 years. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Y'all can say what y'all want. It could mean it could have real good, meaningful, whatever meaning. I don't care nothing about it. I don't care nothing about it. So that's that on that. All right. So I was critiqued for not covering gay stuff, gay drama. This critique was sent to me like 2 years ago. I had forgotten it and I don't care, but I'm right now going to use it as an excuse to cover this story. I'm going to use it to cover this story, and that's the first story I'm getting into. Actually, let me show y'all something before we start. Before we start, I actually do need to show y'all something. So y'all remember that video I just did? That beautiful, amazing video I did about the Civil War in Maga. So someone decided that the MAGA people are out of control. The conservatives are upset. And so I wanted to play some of it, and I might, but we'll get to that later on. We're having fun up front, and then we'll get to serious things at the back. This lady said, my youngest son is 34 and he has lost out on job after job after job because we are white and US citizens. Sorry. Oh my God. Because we are white and US citizens. I am tired of every country coming here and taking American jobs. America first. Someone said. Someone said, "Girl, maybe he wasn't qualified to be a white man in America at the good old age of 34, not being able to get a job, having your mom online, complaining that the reason you cannot get a job, sir, is that immigrants are over here taking your jobs. That's wild." That's wild. And so, like, there's no debating these people. There's no speaking to them. We live in very different realities. We live in very different realities. So Vivek is out here dragging white America. Vivek is out here dragging the white conservatives. Vivek is telling them, you need to get your and work. It seems like nobody want to work. And there's a part of me that just feels I know this is wrong, but I feel deeply seen. I feel deeply heard. And even though Vivek is terrible, I think Vivek's policies when he was trying to run for president is horrible. Him being under Trump is also bad. But like, now that I'm looking at it in retrospect, I'm like, read them for filth. Don't care. Read them. Read them for filth. The reason that you are failing isn't because your son is losing to immigrants. The reason you're failing is that you're not good enough. Read them. And I don't truly believe it's because you're not good enough. But I also don't believe it's because of immigrants. But I'm not here to argue for them. What I am here to do is point out I said I wasn't going to get into the politics. So there is seemingly this kind of weird solidarity being brought to the forefront between Black people online, not a lot, but some, and MAGA, where their MAGA supporters are saying, we Americans, including Black people, shouldn't have to compete for jobs against these H-1B immigrants. And Black people are biting in agreement with these MAGA people, as if these MAGA people care anything about Black people getting jobs. And I find that interesting because the content creators who have been discussing this and talking about we need to side with MAGA on this, I'm like, do we though? Do we? Are you going to be used for your labor again to push a MAGA agenda? Are you? I mean, Miriam, if you think that they're turning on Indian Americans and Indians generally, immigrants coming in, if you think they're turning on Vivek and they're siding with Black people and they won't turn on Black people in a moment, you have not seen the attack on DEI and affirmative action. you have not you've not seen that, but I'm here to report on it. I won't play Officer Tate. I won't play there are certain people that I'm just not going to play right now. I'll play them probably later, but this is a new year, so we just gonna move on. All right, that is too much alcohol. All right, thank you all. Let's get into the actual show, and we have a lot to discuss. We have a lot of mess to get through, so let's do it. So, as I said, a while ago, some people told me that I need to talk about more gay stuff. Don't know why, but I didn't care. I'm just using that as an excuse now that people told me to do it. So, there's this guy that came on TikTok, and because my outline is all over the place and it got deleted right before I came on, I need to update my software. But in any case, I found that one of the video on YouTube. This guy who is telling his story about a man experiencing homelessness that he decided to date and brought into his home and took care of. And he can't believe this man cheated on him with other men. Yo, I don't know. I don't want to laugh. Sir, if you're listening, if you hear this and you're either party, please note that I would love to interview either of you. I would love to I would love to interview either of you. We in the skilled African American community reject the xenophobic rhetoric. We have about 4,000 universities here, some of them Black built. Period. Girl, MAGA. Oh my God, I have so much more to say. Please remind me to bring this up, and I'll drop the link and we'll talk later on in the show, because I do have a lot to say, because the anti-intellectual rhetoric that has been a part of the Manosphere and MAGA and all of these people who engage in conversations about why you shouldn't go to school, you don't have to go to school, school is a scam, school is propaganda, don't go to school. Those people and that information for them to so readily accept this as truth, ignoring the research about what happens when you go to school and your wage and employment, and then to hear the MAGA people who preach this idea, Trump in particular, tell them, well, go get a job, girl. Go get a job. And if you can't get a job, that's your fault. And if you don't have a degree, that's your problem. Period. Period. Because we've been over here telling y'all to go to school for forever. Vivek affirmed that MAGA is not her because the whole package. Period. Vivek said, I might have been a nerd in high school, but I'm here to take my revenge. And period. All right. So let's get into this video, girl. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking. Go and get that. Let's do it. Oh my God. This ain't right. There's a part of me. So let me just say, I'm also working on not laughing when I'm uncomfortable. And when I laugh, if you're watching young man, I don't know how old you are. When you're watching young man, please know that I'm not laughing at you. I just incapable of like maintaining composure. Someone said he should write a book from homosexual to homosexual, and I was like, in a way, why would you say? Anyway, let's get into it. Let's get story time. Let's get into these people's story time.
Forget my voice. I've been crying all day. My voice about going out. Forget how I look. I just got off of work. I actually had to leave from work. I wasn't even supposed to be off. Like, I literally went to the hospital and everything. I thought I was gonna have a heart attack. I'll just go ahead and jump into the story. Sunday morning around 2:30 in the morning, I received these phone calls from this unknown number. Mind you, I had to work this morning. I get up for work at 5:30 in the morning. So I'm not really paying attention to it. People that know me know I go to sleep. You feel me? I gotta be to work in the morning. So I'm not about to like answer my phone and be on the phone and stuff. So this person is constantly calling me back. So I'm like, yo, maybe it's like one of my family members, something happened, like maybe it's the emergency. So like the next time they call back, I'm gonna just go ahead and answer the phone. So boom, they call back. When they call back, I answer the phone. I'm like, hello? They like, yo, is this Jamie? I'm like, yeah, this him. They like, oh, you F word. Like, you feel me? The rainbow symbol. They like, oh, you F word. You a F word in your nerd. So I'm like, what? Who this? So like, my first intention is to go off and blink because like, why is you calling me this early in the morning playing on my phone like that? Who are you? How did you even get my phone number? Like, this shit is crazy to me. So he like, yeah, and that's why I'm effing your man. Like, and his baby mama know. Both of y'all stupid. I sit up there and laugh in her face all day. And she be, so I'm like, who this? So he's not telling me who he is or whatever. So I'm like, yo, all right, bet. Like, if you can't tell me nothing, stop playing on my phone. So he like, yo, I got receipts. I could send those. So I'm like, yeah, do that. Like, and until you do that, like, get off my phone, stop playing with me. Y'all, I'm not gonna lie. I never, ever, ever.
Ultimate Enigma, what don't you understand about the word baby mama? What don't you understand? Sorry. I don't know what's confusing. I don't know what's confusing about the word baby mama. Can we laugh at him though? I just need to know the rules. Don't laugh. I'm just like, I'm so taken aback. I'm so taken aback by the story. I'm taken aback by just what is happening. But let him get, because right now he's talking about his emotion. He was crying all day in the hospital. He had to take off of work because just a lot happening.
In my life, and I know this sounds crazy, but I never in my life thought that my nigga would fuck with another nigga. Like, yo, granted, he fuck with females and he got a lot of kids, you feel me? So like whenever we first got together, because we've been together now for almost 9 years, you get what I'm saying? Like, so when we first got together and he moved in with me, like,
yeah, sorry. Yeah. There is so many questions. There are so many questions that I have. So I don't think he said this part yet, but his boyfriend or ex was homeless, living in a school bus. They met, fell in love. He moved the boyfriend in, and they're together. They're in a relationship. And he apparently allows the boyfriend to be with women, but he doesn't allow the boyfriend to be with men. So if the boyfriend sleeps with men, then the boyfriend is cheating. Yeah, that's the story.
Like, I already knew like he liked females. You get what I'm saying? So like I still pursued that situation anyway. And I never tried to like condemn him or make him feel bad. You get what I'm saying? So subconsciously, I gave him permission to mess with females, even though I didn't like it. You get what I'm saying? And that shit dangerous. I still gave him permission to mess with females. So I'm about to give y'all a little backstory. Shoot, like
So if you're watching, I would love to interview you. Like I would actually, I would love to interview the boyfriend.
like I said, me and dude been together for 9 years. Well, almost 9 years. This man lived with me for 7 years, on and off. More on than off though. So like a good 6 years he lived with me, then he moved, then he came back. You get what I'm saying? So like this man lived with me. The whole time this man lived with me, he never had a job. He never paid a bill. He don't know how to cook. He don't know how to clean. He don't do nothing. I never asked him to. Not one time did I ask this man to go out there and get a job. Not one time did I ask this man to clean up.
Why is Mary J. Blige's song playing in my head? Why is Mary J. Blige? Because some people be like, "Oh, your standards are too high to women," but apparently, no, let me leave that. Let me let me leave that alone.
Not one time did I ask this man to take out the trash, check the mailbox or nothing. I did everything. I went to work every single day. I paid every single bill, my cell phone bill and his cell phone bill. We stayed in a real nice place in the white neighborhood. Like not even saying something like the white neighborhood, but I'm just trying to give y'all a visual. Like we're not in the hood, we're not in the slums or nothing like that. Like shit is expensive, bills is high, especially on one person. And I'm the only person going out there paying a car note, car insurance, rent, utility bill, internet bill, 2 cell phone bills. I'm buying 2 pair of
Ain't no more 50-50. 50-50 done. 50-50. If a homeless man can go find a man to take care, another man is stealing my period. Wait.
cell phone bills. I'm buying 2 pair of nigga sneakers. Men's sneakers is expensive, and I gotta get him a pair of sneakers every time I get a pair of sneakers. I gotta get him the outfit that I get, and I like expensive clothes. Like y'all just go check out my shit. You feel me? Go to my page and look at my stuff. Like I'm not just getting cheap stuff. Like for real. Like so, if I get me a pair of $100 shorts, $200 shorts, pants, I'm getting him the same thing. If I get me a pair of $200 J's, I'm getting him the same thing. So I'm just trying.
First of all, ain't no reason for all these super chats. Let me this is be clear. You know, y'all are messy. Y'all are messy. Why are there super chats right now? We're just watching. Ain't no reason for you to be super chatting. Another man is stealing my time. It's only the 3rd of January. Wait, that's why we're coming in laughing. That's why we're coming in laughing. And oh my God, this ain't right. For 2025, I wish us all to rest in our divine feminine, the way this man is resting in his masculine. Not fake. Period. For 2025, y'all better live like that homeless man. I mean, sorry. For 2025, y'all better be dipping it and doing it like that man. He's taking care of. Vision, thank you so much. Mushu says he don't cook, he don't clean, but let me tell you how to get there. I knew I should never read these. Should have chose better. The man's arguing the basic and still winning. Vet weird, period.
Trying to give y'all a visual. I was 100% submissive to this man. Never.
Why would you add that? Who? Oh my God! Why would you add? Why? I don't understand why you added that. Oh, I feel bad. I feel bad. Oh my God! Now I'm hot. I want to take this off, and it's snowing. So y'all were right. A submissive provider he was. A submissive. I wonder if he would be mad if I said that to him in an interview. Do you think he were a submissive provider? I hope he is like, yeah.
I was 100% submissive to this man. Never fussed with this man. Never put my hands on this man. Anything this man said, I did. Anything this man said went. Even though he was not paying no bills or providing or doing anything, he still was the man of the house at the end of the day. And I let him run it like that. You feel me?
What do you mean he was the man of the house? What were you? Aren't you the man of the house too? What? What do you mean he was the submissive provider all day, Craig? Wait, I'm so confused. What do you mean he was the man of your house when you're a man in your house? Y'all are out of pocket. Let me sober up.
Still was the man of the house at the end of the day. And I let him run it like that. You feel me? Just because I love this nigga. Not one time did I ever step out of the relationship. I was 100%.
How self-esteem is genderless. Female 2020. Period. Yeah, everyone trying to get a king. Everyone trying to get a king at this point.
Faithful to this nigga the whole time. So like this shit is blowing me. Because like I was just there, and like this whole thing has been overwhelming and stressful because I don't get food stamps, I don't get public assistance or nothing like that. You feel me? Like everything that I do, I'm doing on my motherfucking own, and I'm having to provide for another motherfucker. You feel me? And I feel like that shit is not fair. And I'm sitting up here. What's up? I feel like that shit is not fair. That I'm sitting up here and I'm doing all of this and I'm providing, and then you could go out there and do the stuff that you do to me. Like that's just crazy to me. I can't even fathom the idea, but like back to the story or whatever. So boom, like I said, all of this shit went down. I get the receipts. So I'm looking at everything like, I mean, over like 50, 60 screenshots, videos, everything. This man is out here fucking other niggas, fucking transsexuals, and still fucking females. Mind y'all, this man had 2 kids on me while he lived with me. He wasn't even working or doing nothing, but you could go.
Wait, sorry. Y'all protect yourself, get tested, all of that. What do you mean he got 2 kids on you? Well, y'all were together and y'all stayed together. I don't even know why I'm engaging as if I care. Look, givers need givers. Where he at? Mama got you, boo. High theme is high level. So if all that was okay, what did he do now? I'm scared, right? I think he said he cheated with a man. And that's where he drew the line. This person on the screen drew the line where his ex-DL boyfriend was with a man. Dear Black women, did we do this? Is this how we sound? Just a reminder, it's tax season. Protect your protect your homes. Sorry, by the way, the reason I'm pausing and reading super chats is because I'm like really like I feel embarrassed and I'm getting secondhand embarrassment. I don't know how to explain it. And so like I have to actually take a breather because I don't know how to engage. So I'm gonna go back after this. I'm requesting you play Karen White, Superwoman, as you speak. I can't because of copyright, but I would. I can sing it for you. Just a reminder, it's tax season. Thank you.
Go out there and make kids, you feel me? So like you putting my life in danger. Not only are you putting your life in danger, but you putting my life in danger as well. And you're not doing nothing. Like you're not doing nothing at all. Like, period. So boom, yeah. This shit really, really hurt me and it really bothered me because you could expect stuff, you feel me? But at the end of the day, if you don't have no proof, it's in that drawer under the first drawer at the top. If you don't have no proof, like this shit is like, all right, bet people could just be talking, like people be making up rumors, people make up stuff about me, so it'd be kind of hard to believe. But once you got that proof right there in front of your face, like that shit hit different for real. Like I am over here and I am just literally sitting back, reminiscing and thinking about all the foul shit and how loyal I was and how I held this nigga down and everything just for him to play me like that. And like this nigga got hella kids and still out there trying to make more kids. Like I said, this nigga had 2 children on me, already had kids before I even got with the nigga. And the nigga only 29 years old. Like the nigga got like 5 motherfucking kids. Like, bruh, I'm telling you. And who helps? Nobody. His mama help him. I help. He don't do shit. This nigga don't even know how to fucking fry an egg or make a oodle and noodle. Like, this nigga is a lame. And I still sit up there and I was by his side and I still love this nigga and I still rock with this nigga. Like, bruh, our whole life got shot 5 times protecting this motherfucking man. And I'm not even no street nigga. Like, not at all whatsoever. So, like, this shit is fucking with me. And if y'all ever...
What is a street person? Who is a street person? I don't understand what I don't understand because I feel like I don't know what the definition is. So I won't put that on anyone. He said he wasn't, so he wasn't.
I'm about to drop some names too. That nigga named Heartbreak Pre on TikTok and Twitter. And the nigga name is Rap Repo Man on Facebook. So go and look him up. Like, yeah. Next video, because I'm about to run out of time, but yo, next video, I'm dropping everything. I'm dropping everybody's name, all the straight niggas that supposed to be his homeboys that he was fucking with, all the transsexuals that he was fucking with, all the little gay.
Sorry, I'm trying to gather. I'm trying to gather myself because this is a lot.
What's going?
This is a lot. I don't know how to. There's a part of me. So there's a part of me that doesn't know how to engage with this. Like I don't know. What do I say? Like if I were his friend, what do? I would just sit there and be like, there. Like, you know, there. Like, I don't know what to do with this information. By the way, I did go find the man. You want to see what the man looked like? Wait, Sorry, y'all. Y'all want to see what the man looks like? Drop a one if y'all want to see what the man looks like. I don't. This is not doxing. Let me just say that this is not doxing because he's online and he confirms it was him. So this is not doxing. This is the man that's causing all this commotion. That's the man. That is the. I can't play this music in it, but that's. I just. I just. I. Yeah, let's go to part. Let's go to part 2 and 3, girl. Because in a reason, in a reason. Demons, this is ghetto, girl. I know. I am fully aware. I am fully aware of how ghetto this is. I am extremely aware. He was shot 5 times for that man. I am fully aware how ghetto this is. Please look him up. Girl, I did. Coca said, "You are welcome for this mess. I will continue to put mess in the Discord and tag Themis and get." All right, so finally, the Discord take responsibility for why I'm doing this mess because they forced me to watch this. Coca, the attorney, in particular, is the person who shoved this down our faces. And I was like hooked. I was like, wait, this can't be real. None of this can be real, but apparently it is. I hope he stays safe out in these streets. I mean, they live in the street. Christine says, "Happy New Year, Themis. Love you like cook food." Oh, I love you all too. Thank you. Hugs. It's snowing, and I was like, it would be nice. I was thinking about the Discord though. It would be nice if you all were over and we were watching TV together, and I would have made you cocktails. That would have been so nice. That's what I want. I want y'all to be over, and I'll make y'all a cocktail and have like a charcuterie board out, and we watch TV. He said, "I'm gonna tell it all. Confessions of it, Batty." Period. I ain't gonna do it. All right, everybody grounded, giving street symphony. Bombastic side eye. Okay. He looks like he doesn't brush his teeth, his tongue, or drink. Let's just move. Let's just move. Let's just move on from that. Whew. He gets 3 empty mango juice boxes down. Period. Let's continue.
Going on. I made a previous video yesterday explaining how I was dating this DL guy that I met 9 years ago through a mutual friend, and nothing went going on. You get what I'm saying? And I don't even know if the guy was like doing anything at the time because like we both were young. He's a little bit younger than me, but we both were young, so I don't know. But he explained to me how he was going through the situation at home and he was getting put out, and he was currently sleeping on school buses in our neighborhood. Now, mind you, I live in the South. It's summertime. It get
How does y'all? Sorry, how did the story get like progressively worse? Like every time he adds something else to the story, it's just like, wait, what? Like the story gets progressively worse. Every time he opens his mouth to give us more information, it's worse than before.
Hot here. So I'm feeling bad for the dude, and I invite him like to stay with me for a little while until he can get himself together, or his people will let him come back. So he agrees to it. He moved in that same day. He's staying there. I'm the only one that's working. I'm the only one that's cooking. I'm the only one that's cleaning. But I don't have a problem with it because I was doing it before he came. That's just something that has to be done. So through time, he's still there. He's not making an attempt to get a job. He's not doing nothing. And at this point, I'm now washing this man's clothes. I'm paying this man's cell phone bill. If I'm not cooking, I'm buying his food. I'm making sure he's good. So like we're technically in a relationship, but not a sexual relationship. So I started to get a crush on him, and I expressed to him how I feel. So through time, we get into a relationship.
This, I feel like I should have things to say. All right, imagine this with a woman who's going through this. What would I do? I would probably still be laughing because none of this makes sense. None, like you. How do you find someone homeless, bring them into your home, wash their clothes, cook their food, pay their bills, do everything for them? Like, why would you? I don't understand why you would do that. Like, man or woman, I don't know. Like, so because of the first instance of like just absurdity, I don't know where to go with the analysis beyond that. It's like, why did you do that? Like, why would you do that? And it feels like, all right, y'all want to be real? Ugh. The desperation for partnership comes front and center in my mind. I'm not saying that this is true. I'm not saying this is real. But if you go pick someone up off the street and you want to help them, you should help them without trying to engage in a physical romantic relationship with them. The power differential is too drastic there, right? So I don't have the kind of sympathy for him in the first instance. I'm sympathetic to him, let's be clear. But in the first instance, the way you set it up where he's homeless and he needs a place to stay, if that is true, it feels like that man would have done anything in order to get a home. And you gave him a home, and in exchange for the home, you wanted favors. Now, you never put it like that. And I hope that's not what it is. But the way this comes across from my perspective is you knew what you wanted from him, and that's why you moved him in. And you didn't care that you were the provider of shelter, food, and clothing until he did something that you didn't like. Therefore, it feels very controlling of him. Why would you take? I don't understand why you would take someone who doesn't have financial autonomy and all of that and just bring them into your world. And then you said he wasn't doing that with other men, or you didn't think he was doing that with other men, and then you suggested that you wanted to do that with him. But if he never did it with other men, which obviously now we know is a lie, it feels like you were pushing yourself onto him and using shelter, food, and clothing as a means for the negotiation. Negotiating your body for shelter seems odd. This is not to say the other guy is a good guy, right? Not at all. I need a pic of this man in a gray sweatsuit. No, you don't. You don't need that. Was at the job when no one else was there. That's a song playing in my head. That is a song playing in my head. 11 years I sacrificed. Ultimate Enigma said, ladies, no homeless men usually cook with 4 ingredients in the fridge. In addition to ongoing bedroom gymnastic, men getting played by men 2025. Oh, this is wrong. This is not okay. You're the best man I ever know. There's no way I'm going. I ain't going. New headline: men are finally willing to submit and are good, still rejecting, and are good, still rejecting them. The good men still rejecting them. They are good and they're getting rejected, girl.
Everything is good. I couldn't ask for a better person. So I'm still the only one cooking, cleaning, working, paying the bills. Now I'm buying his clothes, buying my clothes, paying his cell phone bill, paying my cell phone bill. You know what I'm saying? And I knew that he liked females, and we had a conversation, and I agree, you know what I'm saying, that he can mess with females as long as he protect himself, keep himself safe, and keep me safe. Even though I didn't want to do it, that's how much I like to do it at the time. So through time, he's still there. My feelings get deeper. Now I fall in love with the dude. 2 kids come up. He already had 2 kids prior to our relationship, 2 different baby mamas. And when I met him, he was 19. And now you have 2 more kids on me. They let me know that you're not using protection. I was hurt. I got over it. Didn't kick him out, didn't like argue or nothing. Like, it's over with. It's nothing I could do about it. I still remain the same person that I was or whatever. So,
and he remained the same person he was and had more children. Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't know. I am. So when men tell women to choose better, I'm usually annoyed because of the reality that women don't have information so they can choose better, right? That's the idea that comes in my mind, and why choose better is just a disrespectful thing to say. However, in the instance where you're taking a homeless man from the street, getting into an intimate relationship with them, they have multiple baby mamas, they do not work, they don't do anything around the home, you're the only one doing everything, and they have a child on you, you stay with them, they have a second child on you, you stay with them. I feel like at this point, like, I mean, like, I feel like at this point, people get to say choose better. Like, obviously, the man is still bad, but like, he was 19, 18, and you were 23 or whatever you said you were. You moved him into your home. It feels like there are things that I want to say, but I feel like it's a step too far. Without knowing the ins and out of what happened in the moving him in, I think that it would be a bit too far for me to make certain kinds of judgment that I want to make. But in this scenario, you are like, you don't. It's the reason why. While I still like Jada Pickett Smith, when you are engaging to help someone who is struggling, August Alsina, if it feels odd to then engage in like a sexual relationship with the person you're trying to help. Like, there's something fundamentally wrong with that for me. Demons, go ahead. No, I don't know that it is, right? Like, I don't know that it is, but it feels that way. I don't know that it is predatory, but it feels predatory. This can't be real. Lovely lady, apparently it is. Apparently people have investigated and people are coming out confirming. I don't know. To the point where, here's the thing. The reason he said you can sleep with women, from my perspective, is he did not think this man was gay or bi. He thought this man was a straight man who, in exchange for shelter, they could have an intimate relationship, but he wouldn't block the straight man from doing straight man things with women. That is how I am reading what he's saying. And so there's something deeply wrong about your psychology where you are forcing a straight man in your mind to be with you for food, clothing, and shelter. And you're saying, okay, I won't stop you being straight. Just be with me as a man. You can't be with any other man. Don't expect you to be with any other man because I think you're a straight man. And so you can go and be with women. That's how I'm interpreting what he's saying. And so like there is something very predatory about the way that I just interpreted that. Someone said gay for the thing. What do you mean gay for the? I don't know. I'm saying that's how let me just say it again. That is what I feel to my core. It doesn't make it right. Hey, Bobo, the fact that you've been here for 50 months is wild. This is, by the way, my longest lasting member on this channel. This is the longest lasting member that I have on this channel and one of the earliest subscribers that I've ever had. I truly appreciate you and I hope to never see you go because I like seeing how long you've been here because it reminds me of how long I've been on and I appreciate that so much. Thank you. It's a gift. I mean, obviously, thank you, but like seeing the time you've been here is a gift. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Responding as a podcast, but did he ask for that? Right. Girl, what is you doing? This is the downside of deal because your homegirls wouldn't let you be out here slipping like this, right? Giving him something he can feel till it.
Boom. We still together, things going good, and now I'm not having to worry about the infidelity. At least I thought I didn't have to worry about the infidelity. Like, I'm going to work, I'm coming home. As soon as I hit the door, he's at the door. Like, we are cuddled up on the couch watching movies all day, every day. We're going on dates to the movies. We're going out to eat. We're going on little shopping sprees. I am buying all of this man clothes.
And y'all out here going 50-50. And y'all out here going 50-50. It's nasty work. Let me speed him up because I do have more things I want to get into tonight.
Every day, we're going on dates to the movies. We're going out to eat. We're going on little shopping sprees. I am buying all of this man clothes, sneakers. Like, I am doing everything that I can do to keep this man happy. I'm not arguing. I'm not complaining. Not telling this man to get out and get a job or nothing. Like, I'm doing it. And this stuff is hard. You get what I'm saying? Trying to maintain. And I'm doing it. And I'm doing it for the both of us. So, boom. Here we are. 9 years later. This man still lives with me on and off. We went through a little separation for about a year whenever he had his last child, and we ended up getting back together. He ended up moving back in with me.
No. I'm not talking about him. I'm saying you are the audience. Not him. The other man is like, I ain't doing no 50-50. You have to pay for my time. Period. We love. Let me stop.
So during that year that we were separated, I don't know what he was doing. I don't really care what he was doing because we wasn't together. But at the same time, like, boom, we get back together. Everything is perfect. Like, I don't even have a suspicion that this guy is doing anything. Like, I'm feeling like everything is perfect. While I'm at work, he's texting me, he's calling me. When I get home, he's already home. Like, he don't leave the house, he don't club, do nothing. I'm assuming that he's not doing nothing. So about 2 days ago.
By the way, the idea that like he doesn't club and he's calling your phone when you're at work and seeing when you're coming home so that he can be there before you come home, that is him plotting. He try to make sure he gets these men and women out of your home before you come or get home from cheating before you get there. Also, I'm gonna leave that alone because I don't want to be messy. I'm gonna be messy. if your partner is not posting you on social media and don't want to go out to the club or lounge or whatever with you, I'm gonna go ahead and say he cheating or she cheating. For me, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? You in a 9-year relationship. To be fair, they were DLs, so I don't know what clubs they would be going to. You know what? I'm just gonna hang it up. Flat screen. This has nothing to do with me. This is none of my business. He gained a dependent. Claim him on your taxes. Period.
I started getting phone calls real late at night, like around close to 3 o'clock in the morning. I finally answered my phone, and there's somebody playing on my phone that apparently like slept with him, and it's a guy. So I'm not really believing it just because this guy's a street guy, like he's a gang member, and I'm like, nah, you just playing on my phone, like, you know what I'm saying? Because his family know about me, and a few of his friends know about me, kids know about me, all of that, you know what I'm saying? I'm not a secret, so I'm like,
wait, yeah, they're not DL. What do you mean everyone know about you? How are you DL? Let me Google DL, because maybe I am getting my terms mixed up. I feel like DL in the in the closet doesn't. No, being in the closet doesn't mean you engage with men. You just know when you haven't really come out. DL means that you're doing things on. Let me look. Down low, sometimes referred to as DL, is an African American slang term specifically used within the African American community. It typically refers to a sexual subculture of Black men who identify. Yeah, no, I'm not reading that. DL refers to something that is secret or private. Blah blah blah. It is just men who sleep with men and aren't upfront about it. That's what it is. Ain't nobody got time to be reading all that.
all right, this a gay dude that heard about us and he being funny or whatever. Maybe he tried to talk to me or maybe he tried to talk to him or whatever the case may be. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know my man. All right, bet. So he like, oh, I'm about to send receipts. I'm like, all right, show me. That's the only way I'm gonna believe you. Y'all, when I tell y'all this man sent receipts, like I get over 200 screenshots. Like I just get so many messages, like they just flooding, they keep coming. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. Y'all, I did not go to sleep. None. I stayed up until 5 o'clock that next morning reading stuff. That's how many text messages it was. And I went straight to work after then. So boom. This man the whole time out here from February to now prostituting, selling his body. From February to now, this man has slept with over 130 people. 90% of them being transsexuals and men. And he's still sleeping with females. So not only is you putting your life in danger, you putting my life in danger, and you putting all of these females' life in danger that don't know about you. So boom, I try to contact him. I don't get nothing. I don't hear nothing. So I'm like, yeah, like, don't even worry about coming back here. This man did not apologize. This man didn't do nothing. You know what this man did? This man went to another man's house. Crush me. So I already bet. I make a video yesterday. And like, I name dropped, and for those that didn't see the video yesterday, his name is Preonde Offer. He goes by Pre. He goes by Heartbreak Pre on TikTok or Uncle Pre on TikTok. And he was going by Rap Repo Man on Facebook. But apparently when I made the video yesterday, he changed his name to Pre Diddy. So yeah, the whole time, this man is sleeping.
Yeah, he's 29. This man right here is 29. All right.
With other men, transsexuals, and women. And just in the course of February to December, you have slept with over 130 people. Y'all just don't know what that did to me because I'm literally sitting up here being loyal to you. I'm sitting up here being faithful to you. I'm sitting up here being a provider when it's days that I was sick and didn't want to go to work or just didn't feel like going to work. I got up and I went to work because I knew it was stuff that I had to do. I'm sitting up here letting you be an asshole, letting you fuss and do whatever you want to. I'm not arguing back with you. I'm not complaining. I'm not doing none of that.
Yeah, it's pre-Diddy. Before Diddy. To be fair, I don't know if he knows what pre means. So, yeah.
That stuff. I'm trying to be the person to you that I want. And you don't appreciate it, what you do. You go out there and you prostitute and you sleep with random people. and even the people that you didn't even sleep with, like you are in like about 500 people inboxes, and I got those screenshots too. So at the end of this video, like I'm about to attach some of the messages or whatever, but like you was out here chilling with these other street dudes, and I'm like, oh, okay, like I know I ain't got nothing to worry about. Like they probably go get some females or something like that, but I know they ain't doing nothing because like all of them got kids and all of them live with their baby mamas. All of them is bloods, like they in gangs and stuff. You feel me? I'm like, I don't have to worry about none of this. Come to find out, this man is sleeping with his friends. Like, who is even doing who? Like I'm confused. Like y'all supposed to be some street niggas. So yeah, I don't know how the person got the messages.
That is wild. That is a wild claim to make on the internet. I hope he's safe. I hope he moves. I hope he's like protecting himself. Like this is you putting yourself in danger. What do you mean he's with his quote unquote thug friends? So you thought they were fine. Come to find out he's sleeping with his friends who are quote unquote thugs who also have baby mothers and children. Whew. I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed.
Or got into his phone. Apparently, whoever he was messing with, he left his phone around them, and they end up getting into stuff and screenshotting it and sending it to themselves or whatever the case may be. But I got it now, and to everybody that was in his inbox that he messed with, I'm going to post this stuff. And I'm not a messy person. I have been with DL dudes plenty of times, and I'm.
So you are messy. What did these other men? Okay, I have a moral conflict now. What did these other men do to you? Also, you were calling the man, and the reason you are mad is because the man, instead of coming home to you, he went to another man's house and he has moved into someone else's home. So he has another person to be a dependent with. And it feels like you are upset because you caught him cheating, and instead of apologizing and staying with you, which it seems like what you wanted, he left to go to someone else's home. So it doesn't feel like you are upset because you broke up with him. It feels like you're upset that he cheated on you and then broke up with you, and so now you're taking this is vengeance. And you are doing that to attack not just him, but everyone that he's connected to. Now, the moral dilemma I have is I kind of want you to do it in that, like, I think there is a lot of people at risk in the situation. And the more they know, the more they can protect themselves for the men and women involved and aren't clear about all of this mess, right? So that's the moral conflict. Like, I want you to expose because there is something very beneficial to gain from this. But you are harming or attempting to harm people who have nothing to do with you. We'll allow it. All right, then let's continue. Let's continue. We will continue then. Got it. But the jury has spoken. Love should have brought you home last night. Period. Not I don't understand because like his emotion is coming from the fact that his boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, the other guy does not want to engage in crying and moaning and coming back crawling to him. It feels like he's still deeply in love and he's hurt by the inaction of the partner to come back to him. The partner has now left and now he's lashing out online. That's how I'm interpreting this again. I keep saying I am looking for an interview with this man, right? I would love to interview this man, and I don't think he go in. I feel like I'm burning bridges that weren't built. Because like I want I. Because I want to get into his mind, his psychology. Like, are you mad that he cheated, or are you mad that he left? Are you mad that you thought because you gave him food, clothing, and shelter that he had nowhere else to go, not realizing there's another man willing to give him food, clothing, and shelter? He makes me want to fall in love with somebody witless son. No. He's not worried about the street stuff, crime, but he better not sleep with his street friends. Seek help, right? Like it feels like you're mad at the wrong thing. You should be mad he's sleeping with other women, impregnating women, having multiple children he can't take care of. Are you paying for this man's children? Like, meanwhile, you're buying him clothes and shoes and taking him on trip. Who taking care of them kids? Who taking care of them kids? Interview the boyfriend. He gives insight into DL street dudes like Jamie. Either one of them I would want to interview. Like, to be fair, though, I think 1 minute into the interview, they would rage quit. I think if I interview either of them, they would rage quit 1 minute in the interview. So I need to be softer. I'm gonna be more demure this year. I'm gonna be people's peace.
I've never told their business because not to mention that every time somebody talking about this man or picking at this man, like I literally had this man back. Like every time somebody called him slow, dumb, said that he had a mental problem, like I was having his back. You get what I'm saying? To the point that I got into an altercation with this dude from talking about him, and the dude ended up shooting me 5 times. Dude shot me twice in my neck.
Man. Why are you fighting? Why are you fighting with people? Why are you fighting with people? Why are you fighting with people calling him slow and dumb? By the way, I don't think he was fighting with anyone calling this man slow or dumb. I think he wanted to call this man slow or dumb. I think, because there's some foolishness that I can understand someone being real petty would do. I even defended you when everyone was calling you dumb and slow. Sir, no one did that. You're doing that now.
Threw my hand, came out here, half an inch away from my heart, and in my arm. And I still stood by this dude. After the 2 kids, I still stood by this dude.
You got shot 5 times and you stayed. You got shot 5 times. He agreed to a partially open relationship whereby he can sleep with women, not men. Not fully open, just slightly ajar. Just like it's like I should have cheated. Sir, we gonna be reaching out. I'm gonna reach out to you. I'm gonna wait till all of this die down because right now the street is hot. And so I'm gonna reach out to you in like a month and ask when things die down if you would like to like talk. Probably not. Y'all will probably be back together by then.
After the cheating, I still stood by this dude. After this man not working or doing nothing, I still stood by this dude.
When people do this, because I've heard other people do this online with like, I stayed. When he did this, I stayed. I think they think that shows how much they took and how hurt they are and how willing they were to be with the other person. I think that's what they think. For me, it just feels like, no, I'm not going to say it. Just to me, it doesn't do that. It doesn't do that. Like, it just means you ignored a bunch of red flags and now you are partially to be blamed for where you are.
I still brought this man anything that he wanted. I still didn't argue. I still didn't complain. And then anytime this man do something to me and I'd be like, what you mean? I do got your back. What you mean? Like I got shot for you. He said that it's nothing. He claimed that it's nothing. Like I almost lost my life with this dude. And then you do me like this. Like, bro, like, I just can't believe it. Like I stretched myself out for this man. Like completely stretched myself out for this man.
You ain't even got. You shouldn't have said that. You should. That's wild. That's a wild phrasing. Why would you phrase it like that? Why would you phrase? Why would you do? Why would you say that? There's no reason to have said it that way. Getting stretched. No, let me stop.
And just to get this type of attention, I mean, like, completely stretch myself out for this man. And for me to get this type of treatment, like, it's crazy to me because, like, dang, like, I just can't believe
That's no. I got shot for you is not the crazy statement. The crazy statement is I stretch myself out. Why would you say that? That phrasing is absolutely diabolical. You should have known your girl was gonna ride or die. By the way, I started watching Spy Family or something random, and I like it. I don't know why I'm saying that now. I'm saying that to diffuse the like. I feel heightened. I feel like I'm in a like really intense stress. Stress. Girl, why am I saying stretched? A stressful situation right now. Like I feel like I'm in like a psychologically stressed. The fact that I can say stress without thinking stretch is wild.
that all of this stuff is happening. And then when I made a video yesterday, it's people like, oh, I know this dude, I talked to him too, and they sending receipts. So come to find out that you possibly mess with even more than that. Like, I just been at work all day and I haven't had time to actually like go through everything. But like, dude, like, and I'm pretty sure when I post this video and y'all go see who he is, there's gonna be some more people like, yeah, he was in my inbox, so y'all link with him too. So like, I'm just saying, like, yo, this is crazy. Y'all all need to go get tested. I went and got tested. Like, y'all all need to go get tested. Like, this is crazy. Like, this man is out here like doing the most. Like, people even telling me like, yo, he's sleeping with like 16, 17-year-old girls or whatever. Like, I'm saying like, bro, like, yo, the screenshots is crazy. Like, you got this girl skipping school and meeting you in Carriage Hills and Lumberton so y'all can mess around. And she's 16 years old. Bruh, what is you doing? Like, yo, like, bruh, like, for real, like, I'm so disgusted. Like, I never thought that I would hate this man, but I really hate this man, y'all. Like, but yeah, I'm about to.
Is the police involved? Like, I don't like you saying these things online, and now I feel like the police should be involved now. I think this is where the police gets involved. What do you mean? There's a problem. I can hear Miss Keith. Even if you were a million miles away, I can still feel you. Let this man love hard. This. So the way I'm going to move on is I'm going to say he's adding this in, because if you have this, you now need to get to the police. He weaponizing the STD idea to make people take his yeah. And I don't think he is wrong deep in where the person is causing harm, the other person is the one causing harm. But I do think the predatory nature of how they started puts a lot of onus on him.
To post as many screenshots as I can. I know like it's a time limit or whatever, but I'm about to post as much as I can, and I'm probably gonna hit y'all with a part 3 because, like I said, this stuff is just now going on, and people still sending me stuff, so I'm pretty sure it's gonna be some more stuff that need to be said.
I read none of these. Like I'm not I don't. The way I can't read these texts because they have too many explicit language. Like I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I wish he had read it. Blah, 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 blah.
No. All right, y'all. So I was about to let the issue go. I wasn't even going to get on here and say nothing else. I had talked to one of his family members earlier today, and I started feeling bad. I was like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to let him take me out my character for being who I am. So I was going to actually take the video down. I wasn't going to say no more. I wasn't going to feed into it, even though, don't get me wrong, I'm still hurt, and I still can't believe that he did this to me, but I was going to be the bigger person. So I get online, and I go to take the video down, and I see that one of his baby mamas commented on the video, and she had mentioned, like, me bringing the kids into the conversation, and you know that I don't know her child. And I'm not making this video to be messy or like to start nothing or anything like that. Like, this video is out of respect, but just to clear some things up. Like, whenever I had mentioned the kids, I didn't say any names and I didn't say anything bad about the kids. It was just to show that I'm not hidden and that I do know his family. It's not like I'm just.
Brianna, you don't want to know. You don't want to know what's happening. You just got here. You do not want to know what's happening. Not only do you not want to know, the fact that the baby mamas are in the inbox mad at him and not the one cheating on them and sleeping around and potentially spreading STDs from sleeping around with any and everyone is wild. That is wild to me.
This person that nobody knows about, and we doing what we do, like I'm actually a part of things. So that was the only reason why I had even mentioned the kids, and to also say in retrospect of him having 2 more kids after we got together and we were living together. The conversation didn't have nothing to do with the kids. And if you felt like,
all right, if the man cheats on you and have a child and you stayed, cheats on you and have a second child and you stayed, and then continue to cheat on you, like, obviously it's his fault, right? I'm making this man a woman. It's his fault. He is wrong. But like, are you like acquiescing by staying? Like, are you? Is this the consent people are talking about? Because this is weird. Like, why are you still there?
I was trying to attack the kids. I never was trying to attack the kids because, like I said, I do know the 2 previous kids.
That only applies to like cheating, which is a kind of abuse, but abuse generally is not. I don't accept that.
And I do know your child. And I know you don't think I know your child, but I do know your child. And I was the one that was giving him half of the money for his part of the daycare. And that was my silver car that he was going and picking up.
So he was paying for the man's children. The man goes out, have children on him, and he takes care of the children that the man has, period. This is how we started off 2025. They said I needed to do more, cover more gay content. So your wish is my command.
Daughter in, and I know that your daughter name starts with an A, and I will never drop any names or anything because, like I said, this video is out of respect, but I just wanted to let you know, like, I was always in the picture. You had got your daughter a gold nameplate chain and your daughter had left it at my house. Like, I'm letting you know that I really know you. Like, that number that you used to call for him, that was my telephone number. Like, I don't have no reason to lie. You may not know that I knew your child, but I definitely knew your child, and I have nothing but love for his kids. And if they ever needed anything, I would honestly give them anything. Like, I gave him money and brought them gifts on their birthday and Christmas. Now, if he
He a good man. He a good man, girl. Wait, what do you mean? Please cover gay ghetto content. We relate. Girl, all of the men pulling people through to hell. It's not just everyone, girl. The whole pool is dusty. He's out here taking black women jobs in the black love. That's why the baby mama was upset. Y'all, let me just repeat this so y'all know. Blame Coca the attorney. Coca the attorney did this.
related over to you, I don't know, but I do know for a fact that his mom know because it was a few times that I have dropped the stuff off over there, me and him both. So again, I didn't say them or mention y'all to attack y'all. I was just saying that he had 2 previous baby mamas before I met him. And then when I did meet him and we worked together, he ended up having 2 kids on me. And I was like explaining that I was never hidden. Like, I know the family and I'm a part of the events. Like,
I hope y'all remember that. I ain't even gonna say anything. Okay, he pissed me off now. Stop talking about kids, period.
you as baby mama, you and I both know that his birthday was a couple of months ago. So like when they celebrated his birthday, I was there. I was there at the dinner, at the birthday dinner. So like, I'm just saying, I'm not hidden. Like the videos and everything on there, they know. So again, if you feel like I was trying to attack you, I wasn't trying to attack you and I wasn't trying to attack your kids. That's something that I'll never do. And to clear up a couple of other things that I've been hearing and seeing, like this man was not in a relationship when I met him. Actually, when I met him, the girl that's talking about me in the comments, the second baby mama, when I met him, they had just previously broke up like 2 or 3 weeks.
I don't understand why there would ever be a woman arguing with a man about their man sleep. Like it's an L. The day you find yourself arguing with a man about your man, just don't. Just like, sorry, that's toxic. That's toxic. Let me rephrase that. Fight for your man, period. I like the play love is blind.
Prior of me meeting him, because he claimed he slept with her best friend and she found out and they ended up getting in a fight and she wouldn't take him back. Now, I don't know if this is true or not, but I'm just saying this is what was told to me. So whenever I got with him, he was not in a relationship. I do remember, like I said in the clip, another thing, I didn't just pick this man up out the streets. This man was my friend before anything. So that's why it was so easy for me to catch feelings, because I did know him and he was my friend. So that's another thing that I want to clear up. I didn't take nobody, man. I didn't knowingly sleep with somebody behind somebody back or nothing. Like, another thing I want to clear up, like, how would I give him permission to do things that he did or whatever? That was 9 years ago. I was young as well as he was, and I made bad decisions, and I was pretty much thinking about his happiness over my happiness. So yeah, whatever it took to keep my man happy at the time, I was going to do, and that was just one of the.
No, don't do that. Don't do. You were thinking about what made him happy over what made you happy. You wanted what you wanted, regardless of if he was gay or straight in your mind. You thought he was straight, and you were okay with him being straight so long as he was gay only for you. That's weird. That's weird. That is weird. Yeah. And it's manipulative, it's controlling, it's predatory. Particularly when the women didn't know about you, because you said he was DL and you were okay with him being DL once he only sleep with women. So you were okay with lying to these women. Let's be very clear about that. And he was homeless. So it feels like in the bargaining for home and for what kind of relationship you and him will have, it was very difficult for him to have boundaries if he was straight and needed a place to stay, because you were providing him a place to stay. So it's not easy to bargain that way. You do not get to sit there and say, I am willing to be in an open relationship with you, so you get to lie. You consent to him lying to women about him being with you. Be that man or woman, that's a weird thing to do. You do have an obligation. Side dude has no obligation to the wife. Well, he was the wife. he was the husband. He was the one. They were together, and he was telling the lady that she should lie. He he was telling his man that he's okay with the man lying about being with him to be with other women.
the things that I was willing to do. Now, did it hurt me? Yeah, it hurt me. Did I want it? No, I did not want it. But yes, I did agree to it. But yeah, like just clearing up some of the stuff that's being said, like, no, this man was not in a relationship. I don't mess with people that are in relationships. To the baby mama, I didn't mention any of the kids' names. It was just in retrospect of me explaining that he had 2 kids prior that I knew of, and then he ended up having 2 kids on me, and that I do know the 2 prior kids, and you know what I'm saying? But like there was no shots to you or the kids. Another thing that I've been hearing that I'm trying to clout chase by outing somebody, first of all, I did not out him. Whoever that he was with posted the stuff on his page. They tagged me in it, and they called my phone, and they sent me the information after the stuff was taken down off of Facebook. So I did not out him. I just relayed the message. I told the story, and I wasn't telling the story because of me trying to out him. I was telling the story because I was angry, and I just couldn't believe like what happened. So like, just to clear some things up, you know what I'm saying? No, all of that stuff that y'all hearing like or saying that's not the way it went. The way it actually went is I was young, I was dumb, I fell in love with somebody, they ended up playing me like and over a course of years, and you not knowing it, you thinking that everything is perfect, then like I fell for it. And that's like anybody else in a relationship, gay, straight, whatever, you assuming that the person that you with is faithful. And if you don't have no proof or nothing like that, you just rocking with it. So like, nah, I wasn't on here trying to be messy, trying to out nobody, trying to do none of that stuff. I wasn't trying to attack your child if you feel like I was coming for your child or anything like that. Like, no names were said about you or your kids, even though I know your name, and I know your name is start with an R. So like, I'm just saying, like, it is what it is. At the end of the day, like I was telling one of his family members, like, it's over with, it's done. I'm hurt, but I'm gonna move on. At the end of the day, I'm still the one making money. At the end of the day, I'm still the one that's prospering. So I don't really care about it.
All right. In any case, all of that happened. Y'all saw, blah, blah, blah. He exposed the man exposed himself. There's nothing really happening here.
Because my DL boyfriend was outed. And a lot of people.
So he came back,
got
and there's
a couple
something
of
that I want to watch, but I feel like it's too long and he's eaten up too much of the time.
And like he was a little.
So I'm going to play this one, only one. I'm going to remove some more.
So for those that notice.
It's a bit low. I might actually stop because I don't care anymore. I do care, but let's see.
Story is way deeper, way, way, way bigger than I even imagined. So I'm sitting here and I'm like battling some things, and I feel like I'm just having a mental breakdown, and I'm like, why do I care so much? Like, why do I miss this person? Like, what is wrong with me? Is something wrong with me? Like, I'm starting to feel weak, and like I reach out to my cousin, which is a very, very intelligent man. I reach out to my cousin and I'm expressing these feelings that I'm having. He's like, it's totally normal. Like, it's okay to feel this way. Like, cause are you good? And I'm like, nah, this is not normal. Like, for me to find out that this person have been with, you know, over 70 people and conversating with over 100 people, it should be no reason why I miss this person, like, or think about this person. Like, I have mixed emotions. Sometimes I'm mad, sometimes I miss them. I still feel like I love them, but I know I don't want to see them or don't want to be with them no more. He's like, well, have you ever heard of stockholder syndrome? And I have. If you get taken or abducted and
Is there a closed caption? There's not a closed caption. Stockholm? I know this man. I know this man is not saying Stockholm syndrome. I know he's not saying Stockholm syndrome. Also, who took you?
stockholder syndrome.
Period. Wait. You know what? Before I'm laughing, I don't know. Maybe there is something called stockholder because I know what a stockholder is in like corporate law, but like maybe stockholder syndrome. Yeah, they don't know what stockholder syndrome is. All right, cool. But
like,
even I'm not laughing. Everyone mess up. Like everyone mess up words. Look at me. I mess up. Girl, y'all be laughing at me every single time. So like that's fine. Like let me laugh, right? But not only, it's not like stockholder syndrome. All right, let me stop. Even if he said Stockholm syndrome, still I would laugh, because it's like, that's when someone is taken and abused, right? You are like, it's your home, like you had control over everything that you did. What do you mean you might have Stockholm? Maybe he meant something akin to that. Uncle stepdad ish, multi-purpose situations, period. As it should be. As it should be. It's when you put stock in a man. Hey, you ain't right. Stockholder syndrome is when you put stock in a man. Didn't be stockholder syndrome as he allowed romance without finance. Period. Look.
Have you ever heard of stockholder syndrome? And I have. If you get taken or abducted and you end up getting free and you start missing or loving the person and want to go back or just develop feelings for the person. So I slightly agreed, and I'm like, that could be the case. We've been together for 9 years, so that could be possibly the case. And if they could develop feelings for a person that actually took them and kind of tortured them or treated them badly, like poorly, maybe I could like have that. So I'm thinking this is what's going on, but it's still something that's like eating at me. Like I'm still coming home and I'm still looking at the screenshots that were sent to me whenever everything initially happened, and I'm still like looking at the messages that were sent to me off of the person that actually exposed everything to me. And like, I'm looking at messages that people sent me after the situation, like whenever they knew about everything and like all the other people. So I'm getting mad and I'm still hurt. And I call my cousin back and I'm like, yo, like something got to be wrong with me, because why am I not getting rid of this information? Why am I torturing myself like this, like putting myself through this pain every time I look at this stuff? It feels brand new, like it just happened. And for some reason, I can't let it go. And he's like,
Stockholder syndrome is when you only think for the money.
like, well, maybe like God trying to show you a message through it or whatever, like just like, close your eyes, open up your heart and like really look through it. Like, so I'm like, yeah, he's just talking. He high. So I brush it off. We, change the subject. We talk about something else. Boom. Later on that night, I get online. I look through the messages again. I'm like analyzing this and I'm really studying it. And I'm like, I'm acting like I'm an investigator on a crime scene. And I'm like looking at every little detail. And that's when it hit me, y'all. This man is a sociopath. And I'm not just saying.
Wait, what? Wait, how do you get sociopath from, how do you get... So you sat there and you ruminate on all of the stuff. You ruminate in your negative beliefs, and you sulk, and you became more and more sad and depressed, and then the light bulb went off in your head and you're like, oh wait, I get it now. The only way this makes sense is if he's a sociopath. Maybe he's not a sociopath, and maybe you shouldn't be diagnosing. maybe you shouldn't be diagnosing based on looking on text. I don't know. So it's official. Stockholder syndrome is now a real thing. Period. I'm going to intentionally mispronounce it every single time from now on. The kid's pajamas, I think it was.
Hit me, y'all. This man is a sociopath. And I'm not just saying that word lightly, but this man literally created a whole persona. And I should have known the whole time, but I was played and I was blinded by love to the point that I couldn't see. And it was so many signs that I should have known. Like, to anybody that know this man, y'all know he act borderline schizophrenic. He act like something is going on with him when nothing is going on with him. This man is a genius. Like, whenever I first met this man, he act like he was a little off, but he did not act the same way that he act now. And I'm just thinking like, well, over time he probably got crazy or whatever. But this is not the case.
So why? How did you get to sociopath? Like, I'm trying to. Is he like breaking laws? Is he impulsive? Like, did he use manipulation and deceit? Because he don't sound like he used manipulation and deceit. It felt like he was just cheating. It felt like y'all just be making things up. What do you mean he's a sociopath?
So this man had expressed to me, like, you know, some stories back in the day whenever we first met each other, and I'm not going to put his business out there, like, that's not pertaining to the stuff that I was tagged in, like the stuff that we share with each other. Like, I'm not going to disclose that. But I remember him like disclosing.
At no point he talks about being with the man, all of that. At no point has this man pointed out why he's with this man. At no point. There's 0 point. Nothing. He has not provided. And this man just wanted a man, it seems. Any man would do. And it would be better if you only gay for him. He's a gay man, but he only wants a man that's only gay for him. Like, that is wild. That's wild. He had a vision of love, and it was all it turned out. Period. Treated him kind through the night. Sweet destiny. Knowing the one that he needed would find him eventually. This ain't right. Y'all are a bad influence on me. I have accepted that you all are a bad influence on me.
In the story with me, and it was a kind of embarrassing story, and I was like wondering like why he told me this story and we were just meeting each other. So I ended up disclosing an embarrassing story about myself, not as embarrassing, but I told him a story about myself. So this became a pattern.
You and him are just hanging out, and he told you an embarrassing story. All right, social norm, I think maybe for some people require that you also tell them back something. I'll just look at you like you're dumb. You told me an embarrassing story about you. I don't feel like it's my obligation to then share anything about me. Like, absolutely not.
Whenever I would come home from work, he would be there. And we would just sit there and we would just talk, and we would just like talk for hours. And I mean, like from 3 o'clock in the afternoon to like 3 o'clock in the morning, just straight talking, no TV. And this went on for years. And when I say years, I mean for at least 4 years. He disclosed every dream with me, every secret with me, everything. And in the course of
every secret, are you sure he disclosed? Are you sure in y'all's talking session he disclosed every secret with you? Because it felt like he had more than a few secrets. It felt like he had. It sounds like he. You get home at 3 p.m. and y'all spoke till 3 a.m. It's nasty work.
A few months, he was telling me he loved me. He already had gave me his social security card and was like, yeah, I feel like I'm too immature, too irresponsible to keep up with it because I always lose them. So you keep them. And I'm like, Dad, this person really loved me and trust me for me to like have this type of information. So I'm thinking like we got this bond that cannot be broken, but it will be red flags that like I should have known like something was going on. Like the time that I said in my other video where I got shot. This man didn't have no type of compassion. And at this point, we had been together for like 5 years, and he did not show no type of compassion.
There we go.
So other little times where his best friend that I just recently met, grandmother died a couple of months ago, and I never met the grandmother, but I was hurt about the situation because I know how it is to lose a grandparent.
All right. Someone said it's coming up on 2 hours and they want to move on. I hear you. I promise I hear. Let me see if I can speed this up. Um, I haven't heard this full part yet, so like I'm actually invested. I'm very much invested in what's happening because I hadn't heard this video. This video I hadn't heard. Sorry.
So I reached out. I even went to the sitting up or wait, some people call. I even went to that. He said right here, he did not say nothing. He didn't reach out. I told him. He said he knew. He did not care. It was until we actually seen the friend in person. He was like, "Oh yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that." But I went. You did not say nothing. He did not care. And I'm not saying that to be incompassionate because I know the friend is a friend on my page.
He was a side chick, period. What did I just walk into? Literacy for the Schmans, girl. Girl, period. Hey, V, this is juicy. It is. I actually, there's a part of me that feels so wrong because, like, I feel like I should be wanting to help and not just listening for the mess. And a lot of me is listening for the mess. Like, there's nothing helpful. This is not helpful. What I am doing right now with this content is not helpful in like the least bit, like at all. Like I'm not adding anything, and it does feel bad slightly, but more than feeling bad, like I am enjoying the mess, and I feel bad for enjoying the mess. There's no part of me that wants it to end. Like every part of me is like deeply invested in it, and I feel bad for that. Like, what does that say something about me? And like, what is that? What does that say about me? And like my ethos, like my I don't know, but we watching.
And I know they probably see this, but it's just the fact that he don't care about nobody's feelings but his, and that is a red flag. And then the fact that he says that he's tired of everybody calling him a narcissist. Everybody calls him a narcissist.
He must be one of those that don't see color. He has to squint to miss all those red flag. Girl.
The red flag. So, okay, I'm looking at this information and I'm seeing that this man is telling all of them that he loved them within the course of 3 weeks, and they're telling them that they love him back. He has shared deep, intimate stories that he shared with me 9 years ago with them like they are fresh stories. How are you using the same shit that you was using 9 years ago on people that you just met? So all of us, he told that he was going to marry before the end of 2025. He hits all of us up while we at work and tell us that he loves us, asks us what are we going to cook when we get off of work, call us bae. He treats all of us like we are the same person, and that is why everybody has this loyalty to him and are willing to do everything for him. And with that being said, I started receiving these messages from this female. So she hits me up, she gave me her number, she like reach out to me. And I was hesitant at first, and she kept on inboxing me. She like, yeah, like I just need to talk to you. I got some information. So I was reluctant at first, and then I finally like reached out to her. I'm driving home, I reached out to her, and she like, yeah, take the videos down, please. I beg you, I'll pay you. Like, I know you don't know me, I know of you, but I never was able to put a face to the name. But I'm sorry that all of this went down like this and this happened to you. But like, I've been dealing with Pre for a little over a year. I love him. We got this deep bond, this deep connection, and like she's telling me stuff like, even when I found out about you and the other guys way before this, I still stood by his side. Whenever I found out about his addictions and habits, I stood by his side. Like, she's just telling me like she's not going nowhere. And I'm like, dang, I used to feel the same way until I realized that all of this is a scam, a game that he's playing with all of us. And some of us, it has been years. It has been.
No, what do you mean you used to be the same way? You are the same way. He left you. You keep forgetting that you did not want him to leave. You were upset when he stopped returning your phone call and moved from your home to some other man's home. You are not over him. I mean, if you are, you are. But based on your action, you're not the one who ended the relationship. Now, this lady, to each their own. Not going to comment on that. Sure you are. See, black men miss their own red flags. The ones that put this on January bingo. Oh my God. So in the after show, I was going to go through my calendar, but I'm going to probably do that on a separate live stream because I just realized we have too many things to go through. I'm deeply invested in this live stream.
The people that he was talking to before me, and we have talked for 9 years. There's people that he's been talking to for at least 12 and 13 years. Y'all like, yo, when I'm telling you, like, when I finally analyzed everything and seen everything, like, through clear eyes, like, not through me and my emotions, but the shit was, I can't believe this man built a whole character, a whole fucking persona, and been living this whole character this whole time that I've been on him. Like, And then whenever he was acting funny, and I would be like, you all right, you cool. Whenever he was actually acting normal, and that's crazy to say, whenever he was acting normal, I thought it was a problem whenever that really was him. And whenever he act crazy and act like he was borderline schizophrenic, that really was a character to keep people off of who he really was. Like, this man is very smart. Like, and very crazy at the same time still, because who wakes up and is dedicated to this persona or whatever for so long? Like, who can wake up and be a character like, you are Roger from American Dad, you just don't change personas. You just live the same persona every day. You play dumb like you don't know nothing and can't do nothing, when the whole time you are sitting up here contacting over 100 people every day and telling them you love them, and like telling them, repeating the same thing. You know exactly what you're doing, because you know if you build these bonds with these people, that those bonds can't easily be broken, and it'll be real easy for you to get them to help you, and it'll be hard for them to like just not help you or not want to be there for you, because all of these people feel like you are their man. Like, and I know I keep on saying the same thing over and over, but I'm just blown that this man has really pretty much scammed everybody to the point that we all buy his clothes, sending him money, and just doing stuff for him. Like, he's a genius. He's really a genius. It's crazy. Like, I'm living a Lifetime movie. I got a stalker. I got a sociopath. Like, nobody ain't leaving me alone. Like, what the fuck I got to do?
The fact that you think he's a genius is weird. This man was literally homeless. You moved him in. He cheated on you multiple times and had multiple children on you. Ain't no genius. You were desperate. Like, the man is not a genius. You were desperate. And yes, all the other people were desperate too.
Ooh, like, for real, like, this is crazy. This is blowing me. And if y'all want me to lose my mind, I'm gonna lose my mind, because I can get as crazy as y'all. I'm just saying, because like at some point this got to end. Like, this got to end at some point, and it's getting crazy. Like, so y'all ain't got to worry about me coming back on here unless I'm on live. Y'all can ask me some questions on live about the situation, but me making more and more videos about the situation, I'm just not gonna keep on doing that, because after I found out what I found out, you know, I don't feel like it's no need to no more. I got the clarity that I need. Like, I got all the everything that I need, like, just to move on with my life. So I'm good on this situation. Y'all could hit me up on my lives. Y'all can ask me questions on my live. I'll be happy to answer the questions on my live. But as far as me going out and making more videos about the situation, I'm not gonna do it. I just refuse it.
All right, so it sounds like he would be down to do an interview. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and ask, because apparently he's just giving things away. So maybe he'll give me an interview. That's that on that. So we gonna leave the gays and go to the straights. I have another video. In the same vein, but not really. Y'all ready for this? Y'all ready for this? All right. I want to do an interview with him. I would love to interview him to get to know more. You know what? I've already... There's no reason we're watching these. I feel like I shouldn't. We shouldn't be watching these. It feels like it gets from worse to. I'm not going to read that. Wait, not y'all know what this is. From worse to worser. I don't think anyone is okay. I don't think anyone is okay. I think we're all just stressed, dealing with life while life is lifing.
There we go. Hi, hey, boo.
Hello.
How you say your name, love?
Sonova.
Sonova, where you calling me from?
Baltimore.
Baltimore in the building. I was just in Baltimore for a funeral last week.
I wish I would have seen you. I love you, Kendra.
Oh, I love you.
I'm shy.
Don't be, boy, you shy. You want the worldwide international show, girl.
Yeah, because my hair, look at I'm waiting for my homegirl to do my hair.
Okay, well, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, stop moving and keep your face in the camera, okay? Sonova, how old are you, love?
46.
46, okay. When's your birthday?
June 28th.
When?
Why would you say that? What did I do? Wait, what did I do? I don't understand. What did I do? Hey, Kilo. Steve is going to wait. What? I don't understand. What did I do? I have not done anything to anyone. Demon is no longer allowed to share the videos we watch in the Discord.
June 28th.
June 28th. So
I'm
you're
a
a Cancer.
Cancer. Yes.
You have any kids?
Yes.
How many kids, honey?
4.
How old are your 4 kids?
23, 19, 15, and 12.
All by the
It's okay, Timus. We are a little messy sometimes. I'm over here watching this. It's crazy. The lady is wild. Seriously, he seems very upset, girl. She was killing me, only showing one side of her face. No, when you get on StreamYard, the mirroring effect of the camera makes it very difficult for you to know where you are. You have to like hit the, I don't remember what it's called, but there is like a mirroring effect that happens when you come on Discord. Not Discord, but this StreamYard.
same man?
No.
How many men?
3.
3. Have you ever been married?
No. I would have been engaged though, but my son father passed away.
Oh, he proposed before he passed?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so he was engaged. Sorry to hear that.
I get it. I dragged Kendra so bad in the Discord for this, but Kendra not wrong. Because I was mad at Kendra because Kendra was like, did he propose before he passed? When would he have proposed? when would he have proposed? Would he have proposed after he married? After he passed? Would he have proposed when? It's either before he passed or after he passed, Kendra. Where would? But I have to step back because she said I would have been engaged. And so the question Kendra is asking is, did he propose? Right? And she finished it by, did he propose before he passed? Which is a weird way to ask the question, but to say I would have been engaged implies that you weren't. And so that we just, so now that I hear what the lady said, I would have been engaged. No, it made sense why Kendra asked the question. Because, girl, the way that I was so annoyed with Kendra in the Discord, I feel bad now. I do. Let me go back. I feel bad because now I understand why she asked the question. Because initially I thought Kendra asked the question because she was like, you were not proposed to. You were a liar. I thought that's the where she is coming from. But no, the lady, it was confusing.
I would have been engaged though, but my son father passed away.
Oh, he proposed before he passed?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so he was engaged. Sorry to hear that. Was it your last child's father?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do for a living, Sonova?
I was in the healthcare industry, but I retired when I was 35. So I received Social Security.
Okay, so you're Social Security. So you retired at 35?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so and is it Sonova? Sonovia?
Sonova.
Sonova, okay. So
Like
Sonova.
Casanova.
Casanova, thank you. I know Casanova. Me and Romeo ain't never been friends.
Oh, come on.
Okay, Sonova, you gotta look into the camera though, okay? You ready?
Yes.
All right, here we go. So Sonova Baltimore, she's 46, a Cancer, mom to 4 by 3 men, and she's retired and she gets Social Security. What kind of man you looking for, girl?
A tall man. I'm 4'9", so I need a tall man.
Is 5'3" tall to you?
No, he got to be like 5'9" and over.
Okay, 5'9" and over. What else?
Wait, is she period? I didn't see nothing wrong with this.
Someone that don't lie. I hate liars. No cheaters. Somebody that's not going to judge me.
Okay. What are your deal breakers?
Liars, cheaters.
Sonova, you gotta look into the camera, honey. You're like off to the side, so keep the camera in your face. Okay. What are your deal breakers?
Liars, cheaters, manipulators, guys that gaslight you.
Okay. Should he look a certain way?
No, not really. Long as he look good to me.
Okay. Should he make a certain amount of money?
Long as he have his own. So I'm not gonna put a number on it. Long as he have his own. I'm not taking care of no grown ass man.
Okay.
And I don't care about the cousins saying anything. I know my hair not done. I don't care. I've been trying to get on here for the longest time. And after I get on here, I'm gonna call it back to all the cousins that got something to say.
Woo, yeah. Okay. So I don't even know. I'm talking to you, so I wasn't reading the comments. Okay. So you don't care how much money he makes?
No, long as he have his own.
Okay.
His own house, his own place, not living with nobody.
Okay. Okay. Let's do the Kendra Cam.
Sorry. This is why I don't like watching things that I've already watched. Y'all don't know why I'm laughing. And the reason I'm laughing is because I know this woman's story. And it's going to get really, really bad. And so I'm already preparing myself mentally for how bad the story is going to get. And so I'm not like, nothing she has said right now, nothing she said. I mean, her being 4'9" and wanting a man over 5'9", like, that's the height discrepancy thing is kind of weird to me, but like you get to want what you want, right? Like you get to want what you want. Like I'm never gonna fight you on that. So like I don't have a problem with her or whatever she's talking about right now. I'm only laughing. I'm only feel laughing because I know what's gonna happen.
I'm sure.
You gotta be able to see your legs. Okay, if you back up, we can see your legs. Okay. All right, we got you, girl. Your house, your kids are kind of grown. I say your house is quiet to have 4 kids. I say your house is quiet to have 4 kids, but some of your kids are grown.
They're my kids incarcerated. So I'm
How you have 4 kids and 3 of your kids incarcerated? How you have 4 kids and 3 of them kids incarcerated? How? Like, what do you mean you have 3? And the one that's not incarcerated is too young to be incarcerated. So, like, the jury's still out. I don't think a man is the thing you should be looking for at this stage in your life. The point it was 3 of your kids, 3 out of 4. Like if you had 6 kids, if you had 6 and then 3 is in prison, it's like, okay, I still have half. Like it's not necessarily me, right? There's no indictment on my parenting. This 3 and 3, like, ugh. But when when 3 out of 4 kids are in prison, girl, it's a you problem. Yeah. The 3 out of 4 is wild, and it's only 3 out of 4 because the 4th one is too young. So again, the jury is still out. They're still deliberating. The jury is still deliberating on what to do with that 4th child. Will this 4th child make it without prison? Who knows? That's wild. That's wild. I'm sorry. That is wild. The dad should call it whoever fault you want to call it. Or she's to be blamed too. I blame her. I also blame her. They're grown and they make their own decision. 3 out of 4 kids, I blame her. I will always blame her and the dad. It is what it is. I'm sorry. 3 out of your 4 kids can't be in prison. Absolutely not. Didn't she say she was? No, she said she retired at 35. She's older. I think she's like 46 or 47. She need a man because she gonna get it right the 4th. Well, she got 4 kids. She gonna get it right the 5th time.
I'm a 12-year-old.
So, wait, 3 of your kids are incarcerated?
Yes.
What happened?
It's a long story. But people that know me know the situation. But I'm in therapy, and everything happens for a reason. So
3 of your kids in prison. You don't say everything happens for a reason in response to 3 of your kids in prison. What do you mean? They're not even all over 21 years old. What do you mean everything happens for a reason? They're in prison. What part of my kids are incarcerated don't you understand when you talk about, oh, everything happens for a reason? No, parent. You need to parent better is what you need to do.
You know, they needed to be set down for a reason.
Did they go to jail all for one crime, or they are in jail?
My 23-year-old went in Delaware locked up. He comes home in a year and a half. And my 15-year-old, he's in Texas in placement for 2 years. And my 19-year-old, he facing 30 years.
You're 19-year-old. You're 15. Forget the 15-year-old. Your 19-year-old is facing 30 years, and you read that off like you're saying a grocery list. You read that my 19-year-old is facing 30 years, and you read that off as if you're like reading off a grocery list. Like, Jesus, take the wheel. Jesus, take the wheel. Everything happened for a reason is nasty word. No, the things that happen seem to be happening because of you. You did this. I'm blaming you and the dad. The dads. I'm blaming all of y'all. Everyone. 30, how you gonna say facing 30 years as if it's nothing? Like, are you...
So it's all 3 different individual crimes?
My 15-year-old and my 19-year-old was together.
Okay. Ooh, that's a lot.
It is. But my 12-year-old, he's going to break this generational curse. So.
Ain't no generational lady. Ain't no generational curse. You're raising the everything happens for a reason. Generational curse. When will you take responsibility? This is where responsibility lies. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean everything happens for a reason? My 12-year-old gonna break generational curse. You're raising your children poorly. You're not gonna convince me. I don't know how this woman raising her children, but I'm sorry. I guess the 4th is gonna break the carceral curse. Oh, I think she was on a wanted show or something. See the curse. I'm kidding. The fathers need to step in also.
He goes to school, get good grades. He don't want to be locked up because he's seen what his brothers went through. So.
Okay. Oh, okay, got you. Okay, all right.
To be on here looking for a man right now is just diabolical to me. I think to be on here looking for a man right now is just weird. Your priorities are out of whack. I feel like you have a 15-year-old incarcerated. You have and I'm not saying you need to spend every waking moment worried about your kids because you have your own life, but like being on a Kendra G show looking for a man right now when you have kids in jail and a 12-year-old you need to take care of right now. You have 3 kids in jail, prison. Jesus said, not taking no wheel. I'm going to turn water into wine and mind my business. I'm going to drink water and mind my business. No, I do feel bad for her. Like, let me be clear. I feel bad for her, but I'm frustrated because it's like, how are you just saying these things as if this is so natural to you? And they'll figure it out. Like, okay, honestly, I think that I'm making a judgment about her and her priorities and the way she talks about her children being incarcerated with such... She's so nonchalant about it that it feels this is expected and she's okay with it, right? This is not a reality that feels inconsistent with who she is based on the way she's explaining it. That bothers me. That bothers me. The feeling that she's okay with her reality bothers me. And I don't know that that's right for my feeling. Someone might be hurting and don't show hurt the way that I want them to show hurt, right? Maybe she is really upset right now about her kids being incarcerated, and her being on Kendrick trying to find a man is part of how she deals with her hurt. Maybe she's a good mother and the neighborhood is bad and she just didn't have the money to take them out of the neighborhood. Maybe that's what's happening here. I don't know. So I should not take from how she's engaging. I shouldn't take from how she's engaging to judge her. Because let me just be clear, like I'm judging her very harshly right now. Like a 19-year-old, a 15-year-old, and I think 21 or 23. I think it's 21. I don't remember. All them kids locked up. 3 out of 4 kids locked up. Like it's hard to empathize. Like it's really hard to empathize because all I have is like disgust.
So Nova, when was your last relationship?
About 4 months ago.
4 months ago. You don't have to answer, but I'm gonna ask. When's the last time you was intimate with someone?
Yes.
You'll pass. Okay. 3 flaws you have to work on.
My attitude, my mouth. A lot of guys say I act too masculine because I have 4 boys. So, you know, I love sports, football, all of that. And I'm an overthinker because I'm a Cancer. And what's that 3? And I need to stop smoking weed.
Oh, you need to stop smoking weed. Okay.
A man is the absolute last.
All right. And why would a guy be lucky to be with you?
Because I'm a nurturer. I'm a Cancer. I'm a nurturer. When I love hard. I cook, I clean. I can sit and watch football games with, you know.
Can you take care of your kids? Let's do that. Can you raise your kid? You can. Oh my God. I think your priorities are all kind of messed up. Your priorities are all kind of messed up. I don't actually care. And whoever wants to drag me on this, I don't care. This is wrong. She is wrong. She's wrong. This is toxic and terrible. I actually hate this.
Guys, I like to go to football games, basketball games, and
I don't know if you want to answer this, but some of the cousins are saying, where are your children's dads?
My 19-year-old, his father is locked up. He's on life plus 45.
Wait, so the men locked up too. So maybe it is a generational curse, girl. Maybe life plus 40. Who he killed? Who this man unalived? I like her attitude on her way to be child free. I like her attitude on her way to be child free. Kendra needs to do background checks. Bullet Mac. She can. She just opened the platform, and I think that would be too high a standard. I don't think background would be. I think that would be too high standard. So the kids, the kids take off with their daddy. The kids take off with their daddy. Got it.
My oldest son, father, he's in his life, but we're not together. My youngest 2 father passed away.
Oh, the youngest two have the same dad?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We got you. Okay. Ooh, child, you been through a lot, Nova.
Yes. I've been trying to get on here.
Nova, you got to stay in the camera, honey. You're off the camera, baby girl. Okay, there we go. Now what you...
Do you think she qualifies for a high value man? Yes, a high value man is not a prize. A high value, like this idea about high value and high earning, not a prize. Men aren't prize. Like there's not a prize thing here. People qualify for whatever they want. My issue isn't even her qualification at all. My issue is that I think that you are a terrible parent. I think that. I think that when you are on here prioritizing getting a man over your children, that is weird. That you have a 12-year-old and you have a 15-year-old incarcerated, and you have time to even be on here talking about, oh, my 19-year-old is facing 35 years. Is weird, and it's wild to be doing that and to speak about it with no care while looking for another man. That's weird. That's weird to me. I'm sorry, I don't have the grace for her. Sorry, I'm not talking to you, Sally. Good question, but I don't see men. I don't see partnership as like a prize. I think it's either good or bad, or whatever. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But it's not itself a prize. So like whether or not she deserves a man is not important, like at all to me. It's just, why would you be wanting a man right now? You need to go figure something out. You need to go figure your life out. And maybe in the process you find someone you like, but right now your life needs fixing. I think the father should be in their lives too. However, it's extremely hard to raise boys as a woman. Be more, Baltimore, I think, is extremely rough environment as well. Yeah, I think so too. But one man is in prison, one is unalived, and the other one, he said, is in the life of the child, and the child is still in jail. So I like her attitude on her. Oh, I just said it right there. You said I disagree. Wait, what do you disagree with? Let me see what you disagree, and I may or may not drop the link for you. Because I would like to hear what you disagree with. I think maybe you're disagreeing about qualifying for a man. Because if you think you have to quote unquote qualify for a man, I would love to hear that argument, because I don't think you should be qualifying for anything in terms of man. Absolutely not. I think you should build your own life.
What you want to say?
You picked me 30, but my Wi-Fi was acting up, and you kept saying Synovia, I was trying to get on 30.
Okay. And Sonova, but again, can you see yourself? It's like you off the camera. You got to get in there. Well, we're almost done. What's the age range you want to date, Sonova?
Well, I don't want no more younger guys. It seemed like the young.
Focus on your son and the culture. Yeah, agreed.
The guys attracted to me. I don't know why. They be like in their 20s, but I want to date from 40 to 55.
40 to 55. Should he be in Baltimore?
No, it's no guys in Baltimore. No, he can be somewhere else.
Okay. And so we got, and I'm assuming you don't mind if he has kids.
No.
Okay.
As long as they older.
All right. So we got Sonova, Baltimore, 46 cancer. She'll date 40 to 55, mom of 4 kids, by 3 men. And let's do it. Are you on the Kendra G Singles dating app?
Yes.
Okay. What's your name on the app?
It's Tiny, Tiny.
Hold on one second. Tiny?
Yeah.
Spell it again. Tyni?
Tiny.
Tiny? Oh, Tiny.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a lot of Tinies.
My last name is Winchester.
Did you put your last name? Did you cover it? Because
no, I didn't cover it. It's Tiny Winchester.
Spell it. Your last name.
Winchester.
Winchester. So I don't see that. I see a lot of Tinies though. So you might have hidden your last name without realizing it. Do you remember what your profile picture looked like?
OMG, wait, are you new here? Wait, Rolando, I don't think I've ever seen your name before today. OMG, am I the chat Hotep? Girl, are you a Hotep? Hotep and I usually don't get along. Grand Rising Princess and I don't get along. Hotep and I always have a problem. I've been through my Hotep years in undergrad.
Like,
I got a red shirt on and some black leggings and some red and white Jordans.
Okay. This is you.
Yes.
Okay, here she is. So if you put in Tiny, look for the one in red. Tiny on the Kendra G Singles dating app. Tiny on the Kendra G Singles dating app. They're telling me, clean my, okay, this is her second picture. That's the second picture. If you put in Tiny, this is you too?
Yes.
Okay, this is Tiny. Here she go. Your hair's done, I guess.
Yeah, my hair, yeah, I look at my
Homosexuals are free. Pick one up. I'm pretty sure you meant hobo right there, but I ain't reading that. Oh, welcome to the membership. Sunny days.
mess right now, but I don't care.
Okay, this is the first picture though, fellas. Tiny, that's the first picture. So when you put in Tiny in the search area, that's the first one, Tiny with the red. Don't forget to do a username that can find you faster too, but Tiny with the red shirts. You like you was on one, this one. You like, don't play with me.
Yeah.
Don't play with Tiny. All right, bro, listen, I'm sending you a lot of love, honey.
Thank you.
I think you have a paid question. Let me see. No, we won't go. Okay, you keep me posted how it goes.
I can't answer it. What was it?
You want me to read it?
No, it's whatever. What is it?
Okay, I'll read it. I wasn't gonna read it. Now listen, I was gonna skip it, but you want the smoke, so here we go. I Am Tyler said, top tier female, do take your shots before she is cuffed. By the way, can I ask what crimes?
That's none of your business. The guy that I'm with, I will explain that. That's none of your business.
Okay, and there you have it. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, listen, I see you was ready for the smoke. Don't play with her.
I'm from Baltimore, so yeah.
Yeah, I know. The thing is, see, cousins, a lot of y'all be gangsters in the comments, but one day you're gonna.
But my house is clean. Y'all can't say nothing about my house. House is clean. House clean.
Of course, the house clean. If nothing,
House clean. House clean. Stove clean. No dishes. Don't pay that no mind. What? Okay.
We haven't done a Kendra Cribs in a long time.
Okay.
Want to show off the whole house? We used to have something called Kendra Cribs where people would give us a tour of their house. Okay.
Any more questions?
I don't think they want that smoke. What I was saying was one day, like y'all be, I know y'all have courage in the comment section, but some people gangsters in real life. And I don't know if y'all want them real life smoke.
And I lift weights.
when you're 15-year-old in jail, yeah, of course your house gonna be clean. When all your children in prison,
Four kids. Where? Where? What? My head is not done.
We got this Nova girl.
46. 46.
Oh, well, we do have another question.
Oh, what?
KG said, ask her how long did she go to jail for stealing?
Oh, yes, I used to be a booster. You must know me. Yes, I was a booster. You probably bought something from me, but I did my time and I'm free.
Absolutely not. Absolutely. I remember this fully now. Absolutely not. This is wild to me. This is as though you went to prison, your baby daddy is in prison, your children are in prison. Like, girl. At this point, it's just failure. At this point, it's just failure. Like, this is just failure. It's fine. It's fine. At this point, it's just failure.
Okay, you probably bought something from me. You need anything else? You need a sweatsuit? It's getting cold. Yes, I did. I was on Murder Inc. for that. Yes, I was.
You was on what?
I was on Murder Inc. because
you was on Murder Inc. What's Murder Inc? Eric got it?
It's something on Instagram, and it went viral. They were just talking about it. Yes, I've been locked up. I was boosting. So that's why the guy that said
how much jail time did you do?
I did weekends, and I only did 6 months because I know how to talk my shit. I had a lawyer.
So wait, how does that work? You would be free on the week and go on the weekends?
Yes.
What kind of jail is that?
Harford County.
So wait, you were free from Monday through Friday, and then you had to go to jail on Friday night or something?
Friday, and then I'll leave Sunday at 7 o'clock.
Well, who knew that you could do that? That's the deal everybody should be trying to get.
But and then
Wait, do people not know about this?
But and then COVID came, so they stopped me from doing that. So all I had was 6 months of probation. So I made out.
Okay.
Anything else?
Keep your camera in the face. Honestly, I learned so much from the show. I didn't know you could do weekend time. Wow. I don't know what kind of lawyers y'all got. They should make that more popular, because that's what y'all should be trying to get, is the weekend jail.
That person must know me.
You want the rest? You got another question? You want it?
I don't care. Let me bring it. What?
Okay, Google account said the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. Ask her if she's a good mother.
I'm definitely is. Anybody that know me knows I take good care.
And that's why you aren't. I definitely is. If you definitely aren't. So I definitely is, girl.
My kids. You can raise a child a certain way, but they're boys.
We gotta see your face. We gotta see your face, Anova. Now, what did you say? You gotta keep the camera on your face.
Please.
Okay, now what was you saying, honey?
Well, you can raise a kid a certain way, but once they get older, it's up to them to.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you that you were quote unquote boosting, going to jail, stealing, selling things. All your kids are apparently just going to jail. Their father is in jail or prison. And you expect us to believe that you raised them right and they just chose a different path? Absolutely not. I'm not buying it, not even on sale. I don't want it, even if it's free. Like, no. No. You're the problem. It's you. You are the problem. You are a problem.
Go in a direction. But my kids chose. But I'm not paying it.
I'm sorry, I am not going to believe that you had to go spend time in prison or jail, sorry, on weekends, but you were a good mother during the week. In no way, I'm just not going to believe that you were a good mother on.
Question on mine.
Okay.
But I'm good now. I'm free. I'm good.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm sending you nothing but well wishes. Let's see if we can find the man for you. Her name is Tiny on the Kendra G Singles dating app. She's in Baltimore. Mom to 4. She's retired at 35. She dates 40 to 55. She wants you to be tall, taller than her. All right, honey. Well, listen, you keep me posted how it goes. Her name is Tiny on the Kendra G Singles dating app. If you missed it, here you go, fellas. Tiny is her name.
And I love sneakers. I don't wear heels.
You love sneakers, okay. They want to know why'd you retire at 35?
Because I was doing, no, they want to know a lot of questions. First of all, I was doing this.
Okay, again, can you see yourself? You have to have your camera on your face, baby girl. Okay, what was you gonna say?
I was doing it since I was 35, and I've seen a lot in the nursing, like working in the hospitals, working in the nursing field. I've seen a lot. I've seen people, get shot. Like, that was traumatizing. So I applied for Social Security, and they gave it to me because I had enough credits, and my kids good for the rest of their life.
Okay, and that's the story behind it. Okay.
That's not the story behind it, but that's fine. That's not the story behind that. Let me not say it with any authority because I don't actually know. It's not giving that's the story behind that, but I'm gonna leave that alone because legally that don't make no sense what you just said to me. But maybe if you have the credit, then period. Boosters are good for the economy. Free as a donut. Period. Where is it? She be doing time on weekend. Period. And she a good mother. All right. So we need to refresh our palette. We need to cleanse our palette. So there are these biracial ladies who I feel like I should just go there now. Like I feel like I'm there. Let's do a palate cleanser then. Let's just do a palate cleanser. Before we move forward, let's just do a palate cleanser. So my girl Rihanna is back. Rihanna, good luck booking that stage. Good luck booking that stage you speak of. Fenty is back on Twitter and running amok, and I'm always this guy Lorenzo Lorenzo said, "We want an album, forehead." Rihanna said, "Listen, Lorenzo, you ain't cute enough to be calling me by my black name, you dizzy." Girl, girl. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know what? You know what? Before we
refreshingly. Come and refreshingly.
before we drag these people, before we FUC and then everything else.
Come and refresh.
Before these girls get dragged, let's listen to them sing.
Come save and bless me, water me like a garden, rain down showers of blessing. I know that you still love me, wrap me in your arms and give me a burst of courage and of love. Strengthen me, Lord. Say it's alright. My soul, by day and by night, draw me nearer to the cross where thou hast died. There are many snares along the way, God, my faintest prayer. And give me a burst of courage and of love.
Oh, that's a good song.
All right. So these people said to tell black women to stop wear wigs and weaves and makeup. let me let me go back. Wait, why are y'all calling them pilgrims? Why are y'all calling it? In any case, I need to reach out to them too. I would like to talk to them about their life. I want to talk to them about their life, and I want to. But let me play this clip real quick. Oh my god! Whew. Come and get me.
Black women knew, like, you don't gotta wear wigs to be beautiful. You don't have to wear eyelashes to be beautiful, like eyebrows. Like, you don't need all that. You're beautiful, like, just the way you are. And that's not black girl magic either. Black girl magic is natural. Like, it looks way better.
Yeah. I also think that they've talked themselves into, and they can't talk themselves out of. I think they know that being natural and being with no makeup and all this stuff is beautiful, but they've been told and they've been shown like this is beautiful.
They've just been
so
shown
they can't
over
get
and
their,
over.
And
their
they just
mind
want to
off
fit
of
in.
it.
They just want to fit in.
That's true. I mean, that's what everybody's doing, right?
Because even like we've never grown up with wigs. We've never grown up with fake eyelashes. And in our minds, we know natural. You know, we know
We've
it's
always
beautiful.
been natural, right?
We know we know it's the way to go. But we're still affected by it. We're still like.
And
but am I
imagine if we
Right.
hadn't
You know?
grown up this
Right.
way, how affected we'd be by it. Like if it was our moms doing it, or our sisters, or our best friend at school, like that would be. How do you even find?
All right. So here's the thing. They're trying to show empathy. They are. But ain't nobody asked her for any of this empathy. People know that they're beautiful without makeup. They know they're beautiful with makeup. They know they're beautiful. They're beautiful with weave and without weave, right? Why are you talking? Black women are the only one who wear weaves. Apparently, even black men are wearing weave. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I the the ins- the need to sort of explain blackness and what makes blackness beautiful feels odd when you can just revel in your own beauty. Like for me, like I don't see people and think, you know what? You should embrace your beauty and your blackness more. Like, no, that's none of your business. And even if you do it to an individual, don't do it to a group of people. I am sure a lot of these women, I know Naomi Campbell knows she's beautiful with or without a wig, with or without weave. Like, you don't got to tell anybody this. Anybody, who asked you? Who asked you? And the thing is, like, the whole empathy angle that I was trying to get to earlier is, they know they're beautiful, but it's just hard for them to see that they're beautiful because of all the social media and all of that. And there's a part of this that rings true, obviously. We're in a culture that says beauty is a very limited thing and only a very few people have it, right? I'm not reading y'all's comments. So I get the analysis of beauty more generally, but don't put that on black people. You take it on biracial. You can talk about white people, Indian people, talk about everyone else. And I find it weird, this need to always like put black people, but black women in particular, under the microscope to tell them, stop thinking you're not beautiful. Just stop wearing weave, stop wearing makeup. Why don't you tell everyone else to stop doing that? Like, tell everyone else to stop doing that. So that has been annoying me. I've seen it pop up on my For You page, and I don't know why. One, I'm never on Instagram, so I don't know why my For You page is even doing any of that. But we move. We move. Because apparently I did a video on men's beauty. I did a video on men's beauty, and because of that, my algorithm is all kinds of messed up. And in researching it, that's why my algorithm is messed up. I've been getting a bunch. I've been getting a bunch of recommendations. So let's look at one together. No matter what it is, if black women are doing, people hate. Yeah. Yeah. And it's not even like, I don't think it comes from a place of like actual love and care. It comes from a place of superiority and wanting to tell people how to behave. And that's none of your business. None of your business. You're not black enough to hit them. At the very least, they could have asked a black, right? All right. So this man had a video that I wanted us to watch because men are talking about beauty, and so I'm excited.
Attractive is literally so insane, and everyone talks about women pretty privilege, but no one ever talks about guy pretty privilege.
I always appreciate it when women understand the different ways that they treat different types of men. Guy pretty privilege is another word for hypergamy. So first of all, I'd like to thank her for noticing. And second of all, I have a few stories for you to try to encourage you to maybe move up a few notches if possible. But first, listen to how she understands. It's therapeutic.
I think if the unattractive guys tried to do the things that attractive guys did to girls, they would be called out for harassment.
Yeah, exactly. This girl from an old video said, don't catcall me unless you're attractive. And then she said it was a joke, which means it's kind of true.
But if an attractive guy did what unattractive guys did, it would be considered cute.
This is where my stories come in. I did some not very cute things that went over just fine.
Let me interrupt and say this. Men are delusional if they believe, and this is a problem that I run into when we talk about our culture, that if you are attractive, you get away with certain things, and ugly men are let me explain something. When I say ugly men, I'm not actually saying men are ugly, right? I'm talking about people who identify in the ugly community. I don't identify in it, so if you identify as ugly, that's a you problem. Don't at me. If you, it's just fine, right? All right. Now that's out of the way. I'm not actually saying you are ugly. I'm saying people who identify that they're ugly. I identify with ugly, right? People who go to the Facebook for ugly people and they were admitted. And they start putting their picture up and start commenting on each other's picture. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not calling anyone ugly as a fact, right? So I think the ugly men are in this like deep fascination with people who are they deem attractive. So the ugly man on one hand, the attractive men on another hand. I think the ugly men are thinking they can get away with a lot more of their degenerate ideas, right? They could act out a lot more of their degenerate thought processes if they were attractive. And they have this deep sense of hatred for attractive men that they cannot directly attack. So they aim it at women who they believe are allowing attractive men to behave poorly the way they want to behave poorly, but they can't because they're not good looking enough. All right. So that's the first issue that we have. The second part of it is the ideas that they have are so degenerate that they're saying, oh, if I were attractive, she would be okay with me abusing, catcalling, disrespecting her. The reason she doesn't want me to disrespect her, right? The reason they won't let me disrespect them, the reason women won't let me disrespect them is because I'm not attractive. First of all, let's deal with the fact that you want to disrespect women. Second of all, yes, I can concede that if you are more attractive, if women are more attracted to you, some women might be okay with you catcalling them, for example. There are other women, regardless of how attractive you are, that finds catcalling annoying, that finds you grabbing them, and you shouldn't, unattractive. They don't like it, regardless of how attractive you are. I was reading a comment. I am fully perturbed by men who are willing to admit that they crave the power to be degenerate and think that they're the good guy. These men think that they are the good guy because they don't have the power to be degenerate, whereby if they have the power to be degenerate, they would be degenerate. Therefore, you're not good. You're not good because you don't have the power to enact harm. If you had power, you would be harmful because you can't be harmful in the way that beauty allows you to be harmful. It does not make you good, and you can still be harmful in your own degenerate way. You are not good. Like, it's trash. All right, let's continue.
I feel like attractive guys have kind of like act like an card that they could use whenever they want because they have a pretty face, and they have unlimited ways on how to hit on women without being a creep.
Yeah, you can say quite a wide range of things and it will be okay, but only as long as she feels like this about you. This is a drawing of me when I was at my most attractive and a relationship that I had during that time where I did nothing and she did more than she should have. This is a timeline of that relationship. I had a crush on this girl when I was 11, and she pretty much ignored me until after college when I lost weight and got in shape.
What do you mean she ignored you at 11? What do you 11? Y'all, people, these are you're holding on to pain since you were 11, and the things like this don't go away, but everyone is getting rejected at 11. We gotta need boosters with this next administration. We sure are. And y'all also not the product of Black women's womb, so please stop speaking on Black women. I like that's just wild to me. Like them. Nope, I'm so tired of gaslighting of ambiguous nationalities explaining why we must not like ourselves how to be in a nation that bureaucratizing our non-ambiguous natural beings. Rage bait. Murder magic. Wait, how are you just a? All right, I won't say it here.
And she sent me a suggestive message on Facebook where she saw my pictures, and we began a certain kind of relationship. And eventually, she let me know that she had been cheating on a different guy with me. And I said, well, that's a bad idea. You should probably either have a boyfriend or have fun, and you should pick one. And so she did. She got rid of him and said, now we can be together. And I said, well, that's not part of the deal. This guy's just going to be me later. And she said, oh, darn, and continued seeing me anyway. And also, I had no money and she had money, so she paid for everything while I continued to see other girls on the side. That's how much difference this can make. If you can cross this line, you're going to experience quite a big power differential.
Unattractive guys.
No, that's not what happened. I don't know what he thought happened, but what happened is the woman is terrible. So at 11 years old, she rejected you. She then comes back into your life when she has a boyfriend. She cheats on her boyfriend with you, and you're boiling this all down to, oh, I'm attractive, and not, oh, she's probably a terrible person. She might actually just be a bad person who cheats on her partner. It's like, what do you mean? And then you, having lost weight, have become attractive, and then you behave, you're degenerate. Like you, oh, I'm with her and I'm just sleeping around. Now maybe they're open, but you were like, oh, it's a power differential. Now she has to pay for me to be around her. By the way, I don't believe this story. It could be true, but based on the voice. But all right. I mean, to be fair, they're homeless men playing other men. So maybe this guy with that voice is playing these girls. Maybe. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe women don't like him because he sound like, hey, right? Ain't nobody gonna sit there and be played by this man with that voice. Ain't nobody gonna do it.
Guys have to be more slow about it. They have to be more nonchalant and sneaky about hitting on a girl.
Sneaky, okay. We used to call that getting to know someone. When you're familiar with somebody, it becomes easier to create that bond. And maybe you, as an individual, can work your way out of it, but you can't have everyone works their way out of it. Because if they did, and everybody became more attractive, women would just reevaluate this into another one of these. There would be 80% of the guys who made it would be reevaluated into the didn't make it zone. And those guys have no choice. They have to get familiar.
The neurodivergent way of like approaching dating online, particularly in like red pill space, is really, really isolated in that these people feel like they don't have human interaction, right? It feels like people are setting people as numbers and they're doing this weird calculation of what should be the outcome after you do the equation and completely ignoring the very human experience that is dating. Because you were 10 doesn't mean, quote unquote, 10 as a man, doesn't mean you get the girl, right? And similarly for the girl on the other end, unless you're willing to take people who are just there for you and how you look, there for how you look, right? It is about like getting to know someone else. It is insane to me that these people are so focused on how they look and not necessarily how they behave. It is weird to me that with all the ways that women and men are attracted to people, that the only thing, the only thing that they can think about, right, is how they look. That is the only measure by which they can figure out how people either like them or not like them. This man will smell like he hasn't taken a shower for 3 months while playing sports every single day of his life. And he'll be mad that the girl rejected him because he looks bad or because he plays game or because he likes anime, when it could be, sir, just take a shower. You don't smell good. And I'm not opposed to people taking care of themselves, but like, attraction is complex. People are attracted to people for all kinds of reasons. Kevin Hart, he sounds like captions. No, like it does. And like there are so many people. He has 628,000 subscribers. I think there are so many people who need to cling on desperately to ideas about beauty and dating to make themselves feel better. The sad reality is when you are a low self-esteem, terrible person on the inside and you don't work on that, regardless of how many plastic surgery and bone smashing you do, if you get attractive, you will not be able to sustain a relationship. You won't be able to. And so I find that really, really sad. Like this is the part of the red pill community and the groups of men that they're creating that I find really sad. You can't maintain relationships because you're not social. You put everything in this calculation and you want to come out with an answer that will solve your problem. And your problem is that you don't have any friends. You don't know how to communicate. You don't know how to care for people. You only want to sleep with women. You want to abuse women and you want to treat women like trash. And you think that the brags get away with it and you want to be able to do that. And that's just toxic. You won't sustain a relationship like that. And then these content creators who are attractive create these platforms where men look up to them and create this homosocial bond. And instead of helping men actually, they sit around, trash these men, capitalize on the homosocial bonding, take their money, and give them nothing in return. Again, look, I'm not even knocking the hustle necessarily, but at least provide them with something about keeping and maintaining a relationship, keeping it and maintaining it on an emotional level. Oh, Murder has been a member for 24 months. She didn't just become a member. My bad. Yes. Oh, I'm not the problem. Look at this chart. I'm right. At least give them a suit. Yep, you would be surprised how many women are attracted to ugly men because they are really groomed and dressed really nice and have great yeah. I've seen women like, no, I'm not going to leave that alone because that ain't right. I've seen women date Kevin Hart type men because they're Kevin Hart type men. It's not because they're attractive. It's just like who they are seems fun.
With women first. Otherwise, they just get completely left out. And that's why the world is looking more and more like this. People don't get to know each other anymore. And if you try, women will call it sneaky. That's the one thing she said.
No, women call it sneaky because y'all approach women and do not prioritize the woman's comfort. You all approach women and instead of really engaging with what they need and how you are coming after them and again their comfort level, you think that, oh, I should be able to have access to you in all kinds of ways, but because I don't, I'm going to get mad because you are rejecting me because I'm ugly. If I was cute, you wouldn't reject me. No, maybe they just don't like you, period, regardless of how you look. You're not entitled to anyone's time.
Said that I didn't like.
They also can't be arrogant and rude, where a lot of attractive guys get away with being rude.
That's me.
No, they can be arrogant and rude. Look at every politician. Look at Donald Trump. All of them people arrogant and rude, and they're not attractive in like the traditional sense. A lot of ugly people are very rude and dismissive. And I don't know why this woman is feeding into it. Because if you're a woman and you have allowed men, because they're attractive, to be disrespectful and rude to you because you want proximity to them because they're attractive, sounds like a you problem. It sounds like a you problem.
I used to be rude. I was so bitter after I found out the difference between how people treat you when you move from here to here that I actually made a game out of what is the rudest thing that I can say to someone who I know already likes me before she doesn't like me anymore. And I never found it. I wrote a few of them down, but I don't feel safe showing you. I played other games too.
So you became attractive and then you just became disrespectful to see how disrespectful you could be before the girl left.
I once met a girl on the computer. I went to her place 3 times without ever telling her my name. And then on my way out the door the 3rd time, I said, "Are you going to ever ask me my name or what?" And she said, "I didn't want to offend you." Like I was going to say, "Whoa, you're moving a little fast, aren't we?" No, I'm not encouraging any of this behavior. This is degenerate. The only reason I did it is because I was bitter because I couldn't be liked without being likable. I didn't want to put in the work to get out of this area, and when I finally did, I still felt like this on the inside, and I said, "Oh, now it's my turn to do this to someone else." And that's
Trigger warning. Trigger warning. This is a loser, but he's not the problem fully. The problem is these people are terrible people. They Telegram our chat group with up to 70,000 members uncovered. So 70,000 men were in a group chat talking about abusing women. I am sorry, 70,000 men in a group chat. Thousands of men are participating in chat groups in which they share suggestions on how to R and FA women. A German investigation has revealed the groups on the instant messaging service Telegram have as many as 70,000 members who mostly communicate with one another in English and appear to come from a variety of countries. The fact that there was an investigation into this and there wasn't more whistleblowing is extremely disturbing. Like you can have over 70,000 people, men in a chat talking about abusing women, essaying women, and they weren't leaking more of this information is wild and disgusting. These men are mad. People like this who create chart like this who think that men in the top 2%, if they are 10, 9, 7, 8, whatever they're talking about, putting men on numbers, are getting women and them at the bottom aren't. These people are disgusting. This is evil and insane and sick. And I think it is a kind of neurosis that is being exploited online. I actually do think that. I think there are, I won't say which one, but I think there are people who may not know how to operate normally. And I think a lot of us are experiencing that, particularly with the pandemic. But obviously, whether it's social or genetic, up for question. What I'm thinking about that I won't say on here. And it's being exploited online, and we're creating a group of dangerous, really, really dangerous men. We are creating a group of dangerous men, and women are withdrawing from engagement with men, not just on a national level, on a global level. This is going to cause a conflict in the dating market that is going to spiral. My fear is that the spiraling not only includes men attacking women, but men who then become in community with women, have relationship with women, start abusing these women because they want to pay these women back for how they were treated when they were not liked or chosen. This is a problem. The fact that you want to take vengeance out on women is weird. She didn't like you, move on. Reading this was insane. You know what? Let's just move back.
Not what we need more of. That kind of stuff just goes back into the dating pool and makes everybody more miserable and harder to deal with.
Now, the difference between an attractive guy and an attractive girl is like so different. An attractive girl, sometimes like they don't get guys. They get rejected because people get jealous of them or they're really intimidated or they're jealous. And it's just really hard to be an attractive girl. But for an attractive guy, literally it's like living on the red carpet with silver platters of opportunities handed to you constantly.
This is not even true. This is not even true. I think there is like the halo effect happens for both men and women. And for women to sit up there and say, as an attractive women, people don't care is wild, diabolical, and a lie. Like ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for this woman. So I'm just gonna move on. I'm gonna move on. That just like annoyed me. Let's go to Trump quickly. Do I want to go to Trump? Yeah, I'm going to go to Trump. This is going to be a real quick thing. It's my palate cleanse.
So, Jack, for the audience that was enjoying their loved one,
I'm going to do it. It's probably at the 12-minute mark.
You run into this almost resentful attitude at ordinary Americans. And I think that is really what set people off with what Vivek was saying. It's that you could pick up this thing of like, yeah, like basically, why didn't we, venerate people like me more when I was in high school? And that's a problem. And as part of it, he's also just indulging these weird myths because in real life, the jock versus nerd thing is not, Jack and I talked about this, the jock versus nerd thing is not really that real. I believe jocks on average actually, like high school athletes, get better grades than other people do in college.
Well, and that's actually
college athletes get better grades than other kids in college.
So there's actually a plot line in Saved by the Bell that where the Zach Morris, who's essentially the main character of it, I think it's like towards the end of the run because it's a senior year in high school, and he takes the SATs, and it's portrayed as kind of comedic, but he ends up getting like a 1,500 on the SATs without even studying for it. So it's like, no, it actually does show things that can happen, and he like gets accepted to Yale and all this stuff. And it turns out that no, as a matter of fact, there is high achievement, and that's not necessarily tied towards performing the specific set of weight. Like it's not an Excel spreadsheet that you can be talented and you can be smart and also play sports, or like you could play lacrosse, or you could be track and field, you could play baseball, whatever. That doesn't one doesn't negate the other. And this is kind of a strange sort of like very Hollywood imposed kind of identity archetype that, you then seek to use throughout society, but real life doesn't always match up with that.
But now just to steel man of Vivek's argument, for the record, I'm very much against H-1Bs, and I think this tweet could have been worded differently, but don't we see some truth in what Vivek was saying? And I'll start with Blake, that there has been this slow motion decline into mediocrity, that there has been this acceptance that we're no longer going to pursue excellence, that we're no longer going to be the best at things anymore. Is there? Would you agree there's some truth in that, in the larger theme of what Vivek was trying to touch on here?
Absolutely. I definitely think it's a big problem. And as conservatives, we've noted this over and over. Like a lot of liberalism is trying to convince people to accept failure and mediocrity. Oh, our cities are just supposed to not be well run. But what I will note is a lot of that is downstream of the same ideology that gives us massive amounts of immigration, which is the DEI agenda. It's like the HRification of America. Like, why are we so, why?
All right. So these men, racist, all of it, sure. These men are up here and they don't know what to do because Charlie Kirk Self is friends with Vivek, but he is also opposed to H-1B. And so he can overtly go against these billionaires. So he gets his friends in to go against it, but they also don't really have an argument, because to have the argument is say, we don't want brown people in our country. That is the ultimate argument, right? And so they're trying to frame it as competition is not fear, but there is no way to make that specific argument, right? So now they can't say, oh, we just want the most qualified person for the job, because the most qualified person for some of these jobs might not be them, the MAGA people, who are not that educated, right? I'm not saying all of them aren't educated, but Trump said he liked the poorly educated. And the argument essentially is we need a chance so that we can fight and we can learn and be coders and engineers and scientists, and we don't need an H-1B visa. We need time to be trained. You want to limit competition because the white men who voted MAGA can't compete. So you want to limit competition. And then you are saying this is downstream from the DEI and affirmative action. No, it's not. It's not downstream. The argument MAGA is attempting to use right now is the argument for affirmative action and DEI, right? You are now trying to limit competition, which is not the same as DEI and affirmative action, right? It's interesting that the argument that is being spewed towards the MAGA people are the same argument the MAGA people spew towards Black people. I think that's funny. I think that's funny. I think that's wild, and I will always, always, always bring that up. Because it highlights that these people don't care nothing about a competition. They don't care nothing about a merit. All they care about is whiteness, and they were mad that Black people were getting opportunities in their mind that white people weren't getting, and that was not true. What was true is that white people, white men in particular, did not want to compete with anyone else, and so that's why they were afraid and didn't like DEI and affirmative action. We know that now because now they can compete, and they don't want to compete with these Indian immigrants because these Indian immigrants are highly educated and way better than them, these men, in this field, specific field. I'm not saying there's an innate betterness. I'm not saying IQ matter. I'm not saying none of that. I'm saying on paper, these Indian immigrants on H-1B visa are highly educated in comparison to the MAGA people. That's what I'm saying. And now we can critique H-1B visas more generally. I'm not about to do that. Not right now, I'm not. Themis, I think doing a deep dive on the chat room is necessary. It's scary how horrible it was. Essay on women, children, drugging photos, videos. Yeah. No, I think it is horrible. The reason there is also these men who drove the Tesla into a crowd, I think, or the Tesla blocked people off from a crowd. There are attacks on groups of people, and I don't know how to cover certain topics. I don't know how to cover certain topics because there is a point at which I get very uncomfortable, and my reaction to discomfort isn't always the best. Yeah, so that's kind of why I haven't. But yes, I do think I was thinking about doing a video on this. That's why I remembered it with the 70,000 people in the chat room. I was thinking about doing a video on this. But I got really busy at work, and I thought I was going to do it tonight. Racist MAGA learning that they are really yeah, right. Right. All right, let's move on. Oh, should I do this now? Mark Lamont Hill did something that I wanted to praise him for. Because I think that I don't give these people their due praises. So let me praise Mark Lamont Hill real quick. I'm not being funny. I'm actually being dead serious about this. What's his name? I'm just going to call him Xavier. Yes, praise. There's this Republican guy. I think he's gay. I don't know. He said he wouldn't answer if he's gay. He went on Mark Lamont Hill's show, and they did a debate. I'm not going to watch the full debate because the substance isn't what's important. what was very obvious to me is that this Xavier character, let me show you all him, did not know what he was talking about. And I'm not sure why you would go on to debate Lamont Hill and not know what you're talking about. So it is what it is. But he just didn't know what he was talking about. The way that Lamont Hill engaged with him and educated him, it might not mean anything to him, right? It might not mean anything to him because he's getting paid for his positions, I think. Though he denied this, so I'm going to use allegedly. Though he is working for the right-wing media, I don't think he's going to change. But I do think if you're human, and you got dragged the way that Lamont Hill dragged you, but gave you that kind of grace, I think there has to be something in you that moved. So the praise that I have for Lamont Hill. Okay. I have looked up to Lamont Hill since I was in uni. Like, I don't remember when I met him, but I went to one of his what do you call these things? Speeches. It's a lecture. He worked at Morehouse at one point, I believe, and I went to one of his lectures. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I remember watching Lamont Hill story time. This is me praising Lamont Hill, and I hope I don't ever live to regret this, but it is what it is. People said I don't give enough credit to people I just drag, so this is my attempt at giving credit. I like Lamont Hill. The reason I like Lamont Hill is simple. I remember watching him. He was among a bunch of like white people, and I think he was the only black person there. And I remember watching it with either CNN Roundtable or something like that. And I remember watching him, and he introduced himself, and he was like, "I'm Dr. Lamont Hill, whatever." And the way that he spoke, I was like, ooh. Because he wasn't giving the Sidney Poitier talented 10th kind of persona. So I didn't really know what to think about him. I didn't really thought much of it. And I liked the fact that when it came to him and he dragged everyone on that panel, he was really, really smart. And you can tell that he did a lot of work. Now, over the years, I've grown to like disagree with a lot of his positions, at least one very specific position that I said I wouldn't speak of publicly. So I've really liked him. I'm like, this is not who I am. But I did like the idea that maybe the traditional masculine presentation of Blackness with a ton of education could actually be, this is what it could be. In my mind, this is what it could be. And I thought maybe if Black men didn't look up to Sidney Poitier, which Degenerate for other reasons and treated women poorly and presentation of self, and I'm just using him for someone who has refinement in his presentation of self, right? And Lamont Hill just seemed like a cool guy from down the street who is super smart and really knows his stuff. And I really like that. So I was like, okay, Black men have something to look up to and aspire to. And I was in my Hotep era, so obviously I'm going to really like him, whatever. Over time, I saw him getting canceled, getting dragged, being mistreated publicly, and I felt bad for him. So when I saw him on YouTube, I probably should subscribe to him. Me talking all that mess and I'm not even subscribed. Let me subscribe. Let me subscribe. That ain't right. Let me do all of it. Anyway, so I was definitely in my Hotep era. One where I outgrew it, but I was in my Hotep era. And so I saw him on YouTube. So I don't watch his channel. But for some reason, I watched this video. And I was like, I remember why it is. It wasn't just that he was this Black man who did not compromise his Blackness or how he spoke or present. He didn't have to dress up or anything. He was able to occupy space without losing who he was in my mind. This doesn't have to be true. I then like the fact that he was very kind. That's so weird. He was very kind to the people around him. And when he spoke to Black men in particular that he disagreed with, even when he spoke to Candace Owens, which he shouldn't have done, I still think he shouldn't have done that. It was nice to see him treat people he disagreed with as humans. And there was a ton of care that he would give to people that I understood because it was just kindness and humanness. I just really liked it. So anyway, this man don't know nothing. This man, Xavier Person, he comes on to debate Mark Lamont Hill about all kinds of stuff. He doesn't know what he's talking about at all. You can't say who is right or who is wrong in terms of their position because Xavier cannot argue his position at all. He just does not have any information at all. And towards the end, and throughout the whole thing, I know, because I've done this every single time that I've spoken on this platform, when someone comes up and they're so fundamentally wrong, and I'm asking them question, I never slam dunk, I never crap on anyone. I just kind of let my conclusion go without dragging them. And seeing Mark Lamont Hill interact with this man, it just felt nice to see. And I don't know why. It felt nice to see him care for someone else who disagreed with him. And I hope that this becomes a thing online, but it won't. All right, let me play it.
Of the right as well, but for so long I was just believing narratives like what Black Lives Matter had to tell me. I started believing all the different things that I'm supposed to just ignore common sense and biology about. Eventually I just got to the point where I wanted to start speaking out about, can we just be so for real and stop lying? So I hate when the
Also, why does every scamming Black person who is on the MAGA team says the reason they changed over to MAGA was Black Lives Matter? Like every one of them, like you can hate Black Lives Matter, you can hate the organization, you can hate all of it and not like switch parties. Sorry, anyway, let's continue.
The media lies to us. I hate all the propaganda that's out there. So I've just been on a mission to go against that.
What kind of stuff are you trying to combat?
Whatever the lie of the week is.
What are your favorite ones to tear down?
I mean, how it started for me was BLM. I used to be a BLM activist. I was helping organize.
When?
I mean, I was advocating online from like 20.
His advocacy is being on Twitter. When he said he was a BLM advocate, he put a black square in. Sorry.
I would say 2014 all the way through most of 2020.
Okay. You're 27.
Yes.
Okay. So you were a BLM activist at 17.
When I was in high school, I was born in Southside Chicago, but I grew up for the most part in a small town, rural Illinois, 10,000 people, 95% white. So back then I was always just talking about racial causes and trying to be basically a social justice warrior, however you want to call it.
Were you affiliated with a BLM chapter?
I started working pretty closely with a handful of them in the Bay Area, and then also helped start one in my small town that I grew up in.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you were officially part of a BLM chapter in the Bay.
I wouldn't say that I was officially a part of one.
How are you gonna help start one in your local community, but you weren't officially a part of one? Anyway, sorry, I'm not actually here for the substance of the debate. I am here for how a grown man, Mark Lamont Hill, speak to this person over here. And there's just so much like fatherhood. Like a lot of these men just need a father, right? And there's so much like fatherhood. Like it just feels, I don't know. Maybe I'm projecting, but this just feels so kind. And he's not saying you're a liar, you're a dusty, you're a scammer. Like he's not doing any of that. And he could do that. And he's not doing it. And I like it. I think that's the mantle he needs to carry. He needs to drink some water, get some rest, and do this work.
because I was always just doing my advocacy online. At the time, I was working multiple jobs and trying to build a business, so there was no way I was about to be going to
So
meetings.
you weren't
and
a
everything.
BLM activist. You were an activist. You were a black activist. You were an activist.
I was basically a black activist, just in the most general sense that you can be. I was always making videos, always just talking about different causes. I was doing different series online. It was something I was doing out of passion for just a very long time. Then I was going to go on a reality show at one point because I jokingly applied to be on this show. The whole angle they wanted me to go.
Which one?
I never talk about it, but I'll tell you, it was The Circle on Netflix. And my whole character was supposed to be a catfish, teaching people how to be a Black Lives Matter activist, but from the perspective of being a woke white blonde sorority girl named Samantha. If you've never seen The Circle, you don't understand what I'm talking about right now.
I haven't seen it, but it sounds hella interesting.
It was interesting. And in the process of getting ready for that show, I started wanting to study the counter arguments, because one thing about me, I'm willing to study the counter arguments. And I was going to make a whole series trying to debunk PragerU. I actually watched videos like you.
Girl, I forgot the chat was there. I forgot the chat was there. So Mark Lamont is being super sweet, super kind. This is the person that I really, really like. And the chat is dragging him for filth. Like they're dragging him for filth. Dude is a liar, LOL. You are dancing harder than ain't no way.
When Candace Owens debating, I watched all these different videos and I wanted to debunk conservatives on everything that it was that they had to say. And then the more I went through it and the more I started looking deeper into BLM, especially their finances and a lot of the stats that they would tell us, I started realizing how there was a clear narrative that was afoot, and I just was not okay with it. And I started realizing I align more with the conservatives on probably 80% of these issues rather than being as
so far, the only thing
progressive
I'm hearing is that you don't rock with BLM, which I get. There are a lot of people.
Well, that was just my origin, because you asked how like
that's
this
what I'm saying.
started.
So what are the issues? I want to know what wakes you up in the morning. What gets you charged up? Like I meant what issues, not like the organization BLM, but like what issues are you like? You know what, the media is full of shit, or the left is full of shit. What are those issues for you?
I mean, lately it's been the election. For me, it was like, is it going to be Trump or Kamala Harris? The direction that both.
What policy? What? What policies? And the reason he doesn't want to say healthcare or say anything, because for healthcare, Trump has a concept of a plan. So there's no way you can prefer the Republican approach to healthcare. Like, is it school? Do you want to defund schools? Right? What policies are you more in alignment with? Or is it immigration? Because what he won't say is the economy. Because people who say it's the economy can never explain what they mean by it.
Both of them are wanting to take our country. I felt like Kamala Harris was going to lead our country into financial turmoil. I felt like our border. I still feel like our border is like one of the biggest concerns. If you cut the Black population in half, that amount of people is how many illegal immigrants we have into our country. That is a massive issue. So that's been something I've been very vocal about this year. Also, just like what's happening in school, what's happening in.
What border? What are you talking about, sir?
Education, I think it's tragic. I think there's so much miseducation that's happening, and that the priorities that should be there are not.
See, this is something like the fact that Mark Lamont Hill, I respect him a lot for sitting through this nonsense of this man babbling about nothing. That is wild to me. That is what I'm not about to sit here. I've done it for 2 years, and I can think I'm kind of done. I'm trying to get back. But like, it's wild to just sit there and like let this man mumble about nothing.
You look at how many young Black children are literally illiterate from the testing standards. They're not prioritizing the things that they should be in school. They're instead talking about the latest social cause and trying to make kids question everything about their identity at such a wildly immature age to be talking about the subject matters that they do. So, I mean, all of that. I talk about a very wide range of issues.
If you could change one policy right now, what would it be?
If I had to choose one,
like you're king of the world for a minute, you get one policy, you get a freebie, you get a pass for the day. We don't need no Congress, we don't need no. You get it's the Xavier executive order. What you change it?
if it's just me, I'm making everybody pay me taxes. But if you talk about the most immediate issue that comes to mind, for me, I think illegal immigration, because illegal immigration ties into just stricter on that across the board, building the wall, doing everything that's necessary to protect American citizens. Because, like, first of all, just the fentanyl crisis, that's one thing that I've been doing a deep dive into recently.
The fentanyl crisis has 90% of the fentanyl. Is it 90? I think it was not. Is it 80 or 90? I'm gonna do 80 to be more conservative, but I think it's 90 of the. They come over here, mind you, on mostly illegal means. One, they are manufactured here. I don't understand this argument. I don't understand. Do they think, I'm trying to figure out if they think there's this major drug trafficking thing happening, because US citizens are the one bringing in fentanyl too. Also, that's also a thing.
Just how out of control that has gotten, and seeing how we are losing more military-aged men every single year to fentanyl, and fentanyl being in counterfeit Tylenols and being in Xanax and being in Adderall, and it's killing all these people, and nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody wants to talk about where it's coming from. They don't want to talk about how China is manufacturing it and giving it to the Mexican cartel. So, and a lot of that is coming through with illegal immigration. So if I had to focus on one thing, I would hyper-focus on the border.
Hyper-focus.
But I might change my mind on that tomorrow, because there's so many other things to talk about, or there's so many other things to fight in this country.
Let me ask you a nosy question. How do y'all all get along, the Black conservatives of your generation? And I've seen some beef before with homegirl from Baltimore,
Kim Klacik.
Yeah, Kim and Candace, but that feels like a very specific beef. I'm not messy, so I won't get into that. But in general, behind the scenes, is there a lot of agreement? Is there tension? Is it you know what I mean? We have a united front, but behind the scenes, we disagree.
I mean, that's a great and that's a fair question. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of different personality differences. There are some of them who don't like me. Some of them think that I'm too liberal, because there's things that they want me to be so just legalistic and by the book about that I'm not. So yes, there is tension between certain Black conservatives. There's a handful who don't like me. There's some that don't like me because of my stance on Israel. Because, obviously Candace, she is not the biggest fan of Israel, and she is the beacon of Black conservatism these days. So there's a lot of people who are so on her side about that they hate me, even though Candace and I don't have any beef, obviously. Well, I shouldn't say obvious, but Candace and I don't have personal beef. But a lot of people who support everything that she says about Israel, they have issues with me. So yeah, there's plenty of tension behind the scenes. But overall, we have a decently united message.
You mentioned Candace, and let me ask you, forgive me, I'm seeing online people identifying you as queer. Do you self-identify as queer?
No.
Or gay or anything like that?
I just think it's weird that people are in my sex life.
What you think is weird people are in your sex life are you gay? And you don't have to answer, but being a Republican. Being a gay Republican is nasty work. Being a gay Republican is nasty work. Being a Black gay Republican is nasty work.
I have no interest in your sex life. I'm only, and I respect your if you don't want to answer that. The way it was presented online was that was part of your public persona and your public identity. The reason why I was asking it because you mentioned Candace, and she's very clearly said being queer is a sin, being gay is a sin, it's a sinful life. You're not following God. Do you share that? Take you off the table. Do you share that perspective?
I mean, if you're looking from a biblical perspective, then my understanding of what the Bible is saying, then yes. But I also see this is where I get into a fight with certain Black conservatives, where they'll say that. They'll talk about gay marriage, for example. I say that my personal perspective on it is there is a difference between a biblical marriage recognized under God and following what the Bible is teaching versus the legal, institutionalized contract and binding.
Ain't no way about someone looking like Peter Man, golden Lord extra. No, here's the thing. He can't even advocate for marriage equality meaningfully. That's how much you have to diminish yourself. That's how much you have to diminish yourself to be conservative in his identity. That's how much you have to diminish yourself. And the conservatives here pretending like that's not a truth is lying to you.
Of what marriage is. So when I say that
Like a
I
civil
am,
union.
yeah, well, yeah, essentially. So when I look at a same-sex couple, it's like I believe that they have the right to get married. That's what America's about. We're about freedom.
But I'm not asking about, I'm not asking about marriage. I'm saying she thinks that like two gay people in a relationship is a sin, or certainly them having sex is a sin. Do you agree with that?
Yes. I mean, it is. I mean, just like having sex before marriage is a sin, but that doesn't mean that I'm condemning it. I can say that something is a sin and still be fine with somebody's ability to do that. I will protect somebody's ability to sin just because that's what America is for. I can differentiate church and state in that regard. A lot of people just don't want to in the conservative movement, and that's where some of the disconnects happen as well. And I can understand why. I can understand why people only want to go off of what the Bible says, but when I'm looking from a legal standpoint, I'm able to differentiate between a legal standpoint and your moral standpoint. And when it comes to America, I am a Christian, yes.
Okay.
But that being said, I don't expect everybody in our country to be a Christian, and I don't expect everybody to follow that standard. And that is where a big disconnect happens in the conservative movement in general, beyond just the Black conservative movement.
Yeah, I think that happens on both sides. By the way, I think there's all kinds of contradictions and tensions in making assumptions about people's values and also imposing certain sort of values without pushing it. So I ask that because that's one of the places of tension I find in among Black conservatives. Some are hardcore, like, you know, thou shalt nots, you know, no sex before marriage, no being gay, no masturbation, no all these things. And I often wonder among Black conservatives who are queer, I'm not saying you, I'm saying who are, you know, sort of how they feel, if they feel comfortable being in those spaces, or you know, drug use or whatever the thing might be. You know what I mean? It's a very interesting thing to see those kinds of tensions in that place. Could you see yourself ever voting for a Democrat?
I could. See, this is one thing that has grown since I've started making content. I started making content in February of 2021. When I left the left, it is so, because I felt the left was a cult. What I realized within about a year of being on the right can be a cult too. So what I am not trying to do in my career, because I would love to have a career with longevity like yours, I am not trying to be a part of any cult. I'm not trying to be just unwaveringly loyal to one group or to one movement, because if their values stop aligning with mine, then I'm not going to continue going that way. So if there is a Democrat who shares my values that I'm aligning with, and I think that they're leading our country in a better direction, or my state or wherever it is, I'm fine voting for a Democrat if they earn my vote. But more often than not, that just hasn't been the case yet. I would also, I actually won't say that, but if they're a more moderate Democrat, like a Kennedy-style Democrat, I would be open to voting for them.
Fair enough. Fair enough. When are you running for office?
Never.
Smart man. They used to ask me that, and I say never. It could change, but you know, as of now, it's still never for me. How can people get a hold of you? I want people who want to consume your content to know where to find you.
Again, thank you for having me. Most of my platforms are just my first name. It's a regular spelling. It's Xavier, Xavier. My Instagram, my Facebook, TikTok are all at Xavier. My Twitter is at Xavier D.
I love that. I love that. Xavier, it's been a pleasure talking to you. You know, sometimes I talk to conservatives, occasionally liberals too, but it's usually conservatives because we don't agree. And they come on here and they start yelling, or they want to make like a debate into a fight. They want to get viral clips and all of that stuff. And I've never thought that that's, I mean, I ain't saying I don't have none in the moments, but that's never,
you got a couple.
Yeah, but I never go into it with that goal.
Right.
Usually I'm matching somebody's energy. You know what I'm saying? Like they come in screaming, they come in yelling, or they say something crazy and I got to fight back. You know what I mean? It's been happening a lot lately on Piers, when I go on Piers Morgan's platform.
I feel you.
He's a crazy person. And I mean that with love. I've known Piers for, I don't know, since the CNN days. And, you know, he just be tripping sometimes, man. But then we laugh and we talk later. But in those spaces, you know, some people try to make a spectacle. I appreciate the fact that you're willing to just have a conversation, and that you're willing to listen, and you're willing to like me, I'm willing to learn, that you're willing to learn, that you're willing to hear counter evidence, not dismiss it. And you're willing to open your valence to other things, as I hope I will always be as well. You know, I'm wrong a lot. You know what I'm saying? We all are. That's what it means to be human. And I hope that people can have that conversation with me. It's harder to say you're wrong on TV, but you know, I like to be pushed in different intellectual directions, and I'm glad that you do too. So man, I wish you luck on that journey. We all on it together. I'm just old. See when Xavier said longevity in business, that was a nice way of calling me old.
Anywho, he goes on and on and on with this, and this part I'm stopping it because there's a comment that annoyed me, so I just won't address it. For me, this is the part that I liked. I don't think you have to create equivalency between your side and whoever's side. I don't care nothing about that. But from one older Black guy to a younger Black guy, in this engagement, like there's something very human. There's something very kind. There's something very caring about it. It feels like an attempt at building bridge. Now, I wouldn't be doing with Xavier because I feel like you are I feel like you're a grifter. Like, let's be clear. I feel like you're a grifter. And when you are a grifter, like, there's no reason to engage with you, right? So that's the first part. The second part is, and the most important part is, because I feel like you're a grifter does not make you a grifter, right? And I do truly appreciate this Black man talking to another Black man, but like stunning him, right? Stunning him, but also humanizing him. Like, it's not just like, I'm just gonna drag you and treat you bad and talk down to you because you're a grifter, you loser, ignorant person who does not know how to engage and only here because you're getting paid to be here. So you're actually kind of useless. And so why are we even talking? It wasn't none of that. It was just, I'm talking to you. I realize you're not equipped to have the conversation. I'm going to pivot from the conversation we're having, and I'm going to ask you about yourself and how you became Republican. I'm going to create some kind of connection in the hope that after this you will do some work to better remedy your ignorance. I like that. I like that a lot. And he gained my respect. Said that I'm like, happy you're still like, oh, Demas loves the cuddling. I do not love the cuddling. I know you're joking, but it is refreshing to see an older Black man take responsibility. And it sounds dumb what I'm saying, but it feels like he's taking responsibility for a younger man. And I don't think I see that often online. I don't think I see that. And particularly a gay presenting man. He's a not gay girl. How you doing? He didn't say he wasn't gay. He said, why you ask him? Right? So one very masc presenting man versus a very gay presenting man. And the older quote unquote masculine man is actually caring for the other guy. Right? Like, I don't know. I found this beautiful. It is what it is. Fight with yourself, not with me. I don't care. How you feel? Call it cuddling, call it whatever you want. I said what I said. I liked it. And I subscribe back to him for it. And I'm back on his journey. So if you see me in his chat, if you see me in his thing typing away, just ignore me. Just ignore me. If you ask Black conservative if they are comfortable in conservative space, they just lie to your face. They are disingenuous, and I'm yeah. But I don't think the work of connecting with someone, I don't think you get to connect with people, and you probably don't want to, which is fine. I actually kind of do now, but I don't think the work that it takes is for everyone. I think it's for Mark. I do. I think he can reach people that most other people can't reach, and I hope he will lean into that. I hope he will lean into that some more. Welcome to the membership. All right, I have more stuff to go over. That's why I stopped that. All right. So, Simone Biles. I'm going to need y'all to leave Simone Biles alone. I'm going to need y'all to leave Simone Biles alone. So, there's a part of me that hopes that Simone Biles' husband does love her and will be there for her and does care for her. That is my hope for Simone Biles. I don't like that she's getting dragged online. I don't like that so many people are piling onto her. While I do have critiques, it's very difficult now to levy my critiques of Simone, or most women actually, when so many people are trashing them. When I don't know, it's so difficult because, like, even for me, I can think I I can think I have a meaningful critique that is not dragging or disrespectful, but I think with the mirage of like critiques, I become part of the noise. Hopefully she's not watching this. I hope that no one that I talk about ever watches my video after being dragged so many times by other people, because I'm never meaning to disrespect people. However, you know there is a problem when you show up to your husband's game wearing what she's wearing with his face and name all over. If you are his man, you have to recognize this is all a show. You have to realize this is all a show. And no matter how many Owens t-shirt, hoodie, pants, whatever, no matter how many of them she wears, you will never be her, right? In terms of in the public eye. And I hope that she is doing this out of love and support for her man, as opposed to performing and doing the in-your-face thing to the audience. I hope that this is not to say my man is big and great or anything, but this is how she shows support. I hope this is how she shows genuine support rather than a performance for us, the public. The moment you start performing for the public with your marriage and your relationship, it is my opinion that it's trash immediately. Immediately. Stop performing for people. Love the way you love, do the things you want to do, but do not perform for people. So I wish her the best. I wish her lots of love and care. I am mad that she wasn't named Sportswomen of the Year. I think um I think it was like Sportswomen of the Year. That was given it to Caitlin Clark. And I'm confused. I'm actually very annoyed and confused that the AP Female Athlete of the Year did not go to Simone Biles after she dominated last year. Like I'm confused. But we live in You know what? I'm gonna just move on. I'm gonna move on because this is gonna piss me off. It's gonna piss me off, and I don't want to be mad. So let's just move on. I'm not gonna speak about Caitlin Clark being named AP Female Athlete of the Year over Simone Biles. I'm just gonna let that go because that's wild to me. I even looked up. This is how bad I'm mad I was. I was trying to go through the criteria, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna move on. Let's just move on. Let's move on to something else. Just do it. So this little girl went to Nigeria, and she posted that that she was kidnapped. She pretended that her ex was hacked, and someone posted, "I have kidnapped Vicky. She is with me in Nigeria. I am demanding 1 million for her release." But this is what she said. Then she came back and had things to tell us.
I apologize for trolling y'all like that. It was just a joke. I was just trying to show everybody that in America that it's not that serious, that Africa is a very safe country, and you will be safe.
And this is where we just remove her from the video. When she said Africa is a very safe country, I would just shut all of it down, Control Alt Delete, absolutely get out of my face, right? Meanwhile, this man back here, I don't even know, what are these It is what it is.
Safe no matter what race you are. You know, I was just trolling because everybody was like, why would she go to Nigeria? Is she crazy? Whatever. So I just wanted to have a quick joke, but the joke kind of got carried away and like, you know, stuff like that. But we love y'all. It's all good. This is my brother.
Nigeria is safe. So if you wanna come to Nigeria, it's safe. Don't be scared.
I love Nigeria. They did my braids for $50.
Nobody should lie for you that Nigeria is not safe. It's safe. So you could to come.
So this is just an example that Nigeria is so safe and we love Nigeria. What's
I mean, I ain't got nothing to add. I just wanted to show y'all that. I have a question for around biracial. Let me pull this up. Let me try to find this.
To make it clear enough in my video series that much like Nara Smith, I hate myself. I guess anytime a light-skinned mixed person speaks about racial discrimination within their own community, it's labeled as self-hate. I guess I'm only wrong for describing my hair in certain ways due to not being dark-skinned. Nobody within the community seems to have an issue here. Natural black hairstyles, oh, but hell freezes over when I say black hair texture. These examples I've given will just be ignored and I'll continue to be called a racist. I can't believe that this is even a conversation. Of my entire video series, the comments on my post prove my exact point. Mixed people regularly experience discrimination within the black community. Where does this come from? I don't know.
Not feeling like I can fit in between different crowds sometimes.
Like, I feel like I get it from like black people and white people, like, oh, you're not black.
If you don't believe anything that I've said within my series, maybe you should go check out that post comments. If anything is worth being labeled as self-hate, it's that comment section. It's awful ironic that I'm not the only person that's speaking out about this or feeling a type of way. As I said before, if I hated myself, I want to be posting my face all over social media. If I hated myself, I want to be embracing my natural hair texture. If I hated myself, I want to be standing up for my black heritage. If I hated myself, I want to be speaking about these exact points. If I hated myself, I want to be standing up and being a voice for mixed people. But hey, maybe you need to step back out of my comments and self-evaluate. Apparently.
All right. So I have been trying to find the space to care about this specific kind of discrimination. And when I say find the space to care, it means believe, right? I don't want to ever ignore people's reality or their experience with Blackness. I don't fully believe, I don't fully buy that Black people are more discriminatory when it comes to engagement with biracials than white people are. You can't even claim white where you can claim Black. There are people in Blackness that uphold biracial as beauty within Blackness. Blackness is substituted in media for the biracial identity a lot of the time, right? And so it's very difficult. And again, there is the micro sort of individual experience that people were mean to you because of your biracial identity, right? But there's also the macro experience of biracial within the Black community being prioritized and privileged by Black people. So it is difficult, I think, to just accept this. However, even if I don't accept it on a broad scale, on an individual level, I have to own that maybe these people are in the crisis of identity that exists within a biracial person due to the one-drop rule in America, where you are not white enough for white people and Black enough for Black people, which is not true. You actually do get accepted as Black and you get to represent as Black. And if you say you don't, you're lying, right? Now, are there questions about this? Now, yes, but the issue is, for me, when the conversation happens with biracial, it almost always feels like they're pointing to the Black race as the predominant voice in terms of assault on their personhood. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's right. And I do think that as a biracial person, particularly if you occupy Black spaces, I think that conversation about here and all of that, you get to have them, but also know that you're speaking about and to people who are experiencing racism, colorism, texturism in a way that you might not feel, right? So I don't want to be dismissive. I don't want to be dismissive of like a biracial's experience, but I also don't want to affirm too much at the expense of the Black experience more broadly. And so I don't know. So here's another person that comes up, because I've seen a lot of biracials online crying about not fitting in. And initially I thought it was just a cry for attention. but even if it is a cry for attention, that should negate empathy, right? I can have empathy for someone who wants attention if that attention is I want to be seen and I don't know where I belong and I'm trying to carve out a new my own identity. I think I can have empathy for that. I think that it is okay for biracials to give their experience. I would caution them, but it does feel like they're never really dragging the white side of the family and whiteness that pushes them into blackness. Because, like, I've heard white women tell their biracial children, "You are black," which why would you subtract yourself from the equation of your child? Like, why would you, like, that has to cause, that's an identity crisis. That is an identity. You cannot be a white mother looking at your biracial child and say you are black. I'm pretty sure that is going to cause some kind of psychological harm. So that child that is yours is not part of you. They can identify with that which you are, particularly if the dad is not there. Imagine being raised by white people, by your white family, and your white mother is telling you you are black. Like, the erasure of the white identity there has to have a psychological impact on the child. The mother who birthed you, who cared for you, who loved you, is not part of your identity. No, that doesn't make sense. So I can understand understand the anxiety and the psychological harm around the biracial identity.
I think that they feel like you have to identify just as black. When I say they, I mean the black community. I don't know. I think there's some deep conversations I would love to have with some people. At the end of the day, I don't care what they think. They meaning anyone from any culture, I hear it from white people too. I don't care. I am.
The issue here, by the way, when she said, "I don't care what they think," she was speaking specifically about black people, and then she caught herself and corrected it. That's what happened. She caught herself and then corrected it because the interviewer actually explained what the they meant, right? And so you knew who they were when you said you don't care what they think, and so you don't care what black people think. You saw it, you said it, you corrected yourself, but that's what you meant. And I found that very annoying. But I also don't think black people should pressure biracial people to identify as black. I think that's weird. I think it's weird to pressure a biracial person to identify as black. So there's that. But one can just be a human who experiences scrutiny from your own community, but to an extent, if you're trying to use your race as an identity in place of exploring the fullness of your origin. Yeah, black people were mean to me. White people were mean to me. Like, what do you mean? People, as children, we tend to be mean to each other generally, and we'll find anything to drag each other on. Thank you, G Rose. Trying to hold space.
So proud to be the daughter. Yeah, to be the daughter of a white mother and a black father who fell in love coming off the civil rights era in 1970, 71. You want to talk about real adversity and overcoming crap? When my mom's parents disowned her for marrying a black man. Rest. Absolutely. Yes. And they just celebrated 52 years in marriage. Yes. So literally, get out of my face to all those people who don't like that I acknowledge both sides. That is a you problem, not a me problem. Why do you think that they...
A period. And that's that on that. In that vein, I want to bring up something about Sukiana. I don't think I've ever spoken I don't think I've ever spoken about Sukiana, but I want to talk about Sukiana for one reason and one reason only. Bear with me. I want to talk about Sukiana because one thing Princess Love highlights for me, and I have seen this before in real life, where a biracial woman, I don't actually know if Princess Love is biracial, don't care, but a biracial presenting woman her man has been cheated on her, right? And she didn't care. And when I say she lost her mind, she absolutely lost her mind when she found out that one of the women that her man was cheating on her with, who is a black man, by the way, was a black woman, like a dark skinned, unambiguous black woman. She absolutely flipped out, like flipped out. So when I saw Princess Love, right, online attacking Sukiana, while she said Ray J been cheating, right? Ray J has been with everyone. It was weird that Princess Love, focused so directly on Sukiana. It just brought me back, and I probably shouldn't be, my mind is doing things. I shouldn't be making these connections. I shouldn't be making these connections because it could just be Sukiana's whatever. But I don't know why it is that these, like, I think there's a certain I don't have the research to back this up. I do not. This is an opinion that I have that is predicated on a feeling that I'm following. And so I don't know if I should say this. I feel like I should. I'm still going to. I feel like I should because it's not fully fleshed out in the way that I want it to be fleshed out. So saying it feels wrong, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I think there's a sect of women who see black women as less than them, in the way that even if this man is cheating on them with a bunch of other Latinas or light skin or whatever that you want to call them, they'll be fine with it because they're comparing themselves to these women, and they're like, this woman is equal to me or better than me, so I understand it. But whenever these men that they have cheat on them with a black woman or even look in the black woman's direction, they lose their mind. I have a theory on why this is. I think the theory is fundamentally, and by the way, this is not just a Sukiana situation. I think my theory, now I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm so sorry. I built that all up, and I just realized I shouldn't be putting those on. I think those thoughts that I'm having should probably remain with me. I don't think it's fair to put it out there without being able to prove it. Yeah. Anywho, I'm gonna move on. I don't think it's fair to put my thought, that specific thought, out there without being able to prove it. All right. So,
sometimes
I have a video for y'all. So I was told this lady is not in the manosphere because I don't talk about women in the manosphere. Say it, LOL. No, I'm not. It's not even that bad. I don't think it's bad. It's just I can prove what I'm thinking. And I don't know if I'm thinking it because I am like just viewing everything through maybe like a black feminist lens or like a very skewed, messed up lens. I don't know if I'm viewing the situation through a biased, self-serving, ideological lens. And so if I put this out without filtering it the right way, because it's just the thought is just coming to me now, right? If I filter this without if I say it without filtering it properly with the way that I do, I think I open myself up for a kind of attack that I don't know how to defend against. Almost everything that I say, I stand firmly behind. Still, no. And I can't defend this. It happened, the thought happened for me with the Kardashian. Someone pointed that out. This same thought happened with the Kardashians before. But I think I need to investigate it some more. So I'll let it go. They are othering yourself, and that's what some do. Yeah. All right. So this lady, I don't talk about women in the manosphere. My Discord said I could talk about this because she's not in the manosphere. I probably should have checked because I feel like my Discord just lied to me whenever they want me to do anything. They just tell me whatever they think I need to hear so that like I can do it. But I don't discuss women in the manosphere in the way that I don't discuss women in BWE. I might need to change that policy, but because harmful rhetoric is harmful rhetoric. So, like, if I'm going to burn the bridge, let me just burn the whole bridge. Like, I'm an island in and of myself, and I ain't friendly. Y'all try to tame who it ain't enough for y'all. So funny, got me looking at him sideways. It'll never be the same, mother. Old days.
Women don't, in 2024, some women don't want a man. They just want a child. And they should be okay to have just what they want.
Y'all, so I know that I said I had made my last video of the year, right? On my last video. But I could not end the year off by sending this message out to all the women and men out there. Because I am so over this conversation. Like, I'm so over it and I want it to be done. I really do.
You know what? You know what something. I just realized that she's a smaller channel and I'm not trying to fight with anyone because everyone is trying to get a come up. I'm thinking if I should just not listen to this and just not move on. Because these people will try to find anything to like fight about. I ain't trying to do it. No, she does. She's not ugly. Don't say that. I don't think she's ugly. No, don't do that. Like, her skin looks dull only because I think she's not like moisturized, but like, no, she's not. I think she's a lovely looking woman. Like, don't do that.
The amount of stuff you can get away.
I'm gonna move on.
Did injections of Botox?
I'm gonna move on. Her skin looks. Wait. Y'all are messy. I'm moving on. Someone said the Discord lied to me and she's in the someone said she's in the Manosphere, so I'm just gonna move on. Wait, is that I was of all the things before team is to move on. Wait, are y'all saying I should watch? Are y'all saying let me go to my Discord. Let me ask my Discord. All right, so people are saying the Discord set me up, so I shouldn't watch. I'm gonna just move on. People, someone in the Discord, tell me if I should just watch or not watch. Watch. Leave that woman dead. Oh, watch. Okay, even the Discord is in shambles. The Discord is in shambles. They don't know what I should do. It's not a big deal. She's a smaller content creator, I'm a small content creator, but smaller than I am. So I don't want to send hate her way. I don't want to cause problems. I don't want her to be an opportunist to come and try to go back and forth with me. Because look, I ain't friendly. Y'all try to tame who it ain't enough for y'all. So like, someone said I need to support Black women. I haven't seen the video fully, so I don't know what she's talking about. Give her some follows next. Y'all are not helping. I should do a voting. No, I'm not going to do that. Sage sister, welcome to the membership. The fact that we're at an impasse right now, and I can't, all right. Coca the attorney, I'm going to go with you next. No, Brianna. No. Brianna, you tell me, should I do it or no? Yes or no? If you said yes, I'll do it. If you say no, I won't. You are the person who's going to make the decision. I just chose someone random in the chat, and they're going to make the decision. Brianna is going to give me an answer. Yes, do it. No, don't. All right, she says let's do it. We're gonna do it. Too late.
And this is in regards to the argument about all of these married single mothers. Okay, I'm sick of it. I'm tired of that narrative, and I'm tired of that being the picture that's painted for women to think that they'll be basically a single mom and married. So what's the point of getting married, right? So the other day I had shared a post basically saying that I want to see more wives in 2025 versus baby mamas, right? Positive thing. We want to see more of that. We want to see less single moms. We want to see less women struggling, raising kids on their own. And this woman took it upon herself to speak on it. Totally fine. Stuff is out there. People can share their opinion. But I want you to hear her reason as to why a woman should be a single mom. And let's come back and talk about it.
More wives and less baby mamas should be the vibe for 2025.
While I appreciate her commentary on people, seeking to be wives rather than baby mamas, I just want to point out that a lot of times, more times than not, wives are still single mothers. And I say that because you can have a husband that does not engage or support or participate in raising your kids outside of just discipline. And I'm gonna give you a few examples. He don't do the doctor visits. He only show up to the football games. He don't do parent-teacher conferences. He's never taken them to the dentist. If he takes your children to the doctor and he has to call you and ask you what your child is allergic to, ma'am, you might as well be a single mother. Because you don't have a partner. All you have is a husband. Mm-hmm. And I think y'all should also focus on not telling people what they should strive for. Because sometimes women don't, in 2024, some women don't want a man. They just want a child. And they should be okay to have just what they want.
So that's
all right. That's a decent take. You made the claim, this lady on the screen made the claim that she wants to see more wives in 2020 or 2025. I feel like that's very reductive. What the response is, I want to see more wives is, you didn't say you want to see good marriages, you just wanted to see more wives and less single mothers without any sort of analysis on the lives of the single mothers and the lives of the wives that you want to see. So anyone can come in there and add. Either someone could have came in and say, I would like to see more wives who are happy in healthy relationships, and added to what you were saying. Or someone could come in and say, I don't care about wives or single mothers once people are happy in their situation, right? So it does feel like you're promoting being a wife without any analysis of the kind of marriage that you're in. And I think a lot of people have become aware. They've realized that marriage, just being married, isn't enough. Right? Like being married without analysis on the kind of marriage isn't enough. Being married with a child doesn't mean that you're living a better life than a single mother who has the financial means and the community to take care of a child. In some marriages, people are abused. Like, this was well fleshed out. I don't see a problem at all. Like, if you want to see more wives, you put that out, that's completely fine. You want to see more wives. Someone has a problem with it and say, well, you can't just say more wives. You have to explain the kinds of marriages, because some marriages have men not doing a lot. I don't see a problem. Like, let's see the follow-up. I don't know what the follow-up is, but let's see the follow-up.
Does that make sense? Like, does that make sense?
Yeah.
You might as well be a single mom if you have to carry more of the load because your partner is somewhere else. That's the reasoning. Do it all by yourself if he can't do this or that. He can't go to the...
Wait, maybe she's like not fully aware of what's happening. If you have to take care of a child and then a man-child, yes, it would be better to be by your... Yeah, wait, I'm confused. Just if we're just using pure numbers here and like rational thinking, not just like I want to have a man. On just pure rational thinking, yes, It is better to have one person to take care of than two people to take care of. How did you miss the whole point? Like, that makes sense. I don't know if that's what you're saying. Like, it's better to have a partner to help you. So the partner being willing to help you is important to the analysis. I don't understand what's not clicking.
The doctors with the kids. He can't do this with the kids. That's what they say. That's what they promote. You might as well just be a single mom if you got to do it. If you got to do more. And that is.
No, not if you got to do more. If you got to do it by yourself. If the more is more than you would do as a single person, then yes, it is better to be a single person if you have to do more being in a marriage. There are some marriages where the woman has to do, and maybe even the man, but one person has to do more than if they were single. In those circumstances, the benefit does not outweigh the cost. The cost is too much. That's the argument. Wait, is she just going to misrepresent the argument? That's what she's going to do. Is she going to just misrepresent the argument to make her point? She almost said, if you got to do it all, she caught herself. Watch her. All right, let me do that.
That's what they promote. You might as well just be a single mom if you got to do it. If you got to do more.
Yeah. You're right. She meant to say, she understood the argument. This is grifting, in my opinion. This is grifting. When you're intentionally misrepresenting an argument that you definitely understand, that is grifting, yes. You definitely understood the argument. She understands the argument. It's not that she doesn't. She does. She's intentionally misrepresenting right now.
And that is the reason why we are where we are when it comes to the Black community. Because we have women who think this way, who don't understand marriage, who don't understand being a part of a team.
That's why we are where we are in the Black community. So it's not racism, it's not Jim Crow, it's not policies, it's women's thinking, it's Black women's thinking why the Black community is where we are. What? Wait, this is like high. This, by the she's probably Manosphere. I think I broke my rule. I think she's Manosphere. I think she's probably Manosphere. This is weird. The level of engagement here is way too low for me. I think I'm moving on. I tried. I'm not doing this. I'm not. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to be up here attacking the argument, and it's going to look like I'm attacking her, and then I'm going to feel bad. And I'm not going to do this. Good luck to her. Whatever you want in life, please get it. Whatever. It's fine. All right. So let's move on. Themis, can we block Rihanna now? Can we block her? Because she told me yes. Because she told me, yeah. No, because I don't want to engage with this. I don't want to engage with this. I think that it's like we've watched some low, dusty mess at the beginning, but there are certain things that I don't engage with because it's just going to be me dunking on someone for no reason. Like there's no reason. There's no reason to do it. All right, so this man is trying to live forever. This man said that he's trying to look young and he's doing all kind of mess. And I wanted to bring it to you. Oh my God, it's 4 hours. Let me go in the after show, y'all. Oh, there's over 600 people still in here with me. Thank you all. But let's go in the after show. Not my mouse battery died. Should I do the preference video? The date preference. I have too many more videos. I am going to go in the after show, and this will be the last one. I can't believe I have so many topics I need to go over, and like I was going over it so slowly. Oh no, because the gay agenda ate up all of our time. That's why. because I was on here talking about the gay agenda for the longest. So I found this video where this Brian guy who is trying to live forever. He's doing all kind of things to live forever. If you don't know, he's even taking his son's blood or plasma and putting it in himself or whatever. It's really weird. And I don't like that people are dragging him, but like the whole thing about his son really creeps me out. So that. All right, let's watch some of this before we go.
Damaging.
And you feel similarly about caffeine?
The caffeine is fine. People, there's no problem with caffeine. Coffee is great. People just have different metabolic responses to caffeine. Some people do very well, some people do not. I'm someone who gets put on a roller coaster. So by day 3, I'm addicted. And now I drink coffee not because I love it. I drink coffee because I'm trying to feel normal. And so I'd much rather feel normal and steady than I would be on a roller coaster of emotions. And that's why I don't drink caffeine.
What are you reading right now?
I'm always in the middle of 5 books. I'll tell you. So I'm reading Skin in the Game by Taleb, High Output Management by Andy Grove, Radicals by Sal Alinsky, The Starfish and the Spider about a revolution, Cascades, The War That Wasn't, Stalin's War, and 2 books about microplastics.
Brian.
It's 3:22 a.m. in the UK, still hanging there with you. Oh, thank you. You won't have to go along. I want to watch some of this and then we're done. I promise. For Black women who advocate marriage, look rested before you start your campaign. Not pro tip for Black women trying to advocate for marriage. They should look rested. You have to come. There's this Black lady who cooks with her and for her husband, and she does these really elaborate hairstyle, but it's like very elegant. And I'm not talking about Nora. It's this Black woman, and I don't know, she's very elegant, and everything just looks really nice and clean. And like, I can't look away. I will watch like 15 of her videos back to back to back to back, and then rewatch them. I think she's African, but I don't know. She's always moisturized, and I don't know. It just looked like a luxury to me. It just looked like luxury to me because I was like, okay, Opinion. Anywho.
And it's like 15 books.
I really enjoy dipping in and out of various books. I just finished Stalin, which was really engaging.
How much time do you spend on social media?
Depends on the day. Probably a daily average of maybe 2 to 3 hours a day.
Is that really you responding to my comments?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, I do. I am I'm very engaged on social media. I mean, like social media is it's complicated. It's really nice. It's a really nice medium for communication. It also feels like slavery, where you're compelled to be. If you're not on, you're missing out on important social connections and business connections. You're just not part of the conversation. So it almost feels like a necessity, a requirement to be involved in society. And if there was no social media, and in many ways, I'm very sad that there is social media, wears us down, all of us. And so I think
What's the weirdest thing you've ever done for health?
What's the weirdest thing you've ever done for health? Ready?
How do I even score that? Well, I mean, I took a liter of my son's plasma and gave a liter of my plasma to my dad. I did focus shock.
Thing you've ever done for health?
How do I even score that? Well, I mean, I took a liter of my son's plasma and gave a liter of my plasma to my dad. I did focus shockwave on my penis. I did injections of Botox into my penis. I extensively measured my how fast I can pee to measure urinary strength. My anus is extensively measured. That's like just a short list.
What's the craziest reaction you've ever had to a health protocol?
My face blew up so badly, I was not.
Wait. I'm not talking about this. This is from him injecting foreign fat into his face. I don't know. He injecting fat. I feel like he should sue all the doctors. I think he should sue all the doctors engaged with this. Wait, I heard everything he said about what he did for his health and what he gets measured and what he gets Botoxed and all of that. I'm not even gonna. I have no. This is above my tax bracket. This is way above my tax bracket, like far above it.
Recognizable from injecting fat into my face. I was trying to revolumize my.
Oh, by the way, we're back on fiction. And the next book we're doing for the book club, which I want us to come in. I think I'm going to try to do it on Skype. It's Kingdom of the Wicked. Kingdom of the Wicked is our next book. You need timeout. He needs timeout. Wait, you mean me? He needs to be placed on timeout.
My face, and because I don't have enough fat on my body, I got a donor's fat, and when I injected it, I blew up. Couldn't even see it for a few days.
What's your relationship like with Talmadge now?
I think Talmadge views me as his future self, and I view Talmadge as my former self.
What is your relationship like with your son? What is your relationship like with your... My son views me as his future self, and I view him as my past self. That's cute. What is your relationship like with your child?
And I think we're both just talking to ourselves when we're engaged in our conversations.
What do your family and friends think about what you're doing?
My mother bravely defends me from, she lives in a very small community in Utah that is very conservative. And it's like world news gets there, you know, like months after it happens. Like they're just so insulated.
I'm not going to put this on him because I don't know, but it would be weird for him to like only have had the child to like experiment with. This is insanity.
I remember when I grew up there, like we were just separate from the world. It was this little community, very few things changed. So she's very insulated from the world. And what we're doing is unconventional, to say the least. And so I think many of her friends have different opinions of me, and she bravely stands up for me. And I appreciate that very much from my mother. My father is beaming with pride, and he is all in. I think I really appreciate his love and support. And, you know, like, I guess like everyone else, I never really know because I've learned this is like it's very hard to know someone's true thoughts. Like what people tell you is what they're trying to address in that relationship with you, but understanding what they truly think is different. So I think the most honest answer.
With all that money, he's like 40, I think. I don't remember. Let me see. He's like 40. And with all this money, and spending all this money on your face, you should be giving, what's her name? Let me leave that alone. Let me leave that. Because, like, why he looks like older, like, he looks. I know this is not just like a physical thing, it's about his organs and his internal age and all of that. So, like, because he looked about 60. He like the experiment has failed externally, right? So I do hope that it's working internally. Because like if he had come to me and go like, and I don't think he cares a lot well, he's injecting fat into his face for volume. So I guess he cares a lot about the physical appearance, right? So that part has just failed. Like, just, I mean, what is that redhead lady name? Like, I used to really like her. She was a Disney or something actress with the freckles that she got removed. What's her name? What? No, I can't move on without saying what I want to say right now. Lindsay Lohan. Lindsay Lohan has a refreshed. Lindsay Lohan is looking refreshed, rejuvenated, new face, whatever. Girl looking good. Whatever Lindsay Lohan did, this guy should go do it. This guy should go do it. Because like, to be spending millions of dollars a year and well, maybe he's not failing. Maybe he would be way worse. Maybe he would be way worse if he wasn't spending this money. Yeah, sorry, I can't click on the comments well because my mouse died and now I have to use my touchpad, like my finger pad thing, and I hate it.
Answer is I don't know what most people think of this endeavor.
On the flip side, you've got a lot of vocal haters online. How does that make you feel?
I love my haters.
If you could say something to your haters, what would it be?
Keep it up. When you go away, things are not as fun. So, and like your game's getting pretty weak. So get better. Like I expect more from you.
In any part.
All right, girl. I mean, you said keep going. I'm not his hater. I'm actually fascinated. Outside of the sun, I wish the sun thing wasn't in there because I find that deeply troubling. I don't know that the sun is giving real consent for his plasma to be removed and be injected into this man. That part. But like, I am curious when it comes to like fighting aging and like the progress in fighting aging. Actually, let me move him from the screen because we're done. We're done. I just want to talk about this. I think that my grandmother I don't know if she enjoyed the process of aging, but I think she enjoyed her life. And there was never a moment where she complained about aging or said, I need to dye my hair to not look older. Like she gracefully entered her older age. But if we're being honest, oh my God, let's do it. Let's be vulnerable. Oh my God, let's be vulnerable. I think that our body, like our cells, our body, we're deteriorating, right? So as we age, we get stronger for a moment and then there's a swift decline. There's like a swift decline with health, memory, everything starts going down. And so when I hear people talk about embrace aging and don't fight it, it feels more like accept it because it's inevitable, right? And like I don't want to say no one, but I'm not sure that I believe people. I'm not sure that I believe people when they say, I look forward to aging and I love aging and I don't have any issues with aging because it's fundamentally disruptive to your life. You aren't as fast, you aren't as agile, you aren't like as you age at a certain point, you start losing things, right? And so I can understand the obsession with holding on to youth as much as you can. And this is not just about beauty. Someone said healthy aging. No, your health declines with age. I don't know what anyone who says this is lying. Anyone who fights me back on this, you want me to drop the link? Let me drop the link. Let's drop the link so we can be messy just for a minute. If you want. Because I am fascinated by it, and it's something that I've thought about as I start aging, and I will remain 30 for the rest of my life. But as someone who is going to always be 30, it sucks for y'all. I will always be 30. I I don't know. It's really sad. Even when I watch the movie, The Substance, um, I've watched the movie The Substance, and I know people who feel like they're losing everything while they're aging. And you are older, and the older you get, the more questions you have answered, the more aware you are of yourself and your body, the more present you are usually for yourself, the more experience you have. And I feel like at like 60, 70 is when you're like, not fully, but you know who you are a lot of the times. But then your body cannot or doesn't always isn't always able to keep up with, now that I know who I am, now that I've experienced life, I can make decisions, informed decisions about who I am. And then you're like, oh wait, no, my body's breaking down. Like things are happening that aren't good. And I'm fascinated by that because I want to get to a place. I feel like as soon as I start getting wrinkles and losing my hair and stuff, I think I'm gonna freak out. Like I think I don't want to. Hey, UG Rose. I think I'm gonna freak out. How are you? Hello, you're muted. You're mute. Yeah, you're muted. Hello, UG. All right. Well, UG's not speaking. And I think that's fascinating to me. I'm gonna deeply engage in the aging conversation because I think that I'm doing a disservice because I've just accepted people saying just be okay with aging, embrace aging, and all of that. And I'm like, yeah. But now that I'm aging, I'm like, wait, what do you mean embrace? So we did. I mean, I was all for embracing aging when I thought we were gonna find a solution by the time I'm 40. I thought by the time I'm 40 that, and I still have like 10 years to go, but like I'm hoping by the time I'm 40 we figured out a way to like to not age. I mean, I'm gonna be there like yeah, age, and then for me I'm gonna be like no, 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 no. Nak, how are you?
I'm good. Just taking out my braids still.
What did say you? UG Voice is not speaking.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I have been one of those people who's actually excited about aging. Only because I think I approach it from a sense of like excited to see what the future holds and what changes around me in the world that the future will present versus thinking about it like, oh, everything in my body's deteriorating. Um, I think more of it instead of like it's deteriorating, like, okay, in addition to the deterioration of the body, it's the changes that I'm excited to see on like how I grow into those changes that I'm excited about. Um, my background, like, so I was raised Muslim, no longer active or religious in any sense. And in Islam, they kind of condition you not to be afraid of death. So I have never really been afraid of death, and that's helped me on like how I approach life. And man, I'm actually excited for that day because like it comes with the memories and the life you've lived and the appreciation that you've had for each day. So I'm
So
excited.
for your body, you don't worry about not being able to do with your body what you've always been able to do with it, and
No, because I've already
oh.
done it.
Period.
Like,
Go ahead, Eugene.
if you've
Go
already
ahead,
done it,
Lamont.
why are you scared to lose it? Because I've already done it. I would be more scared if I haven't done it and I didn't give myself that chance.
But even with I think not a lot of people go have dementia, but like it I think it's in my family. I saw my grandmother go through it. So like for like even the idea of potentially not being able to control my thoughts and remember what I see, like those I think those things are very aesthetically. There's a whole aesthetic issue that I have, right? But
It's like a little scary. Well, I can see how that's scary. And I think that's why in my life personally, I've started like taking more pictures, writing down things more, sharing more memories without the pictures, like making sure those close to me have pictures with me, that even if I forget them, experiencing that as new information over and over again of myself in that old age would be, I would think would be exciting, because like you're
No,
relearning
it's
about.
not. Let me stop.
I hope. I know.
It
I
will
hope.
not
Like,
be waking up and not knowing where you are or like who the people are around
yes.
you is not exciting. It's
I
scary.
know. And I think that's why like I would rather think about it that way now and live that way now, where like I'm excited about every day. Even like when it gets tough, like at least looking forward to something and like that's in my memory while I can still remember it.
I feel like this is cope, and I don't mind it. But because like if you're saying you're prepared, like not prepared, but like you're exciting to see how your body breaks down essentially.
Yeah, like not how it breaks down, but like who I become because of it, or who I am in that moment.
All right, UG, you came first. Then we go to level up.
Yeah, my apologies. I wasn't in the app, Davis, to
No, you're
unmute
fine.
myself. But I think that the longer that you're in this experience of life is the more aware you become of its fragility, and living in that humility as you go through this life, and you encounter people that you could have just parted ways with, and they could not be there in a blink. You see how precious it is, how irreplaceable even your most tiresome and weary of times in your life, like the way that you manage to get through some of the roughest parts of life and still find it beautiful. Yeah, that's what becomes clearer. Something in that, something in that, like it just like kind of like just stays in your spirit, because even as people lose their memories, they still have those moments of resurgence where that spark seems to re-enter their eyes and they make the connections again. Like there's still something in there that that always wants to connect to life.
All right, so you're saying you're not. Are you afraid of aging?
No, I've outlived some of the people that were elders when I was younger. So no, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of it. I thank God that I'm still here in their absence. Because
Wait,
it could be
so
me. It could have been me.
wait,
It could
but
be anybody. Sorry.
wait. Can you explain that? Sorry, let me read this. Autoimmune disease or chronic illness can really disrupt whatever you thought was going to happen with age. Yeah, but I feel like this is like sidestepping the question of aging. And I don't want people to feel bad about aging. Like aging is beautiful. That you age means that you still exist, right? But aging does something very specific at a certain age to your body, and your health deteriorate. That is a fact of life until we figure out um until we figure out. Let me save this question because I do actually want to engage with this, because I want my mind changed on this, because I'm also all here for the aesthetics too. But until we figure out how to not have ourselves break down, and a stumble that would have been fine becomes life changing, not just for you, but for all your loved ones around you. People now have to take care of you because you can't take care of yourself fully. Like your body become like, we are fragile, right? But we become more fragile. And I think there, for me, there's a fear of like letting having someone having to be completely dependent on someone else. And I think we all are aware of aging and like the process of, but I don't think we have I I think we are coping with, or trying to cope with, the reality of what it means to age. And so sometimes we lie to ourselves about our wanting to age because we don't want to admit that we don't want to, even though we have to. And admitting that we don't want to actually doesn't do anything but make us anxious because we can't stop it.
Well, right. It's like if you're gonna live in the perpetuity of that thinking, then yeah, you're gonna turn life into something that you have to suffer through as opposed to experience and watch how you develop, how you evolve, the ways in which you change. Like, okay, hair loss turns into, all right, I have to find a different way to wear my hair, or I have to embrace not having hair.
Yeah, like I guess.
I feel like y'all are just lying to me. I feel like y'all are lying to me.
No, because when you're looking forward to aging, right, that means you have lived versus not having lived and died young without actually seeing your older self.
So you guys truly are you? Wait, let's go to the level of single mom first, and then I'll ask about the truly question.
Hello.
Hey, Tiff says getting older is a privilege not granted to many. It is. And I think it is a privilege and we should see it as such. Still don't mean you want it. Thank you for being here for 39 months, Tiff. I appreciate that. Go ahead.
And I suspect I'm probably like one of the older people, active people in the space, like that interacts a lot.
You don't look like it. So I don't know.
Well, for reference, I'll be 40 this year. So,
oh, girl, I'm older than you. I'm about to be 41. Calm down.
I'm not 41. I said one of because I know there are some people that like come up and talk and stuff that are older, but like for me, it's interesting because I think about what I thought would be happening with me. Like, and I'm not just talking about like in my life. I'm just talking about like period, my mindset and how I think and everything. And I feel so connected to my younger self. You know what I mean? Like I don't really feel different in a core way. So for me, it's just kind of fun and interesting. Like looking at myself in the mirror and seeing gray hairs and stuff like that. It's just like, girl, look at these gray hairs on your head. So I don't know.
When you get excited for that.
It's not excitement as much as it's like novelty. Like, this is funny. Look at this. I can't believe it. You know, like it's just like, look at me get old.
Girl, I thought a gray hair in my beard. I remember when it was. I think I told y'all this. I called my mom. I called my dad. I called my brother. I was devastated.
Y'all are so annoying.
Oh no!
Because every time I see a gray hair, I count it like a year of like wisdom or a year of
No, listen, it went from like one or two. It went from one or two. I had one hair in like 2021, and I remember, and I was proud of it. I was like, look at my hair, because it would just stick up. And then my girlfriend was like, oh, she plucked it right on out, like absolutely not. But then,
no, I hope
like the next year, I realized like they were popping up everywhere. They're still not like a bunch of them, but you can like there's a couple right in the front. And then my daughter said there's some like in the back that you can see when I pull my hair up. So it's just like, okay, this is a real thing now. And I don't know. But I'm still like a baby in my family. So I'm in spaces where I'm still treated like a baby. So
like, so I count my my age like in decades. After I turned 20, I wanted to like count my years in decades, because it just like means 10 years of new knowledge and new experiences. So I actually love when I see folks, especially Black folks, Black women. Not sorry, Themis. Sorry, you're
fine.
that for you. Like gray hairs on Black women. It just means they have lived a life and they've like earned these experiences in their life, and they have this privilege of like actually seeing all their work, all their sacrifices, all their pain, all their joy coming to who they are today. And I think that's why like I love seeing the age of people, and like it creeps me out when people are like getting Botox and looking like
I love that. The Botox, I'm here for Botox and all of that.
I know you are. But I'm like, you're erasing all that journey that you've had in life.
Nobody needs to see my journey. I know it. But no. I do like seeing other people who embrace like aging and doing it gracefully and still in full control of the. This is why I go to the gym. No, I ain't gonna do it. That's a lie. I go to the gym for aesthetics, but there's a part of me that want to like maintain health, right? And I think Jamal asked a question. Wait, let me read the super chat, then I go to Jamal's question. I'm afraid of aging and getting sick because my daughter jokingly said she would put me in a nursing home if I could not take care of myself. I believe her. But it's not even just that I hope that you don't, because I would never. My mom always has a home. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about who's going to take care of my mom. Like, I'm going to do it. Like, it is just that simple. So I hope you're wrong. But for me, I don't want to be a burden on anyone. And I think that as you age, you become more of a burden on people. And there's the question Jamal asked, which I want to answer now, is your fear of aging related to how you see elders treated in society? Yes. I think that we as a society partly reject older people as a general matter. And I don't think we show the love and care. Because, like, I grew up in Jamaica where the elders were respected, and there is a kind of wisdom and deference we give. We assume they have. We give them deference because the wisdom we assume they have. And so I don't think, and maybe this was youth, but I've never thought about aging in a meaningful way. Now, and I think maybe that's the hubris of youth and thinking that you're immortal. And then as you age, you start thinking, wait, oh, this is real now. What do I want my legacy to be? And I'm not afraid of death in like, I'm not afraid of like, I heard things move in my house and I was like, girl, is this a ghost down here? Let me go. Like, I don't really care about death. I wouldn't, it's not that meaningful to me. But I don't like the idea of like my body deteriorating and like not being in control of like me in the way that like I know myself to be. I hate the idea that like I would be taking from people, that I would be a hassle to be around. Like, those ideas come into vogue. And then there's a whole very superficial part that I don't think is good to mention. But like, I don't care about people's opinion. There's a part of me that's like, wait, my supple skin, will I not have, like, I can't maintain this. And I think that is scary to me. And maybe I will grow up. Maybe I will actually love how I change, because I think it's going to be very difficult for me to look in the mirror and hate myself. I think that's going to be very difficult. So
exactly. And I think that's then therein is the point. Like, no matter how we appear, or no matter our feelings about having moments of like unyielding vulnerability, like we are at the whim of a force that's that's beyond our control. So it's accepting that and saying, yeah, well, in spite of that, I'm always gonna love me.
And it's gradual too. Like, it's not, I mean, well, like, I became aware of like gray hairs in an instant, right? But like the wrinkles and the things like that and stuff, it's like you live with yourself every day. So you kind of are with yourself during that process.
You would think that, but the other day I found an old picture of myself that I really thought I ate in undergrad my freshman year, and I did eat that picture up, girl. People are in my DMs still, and I was like, "Who is this person?" Like, I legit was like, "I don't know who this person is."
Oh,
Like,
I don't. So are you saying like you were finer then, or what?
Different.
Different.
I still eat now, but it was different. It was a different look. It was just different. And I was like, oh, I can see how I've aged. I've never looked in the mirror and thought, I see how I age. I've never done that. Like,
But
you said, it's gradual.
that's what I'm talking about though. Like, as you're on the road with yourself and you are becoming these new people through the different phases of your life and loving them and embracing them as it's going, it is going to be kind of like, oh, I can look back now and see how I'm different, but like you said, I'm still fine. Like I love myself at this phase.
Yeah, no, but that's not like I do love myself, and I think it will be highly unlikely for me to not love Here's the picture for those who want to see it. I think it's a great picture. I think it's one of my best pictures ever.
Girl,
You
who
look
is
like
that
so
man?
serious.
Why did I just hear like Return of the Mac start
Who
playing?
is that?
What do you mean? Who is that?
First of all, that man looks like he's married and has kids.
That part.
Really? But do I look
That is
older
a
as this
serious
picture?
man. No shenanigans.
Do I look older in this picture?
I don't think it's so much older. You look more serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was giving face. Yeah.
You were giving face. You were giving, I'm an alpha.
It was a smolder.
You were giving, I am a high value man.
Yes, you was giving provider, okay? You was giving my food is on the table when I come
On
in
the
the door.
table and ready. And the big
That right
chicken.
there is a man Hafiz would want to dress.
But jokingly, there's the aesthetic portion, but that's not the main part. So, at 62 years of age period, in my opinion, embracing aging is a continuous practice of intentionality. Minimizing bodily wear and tear is a lifestyle, not an event. Yeah. But I do like bodily wear and tear. Like I like going on like sliding down waterfalls in Puerto Rico.
Listen, was it last week or whatever? I slept kind of weird, and then I went to the kitchen to get something to eat, and I bent down like to go in the refrigerator, and I had that pain. You know that pain, like your back kind of lock, and I was just like, oh. And it'll be stuff like that, like regularly it'll be a hip or a back or a shoulder, like it's always something.
Wait, I just realized we don't talk about aging. I don't think I've ever had this conversation. Ever. I don't think I've ever had this conversation outwardly. I mean, I have it in my head.
Not on here. We've had it in the Discord, not here.
All right, because I don't remember talking about this. I feel like we should talk about it more.
Yeah, these are
It's such a good conversation.
It's right, exactly. Like not a lot of people talk about these things, but you know, there are people that are wise enough and have the ability enough to, or eventually you do it when you become aware of the importance of having things like living wills and actually thinking about
Hi,
your loved
Themis.
one.
I don't know if you
I think
can.
someone is talking.
Hi,
sorry.
I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Wait, someone, who is that? Can you say your name?
Spaghetti.
Wait, Spaghetti. Was someone else talking before Spaghetti?
Yeah.
I thought, yeah. Wait, Spaghetti. Who was talking first? Sorry.
No, I was.
I don't know. I thought it just went silent for a bit.
No.
Can you hear me?
Talking. I forgot.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, who is that saying?
Yeah,
Can you
we
hear
can
me?
hear you.
Me.
Who is-
UG.
Huh?
UG.
It's UG Rose.
Oh, gotcha. Go ahead. Wait, were you the person speaking?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. Yeah, but I was just saying
Oh,
that.
to me? To Spaghetti?
No. UG Rose. Can you not hear UG?
Yeah. Yeah, there's the importance of families having things like living trust and designating powers of attorney because they're existing in the reality of what happens if I lose my faculties. Who is and knowing that there is a plan and going through that with the people that are closest to you allows you to accept that I've made this inevitability something that will go as easy on my loved ones as possible because I've made these arrangements already. This is one less thing that they'll have to worry about when the day comes because we don't know what circumstances could bring about that day.
Yeah. No, yeah, because like I've been very cautious in my mind about like my legacy, not just like preparing for my family about like who will do what, but like I'm thinking about sort of what is the legacy I want to leave back in the world. And I think that is more important to me than my life itself. Like, how will I have impacted the world kind of thing? Or people, not even the world. It's not that big, but like people. So like, unlike a broader level, I think I will never like break psychologically because I have something that I think that is worth value that I'm creating and leaving behind. I think, I hope. But then there is a separate element. So I'm with you there. The separate element of, but in my own body, if I could choose to not age. All right, here's the question. If you could choose to not age, would you? Or choose to control your aging? Would you age up and then age down when you want? Would you take that, or would you just continue to age how you want,
Yeah.
how you naturally do?
I would want to age but with the caveat of let like my muscles and things, like as long as I'm caring for myself, let that be something that like kind of like is sturdy. Like, okay, I don't want to look like a child forever. I want to see the fact that I am older. I want my gray hair. Let it go full silver. Whatever. I want those things. But as long as all the muscles and things do what I need them to do, run, climb, jump, dance, all that, yeah, I'm good.
All right,
I've
so we're
actually
very
had
different then. Go,
I've actually
wait,
had a different.
before you go, go ahead, Nak, and then 10 will go.
No, 10 can go first. I've been yapping.
You know, I think I've been having major bike issues. So I don't even know if you can hear me.
Yeah, we
We
can
can
hear you.
hear you.
Okay. Let me just say, I think this is so great you're having this conversation because I just turned 49 on New Year's Day. And
Yay!
yay. And it's very much on my mind, aging, how much of a gift it really is, and how much of it sucks in a society like ours. Um, I used to very much look forward to aging because of, and I'm going to bring it down just a little bit, but in part because I felt like, oh, you have less to deal with from men as you got older, and maybe you get a little bit more respect in society. Like, you'd be a little venerable. You know, people might get things off the high shelves for you. Like I used to joke in my mind that at some parts of aging, there's just this greatness in it because as women in this society, so much is put on you when you're young. So all of those things have been really, really, really on my mind. And ultimately, yeah, it's a gift every single day that you get. But the thing is, I'm in the middle generation. I'm raising a young person, and I'm watching my parents get old. I just lost, both of my fathers, a stepfather who actually raised me, and a father. And I'm watching my mother get older. I'm watching my best friend parent her. Well, it is a second parenting, but help her mother through dementia at the moment. And she helped nurse her father through cancer when she lost him. So like I'm in an age bracket where I'm seeing my friends do things for their parents that I'm like, yo, this ain't fun. But every day you get with them, it's like even the like hard things that you have to do. I have literally had moments where I was like, I'm so glad I got to clean that mess up off of you. Like, I'm so glad I got to be here to do that. So excuse me, I'm sorry to bring it down, but like it's so many layers, especially like again, as women, Black women, so much is expected of you. And in a world that celebrates you in a lot of ways because they want to be you, they ain't trying to deal with what you dealing with. And that doesn't change with every step of getting older. So I'm just, all those things are in my mind. And it's so interesting to see younger people, not to be pedantic or anything, but like so many conversations that I see people having. Like when you said your age, I was like, oh my God, that's why I love you so much. Like so many people are having conversations at earlier ages, at like, I just feel like the discourse, like there's so much I hate on the internet, but then I have little pockets of, I'm like, ooh, they got such good stuff. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Oh, just it's
Yeah,
just a very interesting thing.
I think that I do like that people are having these kind of discussion then, because that's good. But I think one thing you were talking about things that you're excited for with aging. I think one other thing that I'm excited for is being able to say whatever I want. Um,
That part.
I feel
That's
like
yes.
I feel like I want to be at the point where I just say no, get out of my face. I think I don't do that now because of like actually no, let me leave that alone. But I do like that. I like older people who are like slightly disrespectful. An illness or accident can render you dependent on someone at any age. My friend died at 45 from cancer. Her daughter misses her. Yeah, and I think we are afraid of illness or we don't want illnesses, right? And I think for me, in the same way, I'm like, mm, there's a part of me that is afraid. Obviously, I'm repeating myself, but I'm afraid of my body breaking down. Like I don't know why that has become like a thing for me. Where like I even call my mom, and not just breaking down, like just physically, like even aesthetically. I call my mom and I'm like, okay, she's 43, is 43. She's 53 years old and she still look like my age. So we're good. And I don't know why I do that. Like I'll just be on the phone FaceTiming and I'm like, all right, so we're still good. Got it. Because I need to see when you start aging to know when I need to start preparing myself to age. Because I feel like we have very similar genetics. Well,
But
um,
also, like, I feel like we have a lot of older people who just say some ridiculous stuff off cuff because they held it in for so long in their younger age. And that's what I mean,
Right.
demons. You should start doing that now and live your life. Have the
No, I
memories,
live my
the
life. I
whole
think
thing. But you
I've
don't be
looked at
cussing people out the way you want to, and that's why you're waiting to do it in older age.
yes, 'cause I
Exactly.
won't do it.
So
Too much autopsy.
A period. But no. I look back on my life and I am very, very, very proud. I think I'm the proudest I can ever be of myself for the amount of work and care that I gave myself. Like I even started eating crumble cookie now. This is so random. I don't really like them like that, but I started eating them because I can. And then I was talking to my nutritionist, which is terrible. I shouldn't have brought up the crumble thing. And they were dragging me. But I was like, if this is like one of the worst things that I've ever done to my body,
I'm good.
I think I've done a good job with my body. Like I'm gonna stop. Obviously, I am gonna stop. But if that's one of the worst things that you could think that I've done to
Then
my
you're doing
body,
good.
yeah. Not only that, I think that like I'm very proud of like the work that I've done, the way that I've lived my life, and I hope that I can continue to do that. But like I don't think there's ever a moment in my life where I look back and I'm like, there was a mountain I didn't climb that I really wanted to. There's a career I wanted. None of that. I did everything that, in my mind, I did everything that I wanted to do in life. And everything else is added on. So that's
Right.
just that on that. But I'm still afraid of age. Not afraid. I'm still circumspect around the idea of aging. I am.
I think where I stand is I was exposed to death very, very young, like before I was even like 7. And I think like that shaped my thought on aging in life. Um
Wait, no, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at this comment. Go ahead. I'm gonna stop listening to reading the chat while I'm listening to you.
no, it's okay. Because I can just always drag you in the Discord for it. So
Does spaghetti get to talk yet?
that is a good question. I'm gonna go on mute. Everybody else
Oh,
continue.
finish. You said you were exposed to death at a very early age. I was listening.
Yeah, trigger warning, but at a very early age, I think I was like either 5 or 4, vague memory, but I remember watching a car hit a man head on and pin him to a wall, and I like literally looked into his eyes as he like passed away. And I think that like just that memory has always like been in the back of my mind when it comes to think about life and death, and it shaped how I view it. Um, and I've always asked, it's so dark. I know I should have probably talked to someone as a kid, but I've always asked myself on my birthdays, like, if I die tomorrow, would I be happy with what I've done, or how far my life has come? And I always made sure that answer is always yes. And that's why I'm not really afraid of aging, because at any moment, if I go, at least I'm happy with how far I've come in life. But it also pushes me to look forward to how much more I can add to it.
Yeah, I agree. Life is too short. Run up on them today.
And I did.
and did. And did. Wait, Gabriella. Is it Gabriella? Well, it's Gabriella and then Gabrielle. I think, I don't know.
Yes, Themis. Hi, everyone. I loved hearing your stories. I actually just jumped on because I don't really have anything to add on the aging aspect. I mean, we're all going to get old, we're all going to die. I love plastic surgery. I've had work done and I'm going to get some more work done. So I'm all about the aesthetics. But I was really interested, Themis, about your comment when we were speaking on Princess Love, and how other women of other races do not see Black women as competition. So I was super interested in that comment that you did not want to share. So I just wanted.
No, they do see Black women as competition.
Oh, okay. I guess I misunderstood because you had a comment. You wanted to further go into, whatever you were going to say, but you didn't want to say it because you didn't know how it was going to be portrayed or how it was going to come out. But I was really interested.
No. It's
with
not
your
about how it would
perspective.
be perceived or come out. I didn't say it because I didn't think it was fully thought through. And it was an idea about these women who are quote unquote preferences, the psychology of why it is that they disrupt their mental space so much, or it disrupts their mental space so much when their quote unquote man cheats with someone that they see as quote unquote lesser than them.
Could you further elaborate on that, because I'm really interested. I see it all the time as well, especially in the industry that I work in, and so I wanted to hear more if you would like to. I know previously you didn't want to, but if you could please, I would really love it, because I would jot it down and actually think more on it and add on to it as well. In my I really was interested in that. But that's all I wanted to say, basically. That's the only thing I had to say.
So I'm trying to put this the most like politically correct way that I can find, because I don't think what I'm about to say is also fair. Because in my mind, I have created a kind of boundary, and I think you're pushing that boundary. And I'm a bit surprised at that, and I don't know why.
My apologies. That was completely not my intentions. I really love your perspective on a plethora of things, and I really love your commentary, even though I don't agree with all of it. But this one really interested me because it's something that I can relate to. It's something that I've seen. And I just want to know more on what you thought. But if I am pushing your boundaries, of course, I respect it 100%. Thank you for having me on.
No, I respect that. Thank you. Yeah, the judgment I'm going to make is one that I think has already been made by other content creators. I can't remember it, but it has to do with thinking someone is less than you and therefore finding it psychologically uncomfortable that the person who promoted you as the standard of beauty would leave you and go to someone you and them agree is less than you. I think that does something psychologically to the quote unquote preference. But the theory that I have, that's the explanation. But the theory that I have from that, I don't want to say because it hasn't been fleshed out yet. But that part is like fully it. I did say that, I think, but the other parts of it, getting into like a kind of psychoanalysis, I don't think it's fair for me to do, because I just don't feel like I've done the work to do that analysis, at least not publicly.
Do you Do you in the future believe that you will make a video on that, make it public, the psychoanalysis? Because I think it would get a lot of views and a lot of people would be interested with your commentary and what you have to say.
If it ever comes up again, I'm pretty sure, because I'm going to work on it probably for a while now, but I'm pretty sure if it comes up again, I'll definitely be prepared. I didn't want to, yeah. I don't like putting out, like within all my mess content, I do include a lot of theory, I think. And I try to make sure that I can back my theory, because in my mind there's a thesis defense that I have to do. It's never true, and I want to be able to defend most of what I put out. So that's kind of why I didn't. But yeah, I don't mind. I wouldn't mind talking about it again.
Okay, well, thank you so much and have a wonderful night.
You too. Thank you.
Venus?
Yeah.
I just wanted to make a quick point when she was making that question, when she was asking her question, but you see it in what happened between what's this rapper's name and Danny Lay and his other children's mother, and the putting out of the music of, yellow bone is what he want.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, well,
yeah.
Then that
I thought about it then too. That specific incident, I thought about this theory then too.
Right, and I've also, quick anecdotal, another content creator, I won't mention her name, but she shared a story about how it's like never believe that a guy has a particular standard for who he is going to step out on you with.
Yeah.
It's just it's whomever might occur at the time, which is why it's difficult, but not take it personally, because she was talking to a guy and she was jokingly said that he must be on Instagram looking at all the girls that have, the BBLs. And he so earnestly said, "Oh, no. I can't stand girls with big butts. I like you had a cute little butt," and blah, 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 blah. Hyped her up and everything. So she's running around, yeah, little booty, what he want? Only for, while she's getting talking to him longer, and she unknowingly goes to see him, and he's in the face of a woman that got a big old booty.
Mm-hmm. You said that, and I actually remembered for some reason Sin Santana. So this actually happened a lot. If I actually go through the
Great
Rolodex,
example.
how these it does happen. Why did I psych myself out? Yeah.
So it happens at all ages, and
yes,
with aging, we have to make choices on how we do approach our own individual lives. And I think it also kind of adds to why everyone acts out differently with each birthday that comes. I guess that falls into the fear people have with aging, and this fear of it ending all of it ending suddenly, so they have to put all of this craziness that they choose. I'm choosing my words very carefully because I like to cuss. All this craziness that they choose to do with their lives, especially when we see it in industry the rap industry, on the choices people make, where you can tell when someone actually values life when someone doesn't. And I think that plays into, sorry, I got a hair in my tongue, that plays into the whole fear of aging, that so much so that some celebrities end their life early because of that fear.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the show, the movie The Substance is really interesting to me. Because of this idea that it tackles. But this was more, I guess it was beauty and aging all wrapped in one. Focus more on aging. Well, beauty. It's 2025. Drop the skincare on. Y'all not about to be suing me. Spicy Shade. Welcome to the membership. All right, let's get our final thoughts out. I don't want it to be seen as some like I hate aging. It's not. That's not the vibes. I am just very concerned with sort of how we treat people, how we engage with aging, and for me personally, feeling like I cannot be more in control of myself. I like self control. That's it. Um, but I probably need to rethink the fact that I don't believe people when they tell me they look forward to aging. Um, I I don't know why I don't believe people, and when they like, oh, I just love aging. I don't. But as you all are talking, because I've never really spoke to anyone who said it, I just kind of like, sure you do, and then moved on. But everyone doesn't have my own theory. And hearing you all talking about this did change my mind. The way NAC approach aging, I think, is new. I've never really heard anyone who think about it this way and explained it. Um, and I also know people are afraid of death, which is separate. But yeah, we can do our final thoughts.
I think, well, I'll just give my final thoughts real quick. I think that it all comes if you kind of know the person's overall kind of philosophy on life or their personality, you can kind of gauge how they would be about aging. Because, like, I'm more of a look, I am not in control. The older I get, the more I understand that I am not in control of things. And so I'm just going to enjoy myself type of thing. And I also tap into social media, seeing so many older people in ways that we didn't get to see them before. Like, I think there was a time when we just saw older people as nearing death, as opposed to simply people who are older experiencing life. And so, like, that's also something that I tend to focus on, being that, again, God willing, I'm going to continue to age until I don't. And so I want to enjoy it. So I
Not by
look for
control, by the way.
examples.
One clarification: by control, I meant to get up and go for a run.
No, I know exactly what you mean in terms of, I know what you mean. Like your body, if your body breaks down, it does get to a point where you wouldn't be in control. And that is scary. Like, I will say one of the things that I do have a distinct fear of is a fear of losing my memory. Is a
Oh, yeah.
fear of, because to lose your memory is to lose yourself, and have spent all this time, loving myself and really building up my personality and everything like that. It is a scary thing to think like that could be going.
You just pointed this out and I said it, but like I don't think I've ever really put it out. Like losing your faculties, like, but I think the thing that I prize, you can call me ugly, I won't believe you. You can call me anything in the world that you want to call me. The one thing, if I feel like it sure would wreck me, is if I feel like I am dumb, right? And losing my ability to reason, I think that scares me more than anything. And I can be very superficial, right? But more than like physical, like the ability to reason, if I lose that, I feel like I wouldn't know. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to reason with myself, but I would know who I am. And like, I think because of my grandmother and experiencing that, that was so shocking for me that like, oh my God, wait, this could be me. Like and not only could it be me, like my mom, it's like my grandmother, my mom, and me. It skipped everyone else in the family. We look and act kind of exactly alike. I don't know if that's socialization or biology, but I like, my mom's very annoyed with me, but I watch my mom very closely to like see what is happening with her as an indicator of like what is going to happen to me. We're like, she's a woman, I'm a man. Like, it's not the same, but yeah. But the ability to reason, if I lost that, I don't know what I would do with myself. But yeah,
That scares me. Yeah, or thinking of that has scared me. And we actually were like working on it in school this past semester. But like I said, I don't I know some things I can't control. So what I can do in the meantime is try to make sure, I'm eating right and making all the circumstances as good as possible to make sure that doesn't happen.
Someone said, "Why don't you look at your dad?" I am trying to. I'm gonna. This is something I'm gonna do. I'm done with crumble. I'm back on healthy living. I'm not. Whatever. I'm not gonna push diet culture either because you. Why don't I look at my dad? My dad and I have nothing in common at all. Like there's nothing in. I have nothing in common with my dad. If I use my dad as a barometer, he's very healthy, he's amazing, great, all of that. But if I use him as a barometer for me, I would just be wrong. There's literally nothing at all that we have, nothing at all. We don't talk alike, we don't look alike. I look like my mom in a male version. I act, sound, talk, everything about me is very similar to my mom. And I didn't know that until very recently, like 2 or 3 years ago, where I'm like, oh my God. So yeah, it would be very difficult. My brother and I are nothing alike.
But that's all I had to say. So I'm going to drop down. It was lovely speaking with all of you, and I will enjoy you for the rest of the stream in the chat.
Thank you. Bye. All right, Matt, go ahead.
I guess like my closing is that I understand people's fears when it comes to aging, because it always relates to losing control of who you are in that moment, of what you enjoyed in your youth. And it's also like the thought of death, which I realize a lot of people are afraid of death. So that's always been like odd to me. Like has always been odd to me that people are scared of death. It's like the one guarantee we have in life, right?
And
But
cancer.
girl, I can just move. Anyway. But yeah, for me, I guess like the only thing I can like the only call to action I can share with folks listening and who are going to watch this is like instead of like just living in the moment and like live for you is how I could word it. Like live for the person who you want to be. Um yes, plan for the future because that's always smart. You never know how far you'll make it in life. But while you're simultaneously doing that, live for you now and enjoy the life that you have now while you have it.
Oh, girl, that is not my advice. You and I so, but this is why it's so interesting. This is why I don't post on debunking excellence. My philosophy on life is so different from yours.
Let's hear it.
No, it's not even just. I'm not gonna give the philosophy, but like in my mind, I am thinking, do things now to make life for future themes easier.
Yeah.
Right. So like it means that like while I do enjoy the moment and because I want to give future me memories, I'm like always careful so that future me has something. Like when I do something, I'm like, oh my God, I'm glad I did that. Past me, thank you, because like now that this is done, I don't have to do it. And so like
I feel like okay, maybe I didn't word it that way because that's exactly what I feel like. Because you're always planning for future you, but you're still traveling now. Versus like, oh, let me just save up and travel later. You're still traveling
absolutely
now,
not.
but while also like exactly. What I'm saying is like, if you want to travel now, even if it's like a day, 48 hours, 24 hours, whatever, do it. However, don't be foolish and spend your last dime doing it because you still have to plan for your future.
Gotcha. All right,
Yeah.
we agree.
Yeah.
Because when someone say like live for you now, that implication is always like
No. That's why I didn't want to say, oh, live your life as if it's your last day. No, live, just don't forget yourself now. Because a lot of people like concentrate so much and get tunnel vision into planning the future that they forget to live their life now, and all of a sudden they lose people. They're like, oh my God, I haven't hung out with my friend like 3 years because I've been so busy planning for my future. It's like, no, you could have just like managed your time better to do both, where you
Yeah.
spend and create all these memories, all live this life now while you're simultaneously planning for yourself in the future.
Yeah, I actually prefer this and I agree with it, even though for 10 years, 8 years of my life, I think it's 10. For 10-ish years of my life, I was working. Like, I think from 19 to about 28, it was not about fun or anything. Like, I put my head down and I just got through it. And I didn't actually, I'm gonna leave that alone because there's a part of me that's really toxic in terms of work culture. Um, that requires so much effort, and there's the internal perfectionist, like, you know how people have other perfectionist theories where like you want everyone else to be perfect. Well, I have a combination of both self and other, where like I'm hypercritical of myself and I'm a perfectionist in myself, and I so in my head that I have to do everything. And so like I work tirelessly, but I also expect it from people. And I do think this is toxic. So like I do agree with you, and I think your approach is good, where you live while you plan. And I can say that right now that I'm where I want to be, I do that. But prior to me getting my career, absolutely not. And I think that's wrong. I think that's wrong.
Yeah, because
There's
that's where like a life of regrets comes in.
Yeah, but I don't regret it either. But you're right, because this is why I don't do debunking excellence. My approach is very harsh, and I don't think that it's right. I think capitalism likes my approach. I think the world we live in, obviously, it's good, but I don't think it is good for a human person who doesn't like who wants to live fully. Like, because I don't mind like sacrificing my 20s because I didn't care to live fully in my 30s, 40s, 50s, and beyond. So like that's how I saw it. But I think your approach is way better. Like I think your approach is way better. But I'll talk to you about this in the Discord. I don't want to keep us online with this, but I just wanted to note that.
Bye. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. UG.
Yeah, I closing thoughts. It's pretty much what I was speaking of before. I guess the philosophical slant that I view life through has been to pray that I have the same acceptance of my time to depart as others had to have when I had to experience their departing. So it's appreciating that I witnessed their transcendence. I'm still here. There are still things about life that I don't know. There are still experiences to be had, and I pray that when I accept, I appreciate that when I was younger, I valued speed, and as I got older, I learned to value depth. And I want to feel like I had an experience that was rooted in something that came from my heart, so I can and that's like how I look at my daughter, how I look at my loved ones, my niece, my nephew, my sister's brothers. I have siblings that are developmentally delayed. They're fully autistic, and they're beings, they're souls that deserve to be cared for because they are here. There are so many people that are dealing with the realities of coming into this life for a breath and then they're gone. So there are so many different ways, so many different times at which souls come into this world and they leave. And if you remain and I get in a state of like humility that, all right, this is one more day that I'm here, and I'm making the best of it every day that I get up. Every day where I get up and I feel like I'm a mess. Every day that I get up and I feel like I'm on top of the world and everything is firing and all plates are spinning and I'm hyper productive. And yeah, that's not every day, but I accept and I appreciate this life every day, and I will figure it out. And the opportunity to figure it out is a blessing. So it's not like fear of missing out, which is what the world wants us to do, burn out on trying to do kind of everything all at once without actually like doing something that meant something, and having those seasons where, yeah, there are seasons of sacrifice, there are seasons of offering, seasons of, times where you have to decide what you're going to give to this world, because that's what keeps this world going.
Yeah.
And figuring out like, oh, that I found that thing, and this is something that from which so many other things will grow, as opposed to doing I'm doing this thing so that I can, which builds the bitterness and the resentment of going on a journey that didn't mean anything. Yeah. So if it takes 10 years for you to offer up to say, yep, this is what I became in 10 years of my life, 2 months of my life, 5 years of my life. People that don't experience anything meaningful until they're in their 60s, their 50s, their 90s. The fact that people can still develop in that way up into those stratospheric heights of life, where like you're like, wow, you should be getting ready to settle down, but you just did this. Wow. Like that's something to be excited for. Like I hope that I'm one of those people that's up there in that age and still have my wherewithal to like hold the fire of life in my hand like that, and not just let it like drift away from me and give up now when I'm in my 40s, my 50s. Nah, I want to say that if I look back, it was a long one, and I loved every step of it.
I'm with you.
Sorry, yeah, but that's my slant. So that's why I'm like, nah. Whenever I die, I pray that when I die, I went out, as they say, we went out like G's, right? So
yeah. Yeah.
Didn't run from not one challenge that life presented us. Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna run from all the challenges because I'm not the toughest soldier.
Oh no! Every day, everybody's cross look different,
Yeah,
Whatever we have
I'm
to
joking. I'm joking, but I'm like, please God, I am not your strongest soldier. Teach me through other people.
No,
teach me through other people. It's fine. I don't gotta go through it.
No, that's the thing. It's not physical. Wait, it's spiritual. It's emotional. It's that stuff that racks your brain out all hours of the night. It's getting through moments like that where you're like, yo, that could have done me, I could have not made it through this period of my life. I couldn't have not made it through losing this opportunity, losing this person, losing this, I don't know, this level of accomplishment, or losing face to someone that means something. I didn't think that I would live that down. And look, we out here living.
Yeah. I'm with you.
So, yeah. But that's all that I gotta say. Sorry. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, that is so awesome.
We're glad you come up here, man. Come talk up the things, them.
You know. Oh, bless you all. Have such a wonderful night, and yeah, let's do something this year that we ain't do last year. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Y'all ready for all this content, girl? I'm bringing content.
Yes.
I'm very excited about that.
Bring it now.
Thank you, UG.
Have a wonderful one.
You
Bye.
too. Bye.
Oh, I will not be long, Themis. I will do my best. I'm going to tell you, I cannot hear myself in the SoundCloud. So I have the earbud in from a different phone and then also a different device to read the chat. I'm doing the most and feeling super, super old. So forgive my little internal delay. But really quickly, I just loved everything about this conversation and the opportunity when UG Rose just said that just hit my spirit, because that is the thing that is really great as you get older and in this age bracket of when you're starting to really think about the fact that you're getting older and it matters, and you don't have the hubris of youth that, oh, it's whatever, because you said something to the earlier point of that, but you have the opportunity to make choices. Like I've been diagnosed with an anti-inflammatory disease that is in the lupus family, and there's a lot of hey, it's all good. There's a lot of what I can do that has to do with an anti-inflammatory diet and eating that will hopefully help me not be on the medication that I'm on. And a lot of the other diseases that come with aging, like diabetes, like all of the inflammatory things, there are things that you can do to help alleviate that and or help mitigate some of those things. So that recognizing that there's still time to do things and you have the power, and you also kind of with this age, you get the clarity on there's not a lot of time left, or you don't know how much. You feel the preciousness of time, and you don't want to waste it on the wrong people and the wrong situation. So you decide where and how you spend your time, I think, a little differently if you are lucky to think in that way. And that is a real blessing. And I want to clarify why I brought up that capitalist society thing, that Western society mentality, is because we don't have an appreciation of multi-generational living. We don't have an appreciation of you don't throw out your old people. You don't disconnect your young people from the richness of their elders. You don't have to just go out and get everything on your own and fight so hard and struggle so hard and build a house that you can't pay for, and then somebody gonna come take it anyway. When you can build your family legacy up and down. And you don't have to live with your family if your family is toxic. No one is owed your servitude as a caregiver. Every person should be making their plan for when they are older. Somebody put in the chat, I tried to make some notes on some of the stuff that was in the chat. I was like, yes, that's about the power of attorney. Giving away your rights to the wrong person can leave you. Ooh. So really knowing where your future lies, but knowing you don't have to do it on your own, because there is a value in the society of taking care of your family if they've taken care of you. And to the point of, the person who came on, I don't know, the preference conversation. Let me look. So,
Okay,
I don't know. So listen. Okay. I don't know if you remember when we had a conversation about the I have a stepmother, an Asian stepmother that couldn't stand me growing up. And the psychology of the thwarted preference, when you have that conversation, I would like to take part in that conversation.
I will definitely do.
Okay, because very briefly, I think part of it is the idea of believing you are better even than the man that you are with. And so how dare he not completely honor everything about this greatness that you've given to him? And in the case of my stepmother, she was kicked out from her family because she chose my dad. And he, as my father's side is Zulu, mother's side is Jamaican. So the African father, big brother, his dad wasn't in the picture. He was the man in that family. And he did not give up that family. It had nothing really to do with me because he was in and out. He gave a lot of lip service to me being his firstborn and what that means in African culture. And had I been a boy, it would have been different. So, and I'm glad that family is so toxic. Like, you don't know when man's rejection is God's protection.
Mm-hmm.
So much of my life is that. And her anger at giving up her privilege to slum with him and him not appreciating it enough, she waited 40 years to get her lick back. And I could go into how she did and how, and in some ways, as a woman, because again, it's multiple things, and how he did some of the things he did and played some of the games he played, because he's very much a beautiful man. And so he hated so much of himself. He was Zulu. His mother does not tell the truth about who her father is, because we can go into that later. But anyway, he had to pretend he was colored to go to school. And the fact that he got away with it when he so clearly was not colored in South Africa, right? When that Tyler conversation came up, that's why. Anyway, all of that, what goes into, that his mother called him the K word, which is the N word and it's very hurt. So he never wanted his kids to be called the K word. Like this is him telling me when we reconnected in Elder, when he was, I didn't know, dying. So he does the stereotypical things, and when they don't be there, and then they show up, and then the biracial kids don't want to be no parts in their life, and then they come get the black ones to come show good heart because their mama raised them right, too much autopsy, and forgiveness and reconnection. So the things that he said of why he chose her and the pathology of him, who chose her, how he chose her, the things she did, to see a full spectrum of how it played out, it's glorious. Like, it really is. It's poetic. So when you have that conversation.
But you said the lick back was glorious.
Just how it all, even in terms of to the power of attorney thing, like he and his family have so much toxicity and mistrust based around colorism, based around my grandmother doesn't want to admit that more than likely her mother was taken by an Indian doctor and someone else raised her. So she's raised as a full Zulu woman and won't admit that she's not. So it's all this kind of, and how she got to her country, how she got to this country. Ultimately, one of her daughters was SA'd by one of the men that she married, and they're related to a very prominent family. So like, there's all this pride in like, we know this, but it's like, but he did that to your daughter. And the things they put out, the things they put value on. When I say protection. So I did not need to be in that family wholly, but it was great that I got to come back into that family and view them as an adult removed from needing their approval or needing or having
share the story time. I'm like, not story time, but like tell the story fully. Like we can come back at some, I don't know, sometime.
Because I went off on a tangent, and I even took notes, since we've also discussed my ADHD. I even took notes, so I went
No. We can, because like we could come back either tomorrow or Sunday. I don't know which one. And do a live stream where we can talk. You can go into depth on your story, and I'll just be a bouncing board.
Okay, so we will leave it there. So I won't say anything else about that. But again, so that is where Danny Lee, the Danny Lee of my life, or that we can pick up on how in the end, when she did leave him, she waited until he was in her mind old and crippled, and nobody else would want him. You know what I mean? He'd been through things, and it was like she decided she wanted a divorce. She sold their house tried to sell their house without telling him. He did find out and filed a divorce. Like, if she wasn't so mean to me when I was growing up, and it was just an objective thing of like, gal, get your lick back.
I mean, there's this lady that her boyfriend cheated on her, and he's an undocumented immigrant from Mexico, and she got him in the car, told him they were going to a park in I think Texas somewhere, and he fell asleep, and she drove him across the border.
Oh yes, she did. Oh, sorry.
She returned to him.
Because I think I'm loud. I'm so sorry.
She returned him.
Jesus.
This woman said she returned this man back to Mexico for cheating on her, and I was
She
gagged.
did. She said, "Ever think you could close your eyes nowhere around me? What? Who? Like, not have your paperwork together and get in a car and I'm trying."
I was like, okay, period. Period. So the long game is
I
the
know I'm
long
loud. I'm
game.
so
Uh,
sorry.
anywho, any final
So
thoughts?
that was my final. Just the willingness to face stuff and be able to laugh about it. That's the great thing about getting older as well. So,
No,
and
I
we'll talk.
appreciate it.
I'll email I'll do something. Okay.
Yeah.
Famous. Did you ever read Scum Manifesto?
No, I did not.
It's wild and it's foolish, but I will text you my channel. Go look at it. I've started it. I wasn't going to tell you about it until it was finished. I'm reading it. I want to see your thoughts on it. Okay. I don't want to put it in the chat, but
cool. You can put it in the chat. It's fine.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
The world is showing it.
So before we leave, I want to say thank you all for coming up and sharing. I don't know if you know this, but like my perspective is constantly shifting on certain things. On this aging thing, it has been shifting. So I did truly appreciate sort of this conversation. I know it wasn't meant for me and particularly helping me, but it was very helpful to me as an individual. So I actually really appreciate all of the input. So thank you all for coming up and for listening in the chat. I appreciate that. I'm going to be in the Discord for like 2 seconds as I clean my dishes, because my New Year's resolution is to not go to bed with dirty dishes. So I'm going to go clean my dishes and talk to you all in the Discord. Thank you all so much. And I look forward to have 10 to hear her story fully, because I want to hear. All right. Bye. We went way longer than than we should have. This is 5 hours and 40 minutes. This is very long. It's a very long stream. Bye.